madness. Certainly that conclusion with all of those appearances, legends and The Rock and Undertaker and Cena and Jimmy and Jay getting involved, and the finishing of the story, and oh my god, the emotion, the drama. We're still reeling from what was an absolutely incredible weekend. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to this show. I think that I've not seen anything announced for this show, and actually it would be worth just going to the WWE website just to see if they have announced anything. I'm expecting to see Candice and Maxine. You know, we're going to get some of the stories that have been playing out that didn't, you know, result in anything at WrestleMania. I think there's a good chance we see Liv, for example, because Liv wasn't at WrestleMania. So I think that we will showcase a lot of talent that weren't at WrestleMania. But of course, we're going to showcase talent that was. We want to know what's next for Seth. We want to know what's next for Drew. We want to know what's next for Damian. We want to know what's next for Cody. We want to know what's next for Becky. We want to know what's next for Rhea. I think Liv Rhea feels pretty good to me. I think now it's time for Liv to step up. With Becky dealt with, I think it's time for Liv to step up. In regards to Cody, he's going to be working on Raw and SmackDown, and we know that there's a draft in about a month's time, so there'll be a lot of people gunning for Cody. I think it's hard to know or give a name because I think we're just going to get through to the draft. I think the draft is going to change a lot of things, so we've got this weird period now in between WrestleMania and the draft, which apparently is in about a month. We've got this weird period where we can't really start any epic feuds unless we're going to just leave people where they are, right? We could start a feud between Rhea and Liv if they're both going to stay on Raw, right? Because Triple H will know where people are going. So if they're going to both stay on Raw, then we can start the feud. But, you know, there's a lot of people that are going to be moving. And so, you know, it's going to cause a bit of a problem. So it's going to be a weird period, this. It's going to be a weird period. I'm a bit worried that we're not going to be able to really get our teeth into anything. I would much rather, you know, that we did a show... I would much rather that we did a show that was just bonkers tonight, where anything happens and people are getting called up and legends return and, you know, title matches are being made. And, you know, I would love a bonkers show tonight, a bonkers show on Friday. And then it would be great if next Monday was the draft. Like, I would do that. I wouldn't do the draft tonight because Raw after Mania should be call-ups and bonkers and the fans having a good time and chanting away. And you don't want... I wouldn't do a draft, but I would just do a bonkers show tonight. I'd do a bonkers show on Friday. Absolute madness. Anything goes kind of a thing. You know, the matches that you see and you're like, what's this? Like, just crazy matches. The kind of things that you wouldn't normally see. Just a bonkers, crazy night. I would do that this week. And then next week I would do the draft. Because it's a weird period, isn't it? To get between now and a draft in a month's time. It's just a weird... It's just weird. So them are my thoughts anyway. It's hard to know who Cody's going to move on to because it needs to be a monster heel in my mind. And we sort of have a lack of monster heels. We don't have many monster heels. And monster heels that we have, Cody has sort of faced, you know, like Brock. And we can't use Brock. Shinsuke, he's already faced Shinsuke and dealt with him earlier this year. So I don't think Shinsuke's going to rear his head. Gunther, it seems too soon. I'm thinking that it's going to be Bloodline still. I'm guessing that Solo is going to be around and Solo is going to want to try and, you know, make Cody pay. So maybe we do a little summit with Solo for a bit. And then we get to the draft and then, well, it could be anything and anyone then, couldn't it? So I know Solo is on SmackDown, but Cody is going to be working both shows. He has actually issued a new schedule. So his new updated schedule has him working Raw and SmackDown. So let's see if I can just find that and show that so that people can see what his schedule is. Have I got it? Have we got it? Where's his accounts? People. Let's go there. There he is. There he is. Right, here it is. So let's go here. Let's go here. So this is his updated schedule for the rest of the month. So he's in Philadelphia today. Then on Friday, he's in Detroit. Then on Monday, he's in Montreal, Quebec. Then they go to the UK. And on the 17th, they're in Birmingham in the UK. And you know what? That is, I think, the day I fly. Otherwise, I would go to that. I would buy tickets and I would go. I think that this has been so much fun. And it would be great to see Cody. I would go to that show. But I'm not here. So I've really screwed myself over there. So the Birmingham show on April 17th in the UK... Birmingham is where my family are from. It's where I've lived. It's where I've worked. So that would be the show that I would have gone to. But I'm not. I'll be. How funny that when they come over here, I'm going over there. So annoying. So Birmingham on the 17th, Cardiff on the 18th, London on the 19th, Belfast on the 20th. Then he flies to Columbus, Ohio. So he does miss the 19th SmackDown. But the only reason he's missing it is for a very good reason. He's on the UK tour, right? So that's why he's missing it, because he's over in the UK. So he's on the UK tour, so he won't do the 19th. But that's all right. We can get through for a week. Then we've got Columbus on the 22nd Raw. And then he is doing the 26th SmackDown. And then he's doing the 29th Raw. So of the 3 SmackDowns that are left in April, he's doing 2. And the only reason he's missing one is because he's on a UK tour. So, yeah, it's that's how things are looking. And in a month's time, we are going to do a draft. So that's going to change a lot of things, isn't it? There he is on the Today Show. Hey, look at him there. Cody Rhodes. Isn't that the WrestleMania 33 logo? So that's a fun one to steal, isn't it? That's a fun one to steal and change over. Cody defeated Roman, making him undisputed Universal Champion. Do you know, Byron Saxton announced him, right, as the WWE Champion at the press conference. He just called him WWE Champion, which, amazing. Look at this as well. That's the one that his dad tried to win. That's the one that he did win. When one good story ends, an even better one begins. That's great, isn't it? That's great. That's a nice picture. He has said that he's going to try and bring the Winged Eagle back, but you know, we're going to have to wait and see if he can do that. He said it's not his call, obviously, but if he could, that is what he would like to do, bring the Winged Eagle back. He said that earlier today. Right, let me just let people know that we're live, and then I will get into the chat. Big thank you to everyone that submitted their thoughts for opinions. It was a nightmare, to be honest. So the stream ended about 4 a.m. and then I thought I better put up the reaction video, because I know that's what everyone's going to want to see. Because if you're anything like me, you want to see everyone's reaction to the end of, like, the finishing of the story. So unfortunately, I had to try and find that, record that, get that uploaded. Then, of course, I worked on my review. Because we'd just done an 11-hour stream, my voice was not the strongest. So unfortunately, it meant that normally I can do it in one take. I couldn't do it in one take this time because my voice was, like, kind of going in places. So that was really frustrating. That meant that took longer. Then I had a whole load of stuff to try and get through for Unseen. Bottom line is, by the time I got to bed, I've managed to get, like, about 5 hours, I think I've had. And I feel fine. I feel fine. We're probably operating at about 45% battery, I reckon, right now. Which is, it was fine. It's fine. That'll get us through Raw. That's all we've got to do. Get through Raw, right? And have fun and enjoy the show. But yeah, trying to squeeze in, like, opinions and whatnot was quite difficult. So I got it done. It's on the channel. It did unfortunately get uploaded about the same time that we started this stream, but it's there. So, yeah, we've done, and we'll do another opinions following Raw. So, another opportunity coming up very soon for you to share your thoughts, your opinions. Right, let's get into the chat. Eric, shout out to you, buds. Kian said, Days, I hope you are well and you have a good stream. How is your voice after last night? It's getting better, actually. I find with my voice that it does start going. And then, like, you know, you might see that the opinions video, my voice is actually worse than it is now. I think, like, the more I talk, the more my voice sort of, I don't know, settles in. When I first start, it doesn't sound brilliant. And maybe towards the end of an 11-hour stream, it doesn't sound brilliant. But when it's, like, warm, once it's, like, going and I'm talking... it's okay. So I feel fine right now. I feel fine. I mean, don't get me wrong, I could have a lovely little sleep. Right now. But I'm very excited for Raw. And yeah, I can't wait to see what they've got planned. I just hope it delivers. It was a monstrous WrestleMania weekend. I really hope they can follow it up. So I'm glad that Cody is finally champion, and hopefully Cody reveals a new design. Can't wait for Raw tonight. The vibe I got is that he wants to bring the Winged Eagle back, but he doesn't know that he's going to be able to do it. That's going to be a conversation that's going to need to be had. And then I wonder if they're going to say, well, you can bring it back, but we've got to just tweak it. Because we really need the WWE logo to be big on there. Like, you can't have a little thing in a picture on Instagram. You can't have a little thing, you know, with, like, all the images that get shared these days. All the replica belts that people carry. We need the world to know that this belt is a WWE belt. So a little thing somewhere, it ain't going to fly in 2024. And so that, I think, is the downside with the Winged Eagle, is that it is a beautiful belt. It is my favorite belt. And I get the impression it's Cody's favorite belt as well. But a little WWE logo at the top just ain't going to work in 2024. So if he's not had that conversation yet, I would expect the pushback to be, we would have to amend it and make the WWE logo bigger. And that's going to take time, and it's all going to need signing off and blah, 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 blah. If they've not had that conversation already, then I don't know that a new title gets unveiled tonight. I mean, if it does, wow. If it does, that means that these conversations have happened well in advance. They're really on it. They know what they want. They know where they're going. I tell you, if a new title gets unveiled tonight, that'll be an incredible insight into how well planned all of this is, because I'm not expecting a new title tonight. I'm hoping that he can get a new title made eventually. So I don't like the current design. As I said, for me, a title belt is the prize that everyone is chasing after. Yeah, you're chasing after the recognition of being world champion. So in some regard, it doesn't matter what the belt looks like. It's more the fact that you are the best, isn't it? But I do think that a belt should look prestigious. It should look valuable. It should look like a prize that everyone would want. And I don't think that the current belt design is that. What the current belt design is just the giant logo on a belt strap. That's it. I mean, there really isn't much more to it. It's the giant WWE logo slapped on a belt strap. It doesn't look prestigious. It doesn't feel like this incredible prize that you can, you know, get your hands on and, like, you know, love the look of. I love belts that have got lots of detail. I love the new Rock belt, the one that the Rock's got. I love that. I suppose it depends when you grew up, really. I mean, I grew up with the Winged Eagle, which is regarded as the best belt, and it's super detailed, and it's got loads of interesting little things on it. And it's one of those belts that you can just look at and spot lots of different things, and it's got loads of detail, and it feels prestigious. So I would love to see the belt changed to something, that feels prestigious, that's got lots of detail on it. But we'll have to wait and see. And as I said, I'm not expecting a new title design tonight. Days, as a Roman fan, this doesn't feel real, but shout out to Cody, said Nick the King. Jellyhead said, glasses, gang. Yeah, I do have to wear glasses. I mean, I wear contacts, so I had them in yesterday, and my eyes were just a little bit sore following yesterday. So I was like, yeah, I don't want like my eyes to like play up or anything, or my eyes to go red and all whatever. I mean, they don't, to be honest. I don't really get much trouble. But I thought, yeah, I've got like, you know, I've wore them quite a bit, contact lenses over the weekend. So we'll go glasses tonight. We'll mix it up. Alchemouser said, R.I.P. Joe is trending, and I don't know who or what that is about. Raslin Dazzle said Joe Kinnear. Yeah. Macarai said, Cody kicking off the show tonight then. I would think so. First hour is commercial free. So either Cody kicks it off, or Rhea kicks it off, or Damian kicks it off. I feel like it's going to be a champ. You know, it's going to be one of the big champs. I mean, we've got, of the 4 world champions, the 2 women, the 2 guys, we've got 3 on the show tonight, because we've got Rhea, we got Damian, we got Cody. So it could be any of those. It wouldn't surprise me if any of those. Because if Damian comes out, well, I'd imagine we'll see Drew. I'd imagine we'll see Seth. A Damian segment is probably going to feature Drew and Seth. A Cody segment could feature anyone, to be honest. I mean, anyone could come out. Sammy could come out. Jay could come out. A heel could come out. Bloodline could come out. I'm not expecting Rock or Roman tonight. I've not seen that advertised. I'm not expecting Rock or Roman. I think we start a new chapter. I think Roman, rumors were he's going to go away for a while, and I think The Rock's off to do another film as well. So I think that the fallout of Roman losing the championship is going to have to wait for him. He's going to go away for a bit and then come back maybe closer to SummerSlam. I'll be shocked if they announce him for Friday. I'm not expecting him tonight. I'll be shocked if they announce Roman for Friday. The challenge now is going to be, who the hell have we got heel-wise that can cause problems like The Rock or problems like Roman? You know, that is some serious star power. Serious star power. I mean, The Rock, probably the most famous man in the world. Like, how, if they're going away, how do you replace that? And that is going to be a massive problem. And I don't know that there is going to be an answer unless they've managed to get like some legend that can come in and do something for a little while, you know, unless they've managed to secure like a big name that could come in for a little bit. Don't know as to who that would be, but yeah, if they need a little injection of star power for a little bit. It's a bit like, do you remember when Roman went away and we had a run from Cena for a bit? We had Cena, didn't we, over a summer? Because Roman was away, Roman was absent, and so we used Cena to kind of plug that gap. I feel like we've got another gap, but we can't use Cena because Cena did an interview where he said he'd like one more run, but it would have to be after Christmas. So he would like one more run, but it would need to be after Christmas. So I don't think Cena's free. Undertaker's not going to give you anything. Stone Cold's not going to give you anything. Triple H and Shawn aren't going to be able to give you anything. I don't think people are clamoring for Goldberg's return, right? So you can't get anything out of there. Batista would be interesting. If Batista was able to come back and do like a little something, but he's done. I mean, like, he retired at 35, WrestleMania 35. And I don't think there's any desire to return. But could you imagine if Batista was to come out tonight and confront Cody, and we were to get heel Batista versus Cody Rhodes for the title? That would be sick, man. That would be sick. I'd really love that. Because I feel like we do need that injection of star power. but I don't know that it's going to arrive. So instead, we're going to have to use what we've got, and we're going to have to try and use it really, really well. So yeah, they've got some challenges, no denying that. A lot of people were saying like we shouldn't have Cody finish the story because what next? Well, this was always going to be the challenge, and this is what creative get paid for, isn't it? We can sit here and fantasy book until we're blue in the face, but they're the ones that actually have to do it. So, you know, I hope they've earned their paychecks. I hope they've thought about this well in advance. I hope there's not a panic backstage right now where they're like, what do we do now? I hope they've got a plan. So, and I trust they have a plan. Because Triple H actually said Roman's going to move on to a new story now, and it's going to blow people's minds. Roman, so he knows. I mean, Triple H knows what's next for Roman. I've got to think he knows what's next for Cody also. Little Sam said Cody and Sammy were two big surprises. Yeah, well, I think Cody was sort of expected, but they did a fantastic job of leaving enough doubt. They did a great job of, you know, plenty of people are like, is Rock turning on Roman? No, he is. He definitely is. Did you see, like, this? Did you see this? And, you know, all this kind of stuff. And, like, there was a lot of theories about that. There was a lot of theories about Seth's definitely turning. Look at this look. Look at this, you know. Rock didn't turn on Roman. Seth didn't turn on Cody. And I think they did a really good job of muddying the water. I think they did a really good job of keeping people guessing as to what was going to happen. There was plenty of people that thought that Seth would cost Cody. And that, you know, it'd be a case that Roman would retain. I saw a lot of people quite confident in that we were going to kick the can a bit further down the road, but it didn't play out that way. So yeah, magical, wasn't it? Absolutely brilliant. And the general reaction that I've seen is that this is one of the best main events in WrestleMania history. There's even a good amount of people saying this might be the best WrestleMania of all time. I don't personally feel that way. I think it's in the upper part of WrestleManias, but I don't even know. Oh, it's difficult. I mean, the main event is so good. It's so good. I think the main events of both nights do quite a bit of heavy lifting, right? But yeah, it's right up there. I mean, I'd say it's in the conversations, but I don't know that I can say it's my favorite WrestleMania, because I think there were a lot of good matches, and maybe we needed a few more great matches. But there were great matches as well. I mean, Bayley, Io, Rhea against Becky. The Logan match was pretty fun, actually. That was pretty fun. So there was plenty of great stuff here, and I agree. It's one of the best Manias. I don't think I can go as far as to say it is the best, though. Kicking off the show, Cody kicking off the show. He could be Macca. He could be. D. Irvin said, do you think Backlash, it would be Cody solo? Could be, yeah. Damian versus Drew. Yeah, that would make sense. Versus Seth, triple threat, yeah. CM Punk referee, don't know. Sammy versus Jimmy Uso. Don't know about that because they're on different brands. Are they on different brands? No, they'd be on the same brand now, wouldn't they? So that's interesting. So Sammy has won the... No, hang on. Intercontinental's on Raw. Jimmy's on SmackDown. No. So Sammy is on Raw. He took the belt from Gunther. Jimmy is on SmackDown. By the time we get to Backlash, when is Backlash? Could we have had the draft by then? Let's have a look at when Backlash is. Backlash, WWE 2024. It is May 4th. I don't know. I don't know if the draft will have been done by then. It might be after Backlash. It could be the week before. I doubt it, though. I doubt we'll do a draft the week before Backlash, so I've got to think it'll be the week after. So if it's the week after, then I don't think... I mean, Jimmy can pop up on Raw, but I'm guessing, I don't know, Sammy Chad, maybe? Chad gets his opportunity at the title? Or do we do Sammy against... someone else that's on Raw babyface that's kind of around that level, like a Ricochet. You know, Ricochet's been quietly building up a bit of momentum. So could it be that match? So I'm not sure about Jimmy versus Sammy. But I think, yeah, I mean, Damian, Drew, Seth, they're all circling around each other. That would feel like something. I do think, though, and I did just say this in the opinions video, I do think someone's going to get Seth's attention tonight because Seth's just held the belt for a very long time. He doesn't need it back. It's time for it to go to someone else. So he, for me, doesn't need to be around the title picture, but he would want to be around the title picture. So that means we need to find someone that's going to take him away. Someone that's going to distract him. Someone that's going to take his focus. I'm thinking Big Bronson Reed. Because Big Bronson Reed has just won the Andre Battle Royal. He is clearly someone they like the look of. A feud between Seth and Big Bronson Reed could be really interesting. Because Bronson needs that kind of promo time. And he needs this feud, really. You know, rather than just kicking around and not really having anything to get his teeth into, he could get into a feud with Seth. It would keep Seth busy, and then maybe we've got, like, you know, Damian and Drew kind of circling around each other. It would keep Seth busy. Seth then can do a feud with Big Bronson Reed, or maybe we do Sammy against Big Bronson Reed. We could go to, because didn't Big Bronson Reed beat Sammy once, and then last Monday we don't know what the result was because they didn't, like, you know, that last Monday was the whole debacle of, was he counted out, was it a DQ? WWE didn't actually tell us what the result was. Last week was the Bloodline rules match that was a no contest when the Bloodline got involved. So last week's Raw was not really too worried about results. It was more worried about building up WrestleMania, of course. So I think Bronson Reed may have 2 victories over Sammy. So I wonder if they'll revisit that. Bronson Reed saying, you know, I've beaten you and now you're champion. I want my title match. We might even do that tonight. Bronson Reed, Sammy tonight. You know, Bronson Reed comes out, wants his title match, wants it now, and we do an Intercontinental title match on the show tonight. But I think long term, I would do Big Bronson Reed and Seth. But yeah, it's one of those. I mean, I feel like with these things, like, we've only got a few hours to wait, and then we'll find out some answers. You know, we're going to find out what's next for a lot of people. But just a few rough thoughts, a few rough outlines, you know, that's kind of where my mindset's at. Freddie, shout out to you, my friend. Really appreciate the support. Freddie Cougar. Like that. That's good. That's good. Freddie Cougar said, it's tough to find an interesting first rivalry for Cody. What do you think about a faction feud of Cody, Seth against Jay and the remaining Bloodline? Jimmy and Tamatonga or Jacob Fatu? I think that it's going to be very interesting as to how we bring and what we do with Jacob Fatu. I feel like Jacob Fatu needs wins, right? So the problem with Solo is that he beat John Cena, and then since then he's been losing at house shows. That's not a problem if he had been winning on TV, but he's not been winning on TV either. So I think his record the other day was like 0-34, right? That including house shows, but 0-34. And I think even TV matches, he was like 0-11, right? So we've just completely dropped the ball with Solo. We've completely, everything sort of suggests that we just don't really believe in Solo at the moment. And so we can't do that with Jacob Fatu. Jacob Fatu has got to be the wrecking machine. He's got to come in and he's just got to kill people. So if we was to do Cody and Seth in like a tag match with Jacob Fatu, you could do it, but Jacob Fatu would have to look amazing and never take the pin and actually get frustrated with the others because they're holding him back. So if it's true and Jacob Fatu is coming in, then I really would try and protect him, like, with every fiber in my body, because he is going to be really, really important. He is what we wanted Solo to be and what Solo should be. But it's just not quite worked out that way. Some of it is circumstance, of course. I mean, if you want to get to Roman, if you want to get to The Rock, you've got to get through Jimmy and Solo. And so that means that Jimmy and Solo automatically default into becoming J&J Security. They default into becoming the Singh brothers. They default into becoming Ludwig Kaiser and Giovanni Vinci, you know. You have to get through them to get to the bigger superstar. But what that means is that they take a lot of L's as a result, you know. We eat up a lot of TV time doing that. We eat up a lot of TV time. If you want to get to Gunther, you're going to have to go through Giovanni Vinci. Well, the person's probably going to get through Giovanni Vinci because we want them to get to Gunther. And unfortunately, I think Solo sort of found himself in that position. Certainly Jimmy did. So now, hopefully, we've got an opportunity to try and build up the people that need building up, but one of them people would be Jacob. I don't know. I mean, because his bloodline, and because he's got such experience, I don't know that he'll spend time in NXT. I mean, from a star power point of view of who's this guy, you might have to put him in NXT, because I really don't think loads of people will know who he is. But actually, the fact that people don't know who he is, and he is part of the bloodline, and they've now gone and got like this wrecking machine, you know, things have gone wrong, so we've gone and brought in Jacob Fatu, right? That works, doesn't it? It works. You don't need to know who he is. You'll find out who he is as the weeks go by. So I don't mind the faction thing. I think it's a good shout. I think Solo feels like the person that Cody could get in a feud with as we like head towards this draft. But the only thing I would say is if we do go down that road, I would just protect Jacob Fatu with everything. Everything I've got, I would protect Jacob Fatu, because I just think that he needs protected. He's special. He is special. He is someone that is legit. He's really good in the ring as well. He looks the part, and he's really good in the ring, and he's everything we wanted Solo to be. So yeah, I like the theory though. Yeah, we could. You're right. There is no like it's going to be this person, unless they bring someone back like a legend, or we turn someone like Randy. You know, if Randy was to turn on Cody, or something like that, like you could do a Randy Cody summer program. That could be interesting, but I just don't know with Randy, because of his back and his injuries, if he can work a program like that. I mean, that's a lot in it. That's a lot to ask, because that's going to be a lot of segments, a lot of matches, a lot of strain, a lot of, like, it's clearly going to be a massive singles match at one of the premium live events, maybe a couple. And that's a lot to ask for someone that's not long come back from a very long absence. So a heel Randy would have made a lot of sense. But that's more long term, isn't it? Short term, I agree with you. Bloodline would make the most sense. So Freddy Cougar, love it. Shout out to you, my friends. And Darwin, shout out to you, man. Hope you're well. Hope you enjoyed the weekends. Darwin said, clearly Darwin did. Says, last night was truly magical. It's true. Me and Darwin went on a date, and it seems like he had a lovely time. What a match. Oh, okay, no, sorry, scrap that. He's talking about WrestleMania. What a match. There's nothing quite like WrestleMania. Yeah. It brings out the best in everyone, and there may never be another match of this Roman versus Cody caliber again. It's beautiful. We are officially into the new era WWE, and I can't wait. What's this new era called, by the way? Because it's called the Paul Levesque era. It's called the Triple H era. It's called the new Renaissance era. I don't remember us having this problem before. Like the Attitude Era, Vince decided this was the Attitude Era, and it was the Attitude Era. That was it, right? We need Attitude and that was it. This was the Attitude Era. And then he was the one that came out and went, ruthless aggression. And this was the Ruthless Aggression Era, right? I don't know. I don't know what this era is. Who's got the power to determine what this era is? Is it Triple H? Because I don't think it's Steph. Steph came out and called it the Paul Levesque era, but I'm not sure that's going to stick. I don't know that she... I don't know. I think it's like Triple H. If Triple H might be the one that comes out and says it, that might be what we all go with, you know? And I don't know if he's... I don't think he's going to call it the Triple H era or the Paul Levesque era. What is it? Well, what are we in? I feel like we're definitely in an era, right? Everyone keeps talking about this new era. Everyone keeps talking that we're in, like, you know, it's changed and all this kind of stuff. So it definitely feels like we've now gone into a new era. But what era is it? What era is it? Feel free to let us know. Feel free to let WWE know. It would help with marketing, because we could all go around in whatever the era is. We could put it on shirts. Yeah? Imagine that. I'm not sure I like Renaissance era. Do you know what I mean? It's a bit too fancy. You know, Attitude Era, Ruthless Aggression, Renaissance. I think that Renaissance is what it gets pronounced as. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not sold on that. Triple H era, yeah. Don't know. I can't say I've heard one that I'm like, that's it. But so yeah, Delwyn, shout out to you, man. Really appreciate the support. And I hope that you had a fantastic time. I hope you had an absolutely fantastic time this weekend, and it seems like you did. Jake Campbell said, watch out for an Uncle Howdy vignette tonight. I will. Wayne says, I was right about Taker, wasn't I? He was involved, yep. I got asked about this before the thing, and I was like, oh, I'm struggling to see it. And the reason why was because of him getting down the ramp. So I said, if he's going to get involved, he's going to need to be ringside or something. I didn't think that he'd be under the ring. I didn't think that we'd shove old man Taker under the ring. But that's exactly what we did. Get under there. Get under there, boomer. So he went under. I'm surprised he was able to get out as quick as what he did. I mean, if I could be Undertaker's age with the body that he's got as well, which we know is breaking down and broken down. I mean, the fact he was able to, at that age and with that body, get out from under the ring, get into the ring, stand up and look menacing. I mean, if it was me, I'd be like, hang on, give me a sec. Oh, my God, this is not as easy as it used to be. Oh, God. Been under there for about 50 minutes now. Give me a moment. Like, the lights would be out for about an hour. As I was like, oh my God, that stings. Oh. Whew. Give me a sec. So I didn't think we'd shove Boomer Undertaker under the ring, but that's what we did. So I was thinking if he was to get involved, front row, and then he stands up, throws a shot, something like that. But no, went under the ring, came out, he did a great job. Do you know what? I don't know if you felt this, but I felt that Cena... I think Cena was just having a lot of fun, but he gave some decent facial expressions, but like that kind of like... I don't know if he's just a bad actor, but like when The Rock was coming down and he was like sort of giving this expression of, oh my God, I wasn't expecting The Rock. There was an intensity that was missing with Cena, I thought. He just sort of stood there and sort of had his mouth open and stared as The Rock was coming down. And I was looking at him and I was like, it feels like Cena's just having fun and enjoying the moment, really, rather than like... There was a lack of energy. Do you know what I mean? Like, I thought you might go over and like, come on, Cody, get up, mate, Rock's on the way. Come on, yeah? Shirt off, here we go, getting in position. Like, he just sort of stood there and was just sort of had his mouth open a little bit. And then if you compare to what Taker did, I mean, when Taker appeared and the lights came on, like, you know, really It was great. Taker was great. Like, oh, he was like really seething, and he was and then the choke slam, and did brilliant. I looked at Taker and I was like, oh man, you've got one more in you. You've got one more. Look at the aggression. Gritted teeth and I looked at Cena and I was like, I feel like you're a bit rusty. I feel like you're a good step behind here. I wanted to see him. Although I love the energy when he hit the ring, when he came running down, AA to like Roman Reigns, AA to Solo through the table. All of that was brilliant. It was only the bit when The Rock was coming down that I felt that his energy just sort of like left. I wanted to see him like, a bit more frantic. So a tiny little Cena criticism, if you will. But yeah, it was great. I love that. The whole thing was fantastic. But the cameo from The Undertaker I thought was brilliant. I felt sorry for Seth, because Seth was in the ring with the Shield, like as the Shields, didn't even get a chance to do anything. Like, all these people are coming down, having a moment. Seth gets in the ring, gets speared by Roman, that was it. He was in there with a chair and didn't even get a chance to use it. Speared out, I'm dead now. I mean, his role was to literally be in Shield attire and to basically be there for Roman to hit him with the chair, wasn't it? That was it. So he didn't get a chance to even do anything. So apart from provide a momentary distraction. So you can argue he did enough, but I did feel sorry for him. You've got like Undertaker chokeslamming, you've got John Cena doing AAs through tables, you've got Jay spearing Jimmy off the entrance ramp, and you've got Seth just botching and not being able to do anything, getting caught by Roman Reigns. It was a bad weekend for Seth, wasn't it? It was a bad weekend. He was part of the losing team on night 1. He lost his belt on night 2, and then the only contribution he made was getting speared and whacked with a chair in the main event of night 2. It was not a great time as a character, but as a person, a performer. He made a massive contribution, didn't he? He was all over this WrestleMania. Massive entrance as well. So from a personal contribution point of view, amazing. In the opinions video, someone called him the MVP of WrestleMania, and he might have been, if you think about what he contributed. He was involved in 2 matches and played a key role in a third. When does that happen at WrestleMania, So he did provide a massive contribution, but as a character, as the visionary, bad WrestleMania, because lost 2 matches and got mugged out in a third. Right, E. Wilkie said, Days, what surprises do you think we see tonight, if any? Brock Lesnar? No. The Rock? Maybe. John Cena? Maybe. I think not Brock. The Brock situation is a serious situation, and I really don't think Brock. I mean, my feeling is that until this legal case is resolved, I don't think they want to have Brock around, because when you look at Brock, you're going to think of Vince, and we do not want you really thinking of Vince. But saying that, how can you not look at Stephanie and think of Vince? It's her dad, but she hasn't been named in the lawsuit. So I think it's a little different for her, because she's not accused of anything in that lawsuit. So for her, she can't be guilty by association, yeah? But with Brock, he is in the lawsuit. He is in the lawsuit. So I think it's a completely different situation for him. So I don't see Brock, not until this case gets resolved. But, that's just my personal opinion. In regards to Rock Cena, yeah, there's maybe a chance. I mean, Rock is on the board, and we know that he's going to go off and do a film. So he's certainly not going to be sticking around. But he could make his presence felt tonight. Just let Cody know this isn't over. He could come out and say, this isn't over. You know, you might have won that battle, right? But that will mean nothing by the time the war is over. He could come out, send that sort of a warning, and then go off with a smile on his face, knowing that the revenge is going to be sweet, right? So he could come out and do something along those lines. He is expected to go off and do a film now, so we don't expect him to get involved in any kind of long program. And then John Cena, well, he was around earlier today doing interviews, and we're still in Philly, so there's every chance that he pops in and just thanks the WWE Universe. He did do that on social media, though. He did thank people on social media, so I don't know. I don't know if that was his thank you on social media, or if he'll come out and sort of have a little word with Cody, you know? He was asked, actually, what did you say to Cody in the ring? And he said, I asked him, can you feel the weight of the belt? And Cody said yes. And he says, it might feel like it's quite heavy now. And he says, I promise you, every day that goes by, that belt is going to get heavier. So, and it should, because in 2 years' time, 3 years' time, we want to be talking about, is Cody one of the greatest of all time? And in order to do that, you're going to have to keep, delivering, and you're going to have to keep exceeding expectations. You're going to have to keep outdoing what you did before. And so if this belt is heavy now, it's going to be real heavy in a year's time, 2 years' time, 3 years' time. It doesn't get easier. So I kind of like that. I mean, if I was Cody, I'd be like, could you not just say congratulations? There might be a time for this conversation. Is it really now? Can you not just say well done? Can you not just give me an evening? Oh my God. Dude, I don't know if you know, I just finished a story that I spent my whole life trying to finish. Well done would be brilliant right now, thanks. But, yeah, apparently that's what he said to him, about how the belt might be heavy now, but it's only going to get heavier. So, we might see him tonight. But what surprises, I think NXT call-up. I'm expecting an NXT call-up. I think that there's a chance of some legends maybe being around, but I'm shocked at the lack of legends, to be honest. I really am. I really thought that we were going to see a lot more. I mean, no Hogan, no Stone Cold. I mean, both of those, I think, their absences, I think, are a real shock. I wasn't shocked that we didn't get Brock. That wasn't a shock. But I don't know. I suppose I'm so used to poker games backstage with the APA or the Boogeyman popping up, or do you know what I mean? $1 Million Man cackling away, chucking money around, or Ron Simmons popping up going, damn. I'm so used to all of that to do a WrestleMania 40 and it not... Do you know what else was weird? There wasn't even video packages or anything showing the previous WrestleManias. If you think about it, this felt like a new era, yeah? And we did very little looking back. If you think this was the 40th WrestleMania, we didn't look back and look at WrestleMania 1, WrestleMania 2. We could have had little video packages of all the previous 39 WrestleManias dotted throughout the 2 evenings. Just little clips, little things, just to remember some of the iconic moments. Hogan and Andre, and Rock and Hogan, and Ultimate Warrior Macho Man. You could have just we didn't do any of that. It was just, we were just focused on the here, the now. It was match followed by match followed by match. There was no backstage segments to really speak of. You might have got the odd bit where Sammy was making his way to the ring, but we didn't do interviews with people backstage. We didn't grab the winners of matches and interview them as we in between the matches. There was a lot. It was very match focused. It was very in-ring focused. I don't know why. I mean, I love those interviews backstage, you know? I mean, I think about Mean Gene standing in front of like a WrestleMania or SummerSlam thing. Come on in, here we go. We've got the new champs, like bringing them in. How does it feel? Like having a chat with them. And I know that it might not provide loads. I know people will be like, yeah, I don't need that. But I don't know. There's stuff you can do. There's like, you know, there's interesting stuff you can do. You could have planted a few little seeds for like, oh, where's that going? Oh, what does that mean? What did he mean when he said that? Or do you know what I mean? Like, you could have planned out some stuff. Instead, it was all very just match followed by match followed by match followed by match. I suppose what I'm saying is it was different. It was different. It was not like a WrestleMania 40 that you would have expected. It was a bit more stripped back in places. It was less looking back than what you would expect for an anniversary WrestleMania. And, you know, we obviously got that vibe of new era, new era, new era. So, I don't know. I mean, is it Vince? Is it the cloud, the black cloud that is Vince McMahon? Did it loom large over this WrestleMania? And did that mean that we didn't want to look back? You know, is this the start of the TKO era? And so this was, you know, to some regards, WrestleMania 1 of the TKO era. So we didn't look back. We're looking to what we're going to create moving forward. So, don't know, just a few observations. Right, Hollywood guy said, Days, hello, can you see The Rock versus Roman very soon? Not, well, it depends how you define very soon. I think WrestleMania next year. I'm not sure that we'll do it at SummerSlam. We could do, but I don't know that we will. We could do it in Saudi Arabia if they'll pay. We could do it in Saudi Arabia, although I don't know how The Rock feels about that. I don't know how The Rock feels about Saudi Arabia. But, I mean, look, he's on the board. He's on the TKO board. So, if he's got any kind of problem, I'd imagine he's not going to stop the business going there, but he might not want to go there. To my knowledge, I don't think he's been, has he? I can't remember him ever going since we've been doing this. So I don't know how he feels about doing the shows over there. I wouldn't expect him to stand in the way of business. Money talks. But I don't know that he would want to go. Because he has to worry about his own personal brand as well. Because his own personal brand drives Papatui. It drives the vodka or tequila thing that he's got, right? It drives that football league that he's a part owner in. So it's not only WWE that he has to worry about. He has to worry about his own personal brand. Otherwise, film offers might dry up and his sales of Papatui might dry up. So I don't know that he wants to go or be connected with Saudi Arabia. I don't know that that's a good look for him because he's in a very different position to other wrestlers that really just represent WWE, whereas The Rock also represents The Rock. He represents himself and his own brand, so I think WrestleMania feels like where we're going to do that, to be honest. It feels like WrestleMania. They're planting some seeds. Roman walked away from Rock, maybe, says Hollywood guy. Yeah, they'll be planting seeds. I mean, look, I think the fact that Rock got the pin on night one means that he won his match. Roman lost his match. The Rock has got the People's Championship belt, so he's got a belt. Roman doesn't have a belt now. You know, The Rock was acknowledging Roman, and he did stick with Roman, and he did try to help Roman. But it's still, Roman didn't get the job done. And I think that's going to drive a wedge between them. You could also say that Roman was doing brilliant and everything was fine until The Rock showed up. So it works the other way as well. That, you know, for Roman, he's just had years of success. His bloodline worked for him. Everything was brilliant. And then The Rock stuck his nose in. And it kicked up all this dust, kicked up all this trouble. And now he's lost his belt. So, yeah, definitely. Do you know, there's a moment in WrestleMania, and I actually took a screenshot of it, and I was going to tweet it out, but I was like, it's a bit too complicated to explain. But there's a moment where the ref, I don't know if you saw it, hands the belt, the Mama Rhodes belt, hands it to The Rock, and The Rock snatches it, right, as he's trying to help his cousin. And I was looking at it, I was like, man, that's so cool, because you've got Cody in the ring celebrating with the Undisputed Championship, and the only belt in that moment that Rock and Roman have is this belt that the ref handed over to The Rock, is a belt that's got Mama Rhodes written on it. The only belt they've got is one that's got Cody's mom's name on it. That's all they're left with. After everything they've been through, that's all they're left with. A belt that doesn't mean anything, and in many respects mocks them now. It's a belt that mocks them. All they've got is a belt with Cody's mum's name on. And the way he snatches it from the give me that. Like, you know, it was only like a 2-second clip, which I looked at, I was like, yeah, that's pretty fun. I think there was lots of moments like that. That you can like read into those little things. So I think there is lots of seeds being planted. I completely agree. I think we are building towards that feuds, and I think that feud will be at WrestleMania next year, would be my guess. And I expect them both to take time off now. Good summer, good few months off, actually. And I think they'll be back as we build towards SummerSlam. So SummerSlam, I don't know, do we know when SummerSlam is? I think they've announced it, hasn't they? Cleveland. SummerSlam 2024 is... What's the date? August 3rd. Little later this year. August 3rd. So I think, haven't we got to do King and Queen of the Ring? So that's in Jeddah. We've got to do Clash at the Castle. And we've got to do Backlash. We've got to do that. When's Berlin? When do we do Bash in Berlin? Bash in Berlin. Is that after? Yeah. So Bash in Berlin is the 31st of August. So it's after SummerSlam. So we've got all these international shows. And then early August is when we've got SummerSlam. I would expect Roman for that. And maybe Rock. I think I would do Cody versus Rock. I'd do Cody, Rock, SummerSlam, and I would do Roman, Seth for SummerSlam, which would be a big card. It would be a real big card. And again, you could have Roman wanting to face Cody, wanting his rematch, and The Rock basically saying, I've got this. And that could drive another wedge. Like, hang on, watch me. I'm the tribal chief. Yeah, but I'm the final boss. I've got this. I'll get the belt. And, like, again, you could build and use that. So I think that, yeah, there's lots of ways of getting there. But I think we've got lots of time to get there as well. Norma Anderson said hello, everyone. Hello, Days. Hello, Norma. Hope you're well, my friends. Hope you're excited for what should be an absolutely fantastic Raw tonight. Hopefully it's going to deliver. Hopefully it's going to be a party atmosphere. Beach balls in the crowd. Bonkers moments. You know, I want to see Lyra Valkyria. I want to see Carmelo Hayes. Although I think he might be on SmackDown. Just because he sort of was used on SmackDown before. So, I don't know. Difficult one, that. Will he be on SmackDown? Will he be on Raw? I think he will be on the main roster somewhere. Bron Breakker as well. I mean, technically he's sort of been signed to SmackDown, hasn't he? So, do we start seeing him on SmackDown now? Bron Breakker. And there was lots of other rumors as well. There was a potential spoiler, which I'm not going to chuck out there, just in case it does come true. But NXT call-ups, yeah. Legends returning, or what about Sheamus? What about Alexa? What about Braun? Like, you know, there's people that could return. So what about Carmella? There's people that could come back. And I'm sure there can be some exciting matches You know, as I said, Sammy might be forced to defend his IC title, and maybe Big Bronson Reed would make sense because he's got like wins over Sammy recently. So yeah, I think we're in for something fun and hopefully very memorable. We know there won't be a cash-in, unfortunately, because we've already used that, so that's out the window. But yeah, a few things that we thought might happen are out the window, actually. Did wonder if Gunther might still be champ, and Chad might challenge Gunther on this show. And Chad might even win the IC title on this show. But obviously we can't do that because Sammy won at WrestleMania. So we can't do that. And we did wonder if maybe Ilya might get called up here, but he retained the NXT title. So it's probably unlikely that Ilya is going to get called up and be NXT champ at the same time. I mean, I suppose he could vacate the title, but why not just have him lose it to Tony? You know, if he was going to do that, why not just have him lose it to Tony? So I don't think Ilya's coming up. So there's a couple of things that we sort of have spoken about which don't feel like they're going to go that way. So we'll have to wait and see what it is we do get. Freddy Cougar said the dude wipes era. Let's go, man. Let's go. The dude wipes era. That's as good as anything I've heard so far. The dude wipes it. Do you know what's horrible about that? Is that if WWE could do it, they might sell the name to this era. They might sell the name to... This is gonna be the Snickers era because they're gonna pay a load of money for it. The Papa John's era. They could sell it. They'll sell anything. It's gonna be the flipping Prime era, innit? Oh my God. It's gonna be the flipping Prime era. Now that we've said that, they're buying anything. Oh, God. Don't give them that idea. Otherwise, they will sell the name to the era. Wayne Garland said, maybe the Funhouse returns tonight. Maybe. I can't say I'm expecting that. I think the teases that Howdy is coming is I've took as news that we're going to do something with this. So, Bray fans, just know this is on the way, right? But I don't know that that means it's on the way now. I don't know that they've had enough time to plan this and work on this. I mean, obviously, as soon as he passes away, they're going to need to have sorted the funeral. They're going to need to have, you know, mourned. I can't imagine that he passed away and Bo went, right, I'm going to do Funhouse. I mean, there's going to have been a period where the family are going to have been broken, and they're still broken. Of course they are. So, you know, you can sort of take months and months and months out of the equation there, I feel. Then it seems like they turn their attention to, or WWE turn their attention to, how do we honor Bray for WrestleMania? Do we put him in the Hall of Fame, or what do we do? And it seems like they've come up with the documentary. So they've done the documentary, and we saw how broken the family were in that documentary. And I feel like Bray is known for cryptic clues and little teases and surprises, and I think they really wanted to reflect that with something. They had to put something into the documentary. I think the documentary really benefited from having that talking point at the end, you know? That is a very Bray thing to do. But what I don't know is, have they done the work behind the scenes to get going with that story? Or is it just that it's a moment that the documentary benefited from, and it's going to be that, you know, they're doing it, he's going to do it, the decision has been made that it's coming, but it might not be coming for a while. So I can't say that that we'll get a Funhouse tonight. I can't say that we're going to get Uncle Howdy tonight. I can't say that we're going to start all of that tonight. Because, I mean, that's a lot of work, man. To have done that and worked on the documentary since Bray's passing, that's a lot of work. That's an awful lot of work. I just don't know that they've had the time. I feel like, if anything, they might have got together around WrestleMania and they might have started doing it now. So it might be later this year we actually get going with Uncle Howdy, but who knows? Perhaps they have been doing it behind the scenes. So my expectation is no. I'm not expecting a Funhouse. I'm not expecting Howdy. I'm not expecting anything like that. But let's see. Let's see. I mean, we're all just guessing, aren't we? We're all just speculating. But that's why I feel that way, because I think the documentary took a lot of work. And I think that's what they have been focused on, trying to deliver that for WrestleMania. And then I think Funhouse and Howdy and all that stuff, that's coming. That's on the way. Nedak Op Nella said, who do you think will be Cody's first feuds? My thoughts are that we will not have Rock and we will not have Roman. We are going to need them to go away because they're doing films. We're going to need the Bloodline to kind of step up in their absence. So it might be that Solo and Jimmy are the ones that step up to Cody and try and get that belt back, or try and, make him pay for what happened at WrestleMania. I think we need to do a short thing, because in a month's time, we've got a draft. And then I think the draft means that Cody will be on a brand. He won't need to work both brands. He'll just be on one brand with a whole new roster. And then we can really dig into who his feuds are going to be. But between now and then, we've got this really awkward month periods where, hopefully they've got a story planned. There's a few people thinking it might be Seth, but I'm not sure, because Seth lost to Cody 3 times the other year. If he faces Cody now, I can't see Seth beating Cody for the title. I can't see Cody losing that belt now that he's just got it, right? So Seth doesn't make any sense to me at the moment, because that surely would result in Seth losing. And how does that make any sense? So I don't think Seth. You could look at someone like AJ Styles. You could look at someone like a returning Braun. You could look at someone like a Randy Orton turning heel. You could go back to the Shinsuke feuds. You could have a look at someone like Karrion. There's heels. There's heels, and there's people that we can use. But I think that the Bloodline story probably just continues for a few weeks, gets us to the draft, and then we do the draft and we shake everything up. So that's my thoughts on it. But if you think differently, if you think that we're going to start a feud with someone else instead, and you've got a name, feel free to let us know. Wrestling Dazzling said Lashley heel turn with the Profits could be interesting. Mr. Toxic Black said, I'm disappointed Cody got to finish his story. Really? There are others that are disappointed. I saw there was a young man who was crying his eyes out because he was a Roman fan. And so he was obviously very disappointed. But you're going to get that, aren't you? I mean, in wrestling, even if you've got a heel, there's still people that will rather the heel than the baby face. Not everyone loves Cody. Not everyone loved Cena, clearly. I mean, there was always dual chance for Cena. Not everyone loves Roman. I mean, in wrestling, it's very hard to find something that all fans 100% agree on. I mean, very, very few things. Very few things. There'll be people that were pleased for Cody. There'll be people that will be down for Cody. But I think, you have to go with the majority, and the majority were definitely celebrating that moment. But if it was not for you, like it was for Mr. Toxic Black, was not feeling it, I would say that you are certainly not alone. There was others that weren't feeling it as well. James, shout out to you, said, correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't last night the first ever confrontation between Rock and Taker at WrestleMania? Probably at Mania. I mean, they never faced at Mania. And I'm trying to think if they did ever confront backstage or anything. It probably was the first time at Mania. So it was cool. There was people that were asking, like, why Taker? But I think the answer is, like, he is known as the locker room leader, yeah? We know that he is one of the biggest stars of all time. So he was around in the Attitude Era. I don't think that it was anything to do with he has an issue per se with Rock, right? I don't think it's like anything to do with an old history. I think it's more to do with the fact that Taker is a good guy and wanted Cody to finish his story, or at least be given a fair fight. So a lot of people are like, oh, why Taker? What's that about? To my knowledge, there's not really a reason other than you've just had John Cena come out. Then you've brought out The Rock. I mean, if you think about it, The Rock didn't come out first, and then we got Jimmy and Jay. We got Jimmy and Jay, then we got Solo, then we got, Cena, and we got The Rock, then we got the Shield music, right? So we sort of was growing. You get to the point where you can't just bring out, anyone. You've got to bring out something massive. And there ain't a big list of people that you can use in that moment. You can't just bring down, I don't know, Sami Zayn at that point, right? No offense to Sami Zayn, but I don't put him in the same bracket as a Rock and a John Cena, right? So I think that in that moment, you need a massive legend that's going to really pop the crowds. And so you're not dealing with a long list of names. Really, I think we were all waiting for Stone Cold's. That's who I was waiting for. But in a way, that just made the gong even more surprising. That just meant that when the gong sounded, you weren't ready for it. You weren't expecting it. Because I think we all was like, it's going to be Stone Cold's. Or I was Stone Cold was the next one I thought would come down. And then the gong. And Undertaker ticks the boxes, doesn't he? He's one of the biggest names of all time. The fans went mental for when the gong sounded. I mean, what a reaction. I mean, just the noise of when that gong hits. Amazing. But I think it was more that he's a good guy and he wanted Cody to have a fair fight. So, yeah, I think it was that. I don't think that it's like anything other than that. But no, I think you're right. I can't remember them facing before. I can't remember a confrontation or a backstage thing or anything. Certainly never faced at WrestleMania. But obviously they were both around during the same time. So there is still a history there. They have faced before. Simple999 said, I got a question for you. If you was to have a new wrestling show, who is the first individual... Hang on. What? I've got a question. If you was to have a new wrestling show, like Raw, SmackDown, who would be the first individual with previous booking would you suggest to book the show? There ain't loads of bookers around, to be honest. There ain't loads of people. I mean, if you think Tony Khan has done the booking for AEW for the longest time. We know WWE has been Triple H and Vince, and now you've got Shawn Michaels. You've got Jim Cornette out there who used to do OVW and Smoky Mountain, right? I think, didn't Jeff Jarrett used to do stuff with TNA? So I think he used to do some booking. Obviously, Eric Bischoff used to do booking. Gedo in New Japan has been had the book over there for a long time. Obviously, we know Rossi with Stardom as well. Gabe Sapolsky did the booking for Ring of Honor and Evolve. So he's a great mind. He's a great mind. So, to be perfectly honest with you, it ain't a long list, right? When you're looking at major promotions and people that are still with us, you could go back to the territory days of like Fritz von Erich, right? Or Vern Gagne, right? You could go back to the territories, but if you're just focused on the here and the now, you ain't dealing with a load of people. You ain't dealing with a long list. So if you could get anyone, then The problem with Gedo is that he books in Japan for a Japanese market. You probably are going to have a look at an American market, aren't you? A Western audience. Who are you dealing with? I mean, I'd probably see if I could get Gabe Sapolsky. Because Triple H is, like, you know, obviously not going to leave WWE. Tony Khan, I wouldn't want, right? I don't know. Did Scott D'Amore do booking? I actually don't know who does the current booking for... I don't think Scott D'Amore was the booker, was he? For the current TNA product. I actually don't know who the booker is in TNA at the moment. But I think Gabe Sapolsky is someone that has shown that he can set up new companies and have success, and I think that would be invaluable. So that would be a name that I would be looking at. Evan from Spanish Announce Table said, can we give a shout out to the Spanish Announce Table for its huge weekends? Marcelo deserves a break, and I hope he goes on holiday. So Evan from the Spanish Announce Table, shout out to you, and shout out to the Spanish Announce Table. Jeremy said, if Stone Cold came out, people wouldn't have survived. They would have just passed out. Macca said, AJ Lee return. The thing with AJ Lee is, why was she not at WrestleMania? I don't get that. I don't understand. So we easily could have had CM Punk announce the attendance for night 2. We didn't need Snoop Dogg to do it again. You know, he'd already been on commentary, so we'd already found a place for him. We easily could have had CM Punk. He could have had the thing, and I just can't read this. 7. No, I'm going to need some help. April. And then boom. Light it up. Something like this. You know, we could have done something. And then could have had her come down and just help him read the attendance, you know. You know, you're not doing it for that. You're doing it so that she gets her entrance and the crowd pop and it's a big moment, you know. But we didn't do that. And there must be a reason why we didn't do that. There was a rumor not long ago, which I think was actually debunked. I think the rumor was actually like, no, this isn't true. But the rumor was that she didn't want to come back for just one appearance. She wants to try and have a run. So she doesn't want to come back and just, you know, pop the crowd once. She wants to try and come back and have matches. There's, you know, there are opponents that she would be interested in facing. And could you imagine an AJ Lee run? The problem is she had to retire early because of injury. And I just don't know. I don't know that she is going to risk it. I don't know that she can risk it. So it's hard to know. It really is hard to know what's happening with her. Because CM Punk's given nothing away. She's given nothing away. The only thing I can say is that she looks in amazing shape at the moment. She looks in the shape of her life. And we know that she has been doing wrestling training with CM Punk. She says that it is for keeping fit and keeping in shape. That's why she does it. But they've got a wrestling ring. She still puts in the training. There's footage on Instagram of her. She looks great in the ring as well. She looks good, hitting the ropes, putting on the Black Widow. She's still got it, man. She's still got it, and she's still young. She's still surprisingly really young. Considering she's been out, like, I think she left WWE in her 20s, so she's only in her 30s now. It's not like she's 44 or anything. She's only in her 30s. Like, if anything, she's in her prime right now. I would love to see AJ Lee tonight. I would absolutely love to see AJ Lee tonight. But I just don't know. I just don't know that I can have that as an expectation. I don't know. I fear that we won't see her. But I hope at some point we do. I just don't know why she hasn't shown at WrestleMania. Unless she is about to do a run. Unless she is about to have a stretch of matches. Maggie, shout out to you. Roman's all about moving forwards. I think we can kiss goodbye to the big dog, though. I loved him too. Right, let's try and go down. Someone said, what do you think of Mommy? Rhea Ripley? hey, did you see that footage in Unseen? So I do a video each day, and I feel like I'm speaking to the converteds. I do a video each day where I gather up like all the fun social media stuff and digital interviews and all the stuff, the memes and bits that you like have tagged me in. And what I've said is that if you see anything, ideally from smaller accounts, because bigger accounts I've got like in lists, I can see what they're putting out. But like smaller accounts that are like under 50,000 followers, I might not see some of their content. So memes and bits like that, like stuff that you guys tag me in, I chuck that in Unseen, and like all the news and rumors and reaction from the superstars. Like there was a good bit in Unseen, the last Unseen, where I had a folder of just superstars reacting to Cody. A lot of it was just text. There's an amazing clip of Kathy Kelly and Dakota. Kathy and Dakota watching the moment Cody finishes the story. It's a brilliant clip. Love that clip. So I was going through all of that, but asking about what do I think about Mommy, there was a clip that was in Unseen, which is from like 20 years ago. 20 years ago. And it's Ray with, I think, just some shades on, right? I think this might have been when he was still unmasked, like maybe even WCW kind of periods. And he said, can I just give a shout out to my son, Dominic? He's 3 today. He's at home with Mommy. That's what he says in this clip from like 20 odd years ago. Can I give a shout out to my son, Dominic? He's at home with Mommy. Brilliant, isn't it? Brilliant. I love it. So fun. So I get, and a big thank you to everyone that tags me and all that kind of stuff, because when I look at it and I find it fun and interesting, I know others will find it fun and interesting. And so I think it really makes those videos, like the success helps make them the success they've become. I get so much positive feedback from the Unseens. You know, the past 2 days have been pretty full on with WrestleMania, but there was no way I was not going to do Unseens, because there's too many people that get in touch to say they really enjoy them. They were never intended to be a daily thing as well, but they've just become a daily thing. And we'll do another one after Raw as well. But I feel like there's so much stuff I need to mop up. There's probably loads of figures I've still not seen. There's probably loads of like slammy reaction that I've still not seen. There's certainly bits about WrestleMania that I've still not seen, but we've done the best we can. With the time we've had, we've done the best we can to try and keep that series going over the weekend. And I think there's been some really good stuff in them as well. Some really good stuff in them. So what do I think about Mommy? I think it's fun. I think that she is dominant. I think that she is maybe the biggest female star they've got right now. I think she's probably about to enter into a feud with Liv Morgan. And I think Liv's absence from WrestleMania was very surprising. I'm surprised that we didn't find a way of getting some people onto the card that weren't there, you know. I'm surprised we didn't do a backstage thing with Liv. I mean, when Rhea won the title, we could have had Liv confront Rhea backstage. Just something simple like, see you Monday. Something like that, do you know what I mean? Like, I know that it's not much for Liv, but it's just still a little backstage thing, which builds Raw, you know? We know that, like, Rhea is gonna, like, you know, have a confrontation with Liv. But perhaps they didn't want to do that because they wanted to keep people guessing and they wanted it to be a surprise. I don't know. I'm just surprised because we started the Andre Battle Royal and we had a women's Battle Royal, which we don't even do anymore, which is weird. But we started those Battle Royals as a way of getting superstars onto the WrestleMania card that was otherwise going to miss out. Now they just miss out. So, I mean, like, you know, it's one of those. I'm a big believer in quality over quantity. So I'm pleased that we're not putting people in matches just for the sake of it. I'm glad that we didn't shove Liv in just to get her on the card. I'm glad that we didn't just shove people in just to get them on the cards. But I am still surprised that we didn't find somewhere for some people, you know, even if it was a backstage moment. It was a very different WrestleMania, I thought. It was one that very much was moving to the future and focusing on the stories we were telling now. It was very present and future looking. Not as much looking to the past as what we've done before. Right, I think, did I just see a super chat? I did, yeah. I want to try and keep on top of these. Joy Marie said, I wonder if Stone Cold was busy in real life. That is why they requested and asked The Undertaker to be a part of that WrestleMania moment. Well, I'm a bit confused by it, to be honest, because Triple H put a message out, and he put it out at 3:16, and I know that that can be a coincidence, because I know there are coincidences in wrestling. There's a lot of theories that people have. I mean, any little look, any graphic, anything that someone thinks they've noticed, right? We know there are coincidences. You know, for example, I remember SummerSlam the other year had red and black stripes as part of the graphic, and there was people contacting me telling me that the Fiend was coming. Those are the Fiend's colors, and he's coming. And when you point out to people, it could just be like a coincidence. That could just be the color scheme we've gone with. Some people can get a bit upset that you don't sort of go along with their theories, you know? Because I think everyone wants to spot something that no one else has spotted. Everyone would love to find something that no one else has seen, you know? And be the one that found it, you know? And it's quite weird, because that was never really a thing in wrestling. You go back in wrestling history, that was never a thing. I think that got magnified thanks to White Rabbit, because White Rabbit, you did have things that had to get worked out. There were things that needed solving. There were things that needed to be solved, and someone was going to do it first. And a lot of people were trying to work them out because they wanted to be the ones that solved it first. And I think that has carried over, you know? I think that's carried over into just normal wrestling now, where, you know, you have to look in the back. Did you notice them in the background? Did you see that there? Did you notice this? Did you see this? Did you hear what such and such said? Did you see that look over here? Did you notice blah blah blah, you know? And I'm not down on that. I'm not down on that at all. But what the point I'm making is, there are a lot of coincidental things that are going to happen, right? A lot of coincidental things that are going to happen that aren't teases of something. For example, the Cena and Stone Cold trailer, you know, that was shown. Granted, we did get Cena, but we didn't get Stone Cold, right? And the other thing as well is, also in the background during that same sequence, Brock Lesnar was on a truck. And so people tagged me in that, going, does this mean Brock Lesnar's going to be at WrestleMania? Because he was also shown on a truck, you know, and just him being on that truck got people excited. But the point we made was, those trucks, the graphics for those trucks, they would have been signed off last year. They would have been signed off ages ago. And then they would have been made, and then the trucks would have been wrapped. Like, that's not a quick process. That's a process, and it takes time. So there's every chance that Brock was signed off. Yep, he can be a superstar that goes on the truck, before the whole Janelle Grant stuff even kind of came to light, you know? That could have been signed off last year. So there's a lot of that happens, an awful lot of that happens. It makes it very difficult to know what is a tease, what is an Easter egg, what is a cryptic clue, and then what is coincidental, you know? It makes it very difficult to know. So in regards to, so the point I'm making is, Triple H sent out a tweet, and he sent it out at 3:16. And there was a lot of people saying, look at the time. That's got to mean something, right? And I think there's a chance that it could have. There's a few things that could have happened. One, it could have been a complete coincidence. I don't know that Triple H was going about his day and he was like, right, it's 3:15, let's get that tweet sent, right? I don't know that he did that. It might have just been an absolute coincidence, yeah? Or it could be that he did send it at that time as a way to troll the fans and get some talk going, get some speculating going. They know that anything like that is going to land. Someone will notice and people will talk about it, right? So they thought that they could maybe get a bit of buzz going by putting it out at 316. Or he did it at that time because there was plans to use Stone Cold and for some reason it fell through. Perhaps they thought he was going to make it, but his flight got delayed, or I don't know. I really don't know. But it could be one of any of those things. But that 316 thing yesterday definitely got a lot of people talking, but it's not resulted in anything at WrestleMania, has it? So it's very interesting. It's always, I find, because I get sent all this stuff, I always find it very difficult to filter what looks to be summer and what looks to just be coincidental. As soon as I saw the Brock thing, I straight away I was like, that's a coincidence. That's just, it's so far in the background. The trucks have got to be there because we was out in where the trucks are. So, you know, you are going to have trucks around. And as soon as I saw that, I was like, no, I just don't buy it. Brock's in this lawsuit. I don't think they'll bring him back whilst this lawsuit is active. It's so far in the background. It wasn't, you really had to look for it. You really had to look for it. It wasn't as obvious as the Stone Cold and the Cena one. It was a bit more off in the distance. So I looked at that and I was like, yeah, no, not buying that one personally. The 316 one I actually bought. I'll admit I actually bought that. I was like, okay, I can go with that. Like, to do it at that specific minute on that specific day could be a coincidence and may have turned out to be a coincidence, but it was enough for me to go, I think there is something in this one. And I think we were expecting Stone Cold anyway, and it's tied back in with that truck, didn't it? So I bought that one, but no, we didn't get it in the end. So I don't know. I don't have an answer for you. I can't answer that. I don't know where he was. I don't know what was happening. But yeah, it's a weird one. It's a weird one because the truck and that tweet sort of implied that he was going to be there, and then he wasn't. So I don't know. Do I just add that to my ever-growing list of things that turned out to just be coincidences? Because I've got quite a healthy list of those. So it's I think when it comes to theories are fun, but I would say that you can never really, like, you know, use them to say that something is definitely happening, you know. I remember all the buzz around the CM Punk stuff, where, like, you know, Shinsuke did a GTS and someone mentioned, like, best in the world, and people were adamant that meant he was going to be at Survivor Series, and actually ultimately he was, but we have since found out that even he was watching these things at home going, should I be sorting my tan out? Like, am I going back to WWE? Because apparently no one had contacted him. No one had said anything. So he was watching all these teases and cryptic clues. And even he was like, am I going back to WWE? But no one had even contacted him. So I can only imagine that either those were coincidences or it was WWE or the superstars themselves just trying to create a buzz, you know? This social media world that we live in means that clicks, views, engagement, being spoken about, all of that is so important. Look at Rikishi. Rikishi has spent weeks and weeks and weeks teasing, you know, people coming in. Like, you know, he's been teasing that he's going to be involved in the Uso versus Uso match. He was teasing that Zilla Fatu might get in. You know, he's been teasing a lot of different things. Well, at the moment, nothing has shown itself. I mean, what I will say is it feels like Jacob Fatu may have signed, but certainly nothing showed itself at WrestleMania. So I think there is a lot of teasing, a lot of trolling, a lot of people just trying to get a buzz, trying to get engagement. I think there are a lot of coincidences. But then there are Easter eggs as well. There are things that get dropped in there as well. It's just really difficult to know which is which, what is what. And so really, when it comes to Unseen, I think I just try to present you with what is being spoken about, and really it's down to you to go, I believe that, I don't believe that, I think that's leading to Summer, I don't think that's leading to Summer, blah, 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 blah. So yes, Stone Cold, not sure, Joy Maurice, but I agree, perhaps like they didn't secure Stone Cold services or couldn't, and so they went with Taker instead. Right, Macarai said, do you think Liv is the one to beat Rhea? I think she has potential. I personally struggle to see it because Liv is someone that I think is solid in ring. I don't think she's necessarily spectacular. Promo wise, I think she's fine. I don't think she's spectacular. I don't know. To me, she is someone that I look at as being certainly a solid hand to have on the roster. Someone that I think has got some good support from the fans. But for me personally, I just always seem to find someone else that I would go with instead. For example, you're asking me, do I think Liv wins this off Rhea? My response to you would be, I'm not sure, because I've always felt that Raquel Rodriguez would be the one. Like Raquel Rodriguez, when we did this draft, there was really only 3 names that jumped out to me on Raw. And that was Rhea, Raquel, and Becky. And Becky was kept busy, and Raquel was sort of kept busy being in the tag division. But it felt like, to me, we would do Rhea Becky at some point, but I felt like Raquel would be the one. I felt that we were waiting for Raquel to, like, you know, get where we needed to get to, build her up, and then she would be the one. But because of her size, really, I mean, she was a good NXT champion. She has got a good promo on her. She can talk. She's comes across as a lovely person, but she's big. She's tall. She's strong. She looks the part. And as I said, she had a good run as women's champ down in NXT. So I look at Raquel Rodriguez and I think, yeah, there's someone there that could go on to beat Rhea, that could give Rhea a real challenge. But obviously she's having big health problems at the moment. You know, she's off TV right now. We know that she's got this mast cell activation syndrome, and it's something she's really battling with and struggling to control. So I just don't know what the future holds for her, the short-term future or the long-term future. I just wish her all the best. I just hope she can get back to full health, which then makes you go, well, who is the then? Who is the person that's going to get this title off Rhea? But to be honest, we've just seen an incredible reign from Roman Reigns. Who's to say that Rhea doesn't still have this title by WrestleMania next year? Maybe Liv doesn't get the belt. Perhaps she causes some trouble. Perhaps she causes problems. But ultimately, does she get the title? I just don't know. I don't know. I think you might have to just either pull the trigger and give it a go and see what happens, or you just keep going with Rhea. And I think that people will have a split opinion on that. Do you just keep going with Rhea, or do you pull the trigger and go with Liv Morgan? Don't know. For me personally, I think I'd keep going with Rhea. I think she is so over. Mommy, and she's main evented the pay-per-view in Australia. You know, she really feels like she's actually slowly working her way to being the face of the company, let alone the face of the women's division, but the face of the company. I mean, I feel like she is really, you know, we had Becky and Rhea in the ring and the crowd were chanting for Mommy. I mean, think about that. Becky, who at WrestleMania 35 was like the man and one of the most over stars, and she was just, you know, people loved her. Well, fast forward 5 years, Becky's in the ring with Mommy and the crowd are chanting for Mommy. I think that Rhea has really grabbed everyone's attention. She's cool. She's good looking. She's dominant in the ring. She's a good promo. She's really dialed into what she's doing. Obviously, she's in lots of segments because of the Judgment Day. Her relationship with Dom Dom is funny at times as well, so there's a bit of humor there. There's a lot of boxes that are being ticked by Rhea Ripley. A lot of boxes that are being ticked at the moment, so it's very hard to say we should take the title off her right now, I think. And I was not surprised to see that Becky didn't do it. I was not surprised to see Rhea retain. But is Liv the one? It's a good question. It's a good question. I don't necessarily have the answer. I can just tell you what I would do, and I would keep going with Rhea. Jose Serrano, shout out to you, my friend. I hope you're well. Hope you've had a good WrestleMania weekend. Can you believe we've already been live for like an hour and 40 odd minutes? We've only got 1 hour 15, and then we're at Raw. 1 hour 15, and then Raw after WrestleMania begins. What have they got in store for us? I need to have a look and see if there's been any announcements. I know that the first hour is commercial free. I know that. First hour is commercial free. Outside of that, I haven't seen anything. And actually, if you go to the WWE website, I think, I don't know that there's a preview for Raw, because I think they're still talking about WrestleMania and what went down at WrestleMania. So I don't think there's a preview. So I'll have to have a look at the X account and see what they're saying on there. But I'm not going to do that now. Instead, we're going to go to Jose Serrano. Jose said, I appreciate all the hard work and the hours that you put in during WrestleMania. Night 2 was definitely a memorable one, and congrats and job well done. Well, Jose, thank you, my friends. Hard work. I think that one thing that I've always been good at is that, you know, I mean, I think it's one thing when you say to people, like, I used to work in retail, and regularly I would do 10, 11-hour shifts, right? When I first started working in retail, I was at university, and I hated it. I hated it. I found it really difficult to like get settled in. I just felt like a fish out of water. It just didn't feel right. I didn't enjoy going, and I hated it. And I remember having a conversation with my dad, and I said, like, I think I'm going to drop out of uni. And he was very supportive. I mean, that's probably not the conversation that parents want to hear. Their son saying, I'm going to drop out of uni, right? I can't imagine that was a great day. But he was very supportive, and he said, look, you can do that. But if you're going to do that, the only thing I ask is that you go straight into work then. I don't want you, obviously, being unemployed and being lost and not knowing what to do. So if you're leaving uni, I would want you to go straight into a job. So I was like, okay, deal. So I dropped out of uni, and then I got a job, a Christmas job in retail, right? Because it was late into Christmas, and I was one of the last they brought in, I had to work. I had to stand out. I had to show that I was worth keeping after Christmas, because there were a few positions after Christmas, but I was starting 2 months after everyone else had started. So from the start of like my working career, like doing long days and putting in shifts and working through lunch breaks and doing what needed to be done to stand out, that has kind of been instilled in me from a very young age. And I think that has kind of played to my strength, if you will, on the channel, you know, because I'll do the hours, you know, 11-hour shift, we'll do it, you know. Starting 3 hours before Raw, we'll do it, and we'll do a review after, and we'll do an unseen video. You know, we'll do these things. So I feel like I'll hold up my end of the bargain. The only thing I need is I just need people to join us. That's it. So I say it a lot, and I know that there'll probably be a lot of people that get sick of hearing it. But I don't know that you can say it too much, but I really appreciate the support. I really appreciate people joining. I am very aware as to how competitive it is on YouTube, how many people are doing streams and videos and content. I mean, the hours of wrestling content that must get pumped out just every minute. And it's not even on YouTube, is it? I mean, you've got live stuff on Twitch and live stuff on Twitter and on Facebook and TikTok. It's everywhere. The choice that's out there is phenomenal. I mean, to be honest with you, I think and I wouldn't want to dissuade anybody, right? But honestly, starting now would be a real challenge. I think I was very fortunate to start back in 2016 when it was less crowded. But I feel like it is so crowded now. And I'd imagine it's not just wrestling. I'd imagine everything, you know, football, soccer, American football, basketball. I'd imagine every team have got like channels that follow those teams. I'd imagine that people do like watch-alongs for like all the basketball games and all this kind of stuff, you know. I would feel like everything is pretty crowded now. And probably only getting worse as time goes by. So, yeah, no, cut a long story short, I really appreciate it. And this was a big weekend for the channel. It's the biggest weekend of the year. So we had to make sure that we did everything we could. So a big thank you to everyone that joined us, that everyone that showed their support, left a like, left a subscribe, just joined us even, you know. It's without you lot, the channel goes away. It's as simple as that, you know. If I didn't have anyone to sit here and chat with, and people supporting the channel, then you know, I'd go back to retail, and I'd be fine with that. I loved my time in retail, so it wouldn't be a problem for me, because I really enjoyed my time there. But I think we do have something special here. I think we've got a great community. I think there is a load of people that really enjoy hanging out here, and I'm always open to ideas to making it even better. You know, I want it to be a place that people want to hang out. I want it to be a place that feels, you know, like a good place to come. And if we can find a way of making that even better, then I'm all ears. I'm open to it. Yeah, I want to make it as good as we possibly can. So worth taking a moment just to say that before we get stuck into more wrestling talk, because it has been greatly appreciated. So Jose, I'm glad you enjoyed it, my friend. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Right, Simple 999 said, I've got a question. Let's go. Days, what wrestling event would you go back to in time to attend? If I could go back to any wrestling events, I think I've sort of answered this. There's two that come to mind, and they're both from the same year. I wonder if I would go back to a different one, though. I think my answers would remain the same. 1993 is the first full year that I watched WWF, as it was, right? So anything before that is kind of stuff that I've had to go back and watch. I think the very first show I ever saw was Survivor Series 92, right? I think that was the very first show that I ever saw, Survivor Series 92. That in my mind, that's the first show I ever saw. So anything before that, I am really going back, you know, before I started watching. So for me, 93, I was watching it live. I was watching it all unfold. I was watching it as it was happening. And I remember like seeing Raw. And the thing was, because I was young, I didn't know that it was new. I didn't know that it had only just started, Raw. But I was watching Raw in 93. As it was like airing and everything, which is like pretty fun to think now that I was there when Raw first started, right? But I remember looking, and I've told this story before, the videotapes that I would get at car boot sales here in the UK would be WrestleManias and SummerSlams, and you know, you put that in your video player and you see these massive crowds. I mean, you look at the crowd for WrestleMania 3. You look at the crowd for WrestleMania 8. You know, you look at the big crowds that we had, even the big arenas, you know, Madison Square Garden. That's 20-odd thousand people. Yeah. So it was either in a big arena or a stadium. And you just saw they do a great job of making it look huge on TV, don't they? So even if you've only got so many people there, they still do a great job of making it look like there's loads of people. Well, I was shocked when I saw Raw. When I first saw Raw in the Manhattan Center, and it was just nowhere near the scale of what you were seeing on the pay-per-views. You know, in my mind, you could go and watch these superstars, these superheroes in many ways, You could watch them in a wrestling ring in this tiny room. I didn't understand it then, and I still don't really understand it now. Like, how the weekly shows would come from a small venue like the Manhattan Center, but yet the big pay-per-views would come from these big arenas, you know? That was strange to me. That was intriguing to me. That even from the youngest age, I was like, I want to be in that room. I want to be there. I want to be there because it feels like wherever you sat, you was going to be super close. And there was maybe a chance you could meet the wrestlers or something. When you go to like, or you see a big stadium, you see all these people, that feels like you probably don't have much chance of meeting the wrestlers, or you don't have much chance of being that close. But you see the Manhattan Center, and it's tiny. It's tiny. So even from a young age, I was like, I would love to go there. And that was, 21 years ago, because I'm only 21. So the Manhattan Center for the early Raws, I would love to go to that and to, watch a WWE show there. They don't do it anymore. They don't go there anymore. They went there for an anniversary show. I remember the Revival getting beat up by DX. I actually remember Bray facing Matt Hardy there. And they had The Undertaker cut a promo. I forget what show it was. It was like Raw 25 or something like that, But they did go back to the Manhattan Center. It's magical. That's the room I would love to be in. So for me, from a purely nostalgia point of view, I would want to go there. In regards to a pay-per-view, I would say WrestleMania 9. It's the same year. It's an awful WrestleMania, but I showed that image of that picture that lives rent-free in my head, and I wasn't making it up. There's an image of WrestleMania 9 where you see the crowds, and all around it is just empty space. It's so weird. It's such a weird picture. It really does live rent-free in my head. The fact that was a WrestleMania. It's just in the back of Caesar's Palace in Las Vegas. There was just these temporary stands, and we held a WrestleMania there. It doesn't get spoke about enough, that. Doesn't get spoke about enough. It's one of the most bonkers WrestleManias. I mean, for me, it's probably the second most bonkers WrestleMania after the pandemic. I would say 36 is the craziest. To do a WrestleMania without a crowd, that's the craziest. The second craziest is WrestleMania 9, doing it in some temporary arena round the back of Caesar's Palace in Las Vegas. And it's all toga themed and everything. I mean, it was crazy. So I think everything about that was so bonkers and fun. I would love to go to that. Do you know, I felt the same actually about, was it WCW Spring Break? What was the one where they used to put the ring in the swimming pool? That one as well. You looked at that, anything that was like different and quirky. Or do you remember, was it Hog Wild, where all the guys went and they were on their bikes? Have you ever seen that, where WCW, they had the ring and all around it weren't chairs and people watching. It was bikers that brought their bikes, and they were all sat on their bikes watching the action all the way around the ring. Like, those shows are just mental, aren't they? They're just bonkers. Those are the ones that I would be like more interested in. You see, you could say WrestleMania 3, but what are you going to see? I mean, there was 90-odd thousand there, I mean, WrestleMania 3, if I can be in the front row, if I could be green shirt guy for WrestleMania 3, let's go. But chances are you'll be right up in the heavens, and they're going to look like two tiny specks. So I think I would much rather go to a venue that was small, I tell you what else, do you remember, was it One Night Stand 2006 with Cena, Rob Van Dam? If Cena wins, we riot. That's a small venue. I'd be interested in that. A great show, great atmosphere. That would be a real cool one to be a part of as well. So for me, I think small venues is what I would be looking for that feeling of being like quite close and having like, being able to see clearly, and the atmosphere is probably quite amped up. And so, one of those. But yeah, let me know if you could go to any show. What show would you go to? WWE Hog Wild, make it happen. Would it happen nowadays? Well, I don't know about the Hog Wild one, but I would love to see Raw or SmackDown, or actually NXT, come from some different venues. I mean, every arena we go to feels the same. I just feel like we come from the same arena every week. And when you look at what WCW were doing, they were coming from Disney. There was one show that they did in was it the entrance to Magic Kingdom or something? I mean, literally, you've got the ticket where you come through the gates, and then you've got like a space before you go to like the actual park. Obviously, you go through the gates and then walk to the park bit. There was like this space. They put a ring there. So they were doing stuff at Disney. They were doing stuff with on a beach. They were doing stuff, put a ring in a swimming pool. And it was like floating on a platform. Well, not floating, but it was on a platform in a swimming pool. And there was like it's whole spring break vibe. We were doing the Hug Wild thing. I mean, we did it in a shopping centre. I mean, when Lex Luger first arrived, wasn't that the first Nitro? Was actually a ring in the Mall of America. I'll get there. Mall of America. So we put a ring there. So you've got people going up escalators and everything, and shops in the background, and people watching from the first level, peering over, watching the action. I mean, there's so much exciting stuff that you can do. The great thing with wrestling is, do you know what I mean? It's not like football where you need this massive space and you need like 20 odd people or however many people. All you need is a ring and two people. You need a ring and two people. And that's about it. I mean, maybe you might need some barricades, right? But I mean, you don't have to. You could just have a ring and two people. And that's it. And you could put a show on. So I think that, like, I don't know that, like, Raw is ever going to do that. And I don't know that SmackDown's ever going to do that, because obviously we sell tickets and we need good sized spaces. But I don't know. Is there not scope for NXT? That doesn't play to massive crowds. So, I mean, imagine if we just went around with NXT and went to some interesting locations and did, like, the odd, interesting thing. Unfortunately, the world is, run by dollar signs, and I don't, from a financial point of view, the benefit financially is probably greatly outweighed by the negative aspects financially. The amount that it would cost you to move a ring around and rent a place and sort out the travel for the wrestlers, the amount that would cost, it's not going to be worth it. It's not going to be worth it just to make the show look a little bit more interesting. The negatives will outweigh the positives. So it's very hard to justify it, isn't it? Financially, how are you going to justify doing that when you can just do a show from a warehouse week after week after week after week after week after week after week and not have to pay to move talent around and move a ring around and rent any places? So, it doesn't happen for that reason. I know why it doesn't happen. I still wish it did. I still wish we did shows at shopping malls and did shows on the beach and do you know what I mean? Like, wrestling, it can be more fun. It can be more vibrant. It can go to some interesting locations, but we just keep doing the same thing. It's quite stale, I think. So I don't know what the answer is. I don't know how you fix that or what you could do with that, but I would love to see something like that. I don't know. You could even, I don't even know if you could start a new promotion that just sort of travels around. Maybe WWE Speed could have been that, Maybe you just set up like a ring, it travels around. You film your WWE Speed matches and Speed could do that, could go around and go to some interesting places. You could go to festivals and just do speed. And speed matches are great for festivals because, like, you ain't got loads of time and people don't want to sit there and watch, like, lengthy, drawn-out matches at a festival. Most of them are off the head, right? So these quick little 3-minute things, brilliant. You know, we did do Download Festival, actually, with NXT. So we have done a festival with NXT. NXT came over to the UK, and they performed at Download Festival. So, you know, we can, if we look back, find some interesting venues that we've been to in recent years. But they are few and far between, unfortunately. I enjoyed, I don't know if you ever saw it, Beast in the East. That's when we went to Japan. We went over to Japan, and that had a very different feel to it. Because, obviously, the arena that we used, I think it was called Sumo Hall, did not feel like anything I'd seen before. So the setup for Beast in the East I thought was really fun. But again, it's money, it's budget. It's, you know, these companies understandably want to make as much as possible and spend as little as possible to, you know, maximize their profits. And, you know, going to different locations, whatever, is going to hurt that. So don't get your hopes up. We'll have to start our own promotion. We'll start our own promotion and we'll go around and do it instead. Here he is, look. Wrestle with Andy said the Giant Days head got lost at SmackDown, but I'm going to take up a... You had a backup. I'm going to take up a backup smaller size to know... You've got a backup. Why did you have a backup, mate? Hang on. So you're telling me that my head got lost in Philadelphia? God only knows where that's going to pop up then. What do you mean it got lost? Where's my... What have you done with my head? What have you done with my head? How did you lose the Giant Days heads in Philadelphia? That could pop up anywhere now. I could be on the news for doing a bank robbery because someone's used my face as a disguise. This is why it was a bad idea. This is why it was a bad idea, right? Because there could be some serious flipping repercussions now. And it's me that's going to get it, because they'll be able to identify me. Because you made it big as well. Andy, I hope you had a lovely time. I hope you're enjoying Philadelphia. And I hope that you enjoyed WrestleMania. Hogwild used to be held in Sturgis, South Dakota, at a campground concert venue called the Buffalo Chip. Never been to the Chip. The Chip. I like that as the name. Never been to the Chip. Hey, coming down to the Chip. Never been to the Chip itself, but in the area, it is beautiful. Yeah, fun, different. I don't know, though, that is... So I don't know that we would do that in this day and age. I'm not sure. Well, no, we wouldn't. I know that. We wouldn't. But... I don't know. Is this something that maybe AEW are missing out on? You know, they're trying to go into these big arenas, and we know they're struggling with their ticket sales, right? So why not? No one says that you have to go to a small, boring arena. No one's saying you have to go to these tiny arenas that are going to look rubbish, right? You could be very inventive. You could go to some places where, okay, it doesn't hold loads of people, but that ain't the talking point. The talking point is, oh my God, did you see they were on a beach? You know? And like, maybe you just get a bit of buzz and a bit of excitement that way, you know? Maybe there's a bit of food for thought there for someone like AEW. Or NXT, but I just don't see them doing it. Bembo Sports said, Days, I just turned 18 a few minutes ago. Many congratulations, my friends. You are a man now. You was just a mere child before. But now that you're 18, what can you do now you're 18? I think you can do pretty much everything in the UK, you know. I don't think there's anything you can't do. Is there anything you need to be 21 for in the UK? I don't think there is. I think you can do anything. I think you can drink. I think you can get married. I think you can do anything, mate. Smoke. Drive a car easily. Yeah, no, I really can't think of anything you can't do. You could go to the cinema now. You could go watch an 18. You could see what an 18 film is like, Bembo. Hey? You've heard about them, haven't you? You've seen the covers, and you've been like, oh, I wish I could watch that. I wish I could watch Fargo. I wish I could watch Apocalypse Now, right? Well, you can now. You can. Legally, you're allowed to. And you know that things are better when they're legal. So if you did sneakily watch anything before, it'll be even better now. Because legally, you can watch it. He says, I want to show support to you. You've helped me through many hard times. Catching up with you now. Only 3 years away. You'll soon catch me up, mate, because I've been 21 for a while, so there's a good chance we will be 21 at the same time. But yeah, no, I don't know what you're doing for you. I can't even remember what I did for my 18th. Do you know what? There was one birthday, and it might have been my 18th. It's the saddest story you're ever going to hear. It was a big birthday, and I'm fairly confident it was my 18th. So me and a couple of mates got together and was like, right, what should we do? Yeah. What are we going to do? Big night, right? Big night out. So it's like, right, let's go to the local pub. We'll start there and then we'll figure something out, right? So it's like, yeah, good idea. We'll go to the local pub. Quite a big local pub as well, right? So I can't remember what the day was, but we went down to this local pub and it was all quite quiet. Normally it's got a nice energy to it, but it was all quite quiet. And I was like, okay, well, no, it might be all right inside once we get, might be a, who knows, might be a good vibe going. We walked in, I'm not lying, we walked inside, opened up the door, right, to go into the pub. Normally there's people chatting and drinking and there's the jukebox going and, do you know what I mean, pouring the pints and music's going, there's a bit of energy in there. I mean, you could tell outside something wasn't quite right. So walked into the pub, opened the door, right, I'm not lying, it was like a sea of old people. Just an absolute sea of old people. And they were all sat down at tables, right? And they all had pennies in front of them. And they were all like moving these pennies on this table in front of them, right? And what was happening was someone had brought a projector of old horse races from like the 1970s. And the old folk were betting on what horse they thought was going to win. So there was someone with a projector and they were like, right, here we go, race number 5. And they're off. And so the projector was playing these old horse races and these old people were sat at these tables with pennies in front of them, betting on what horse they thought was going to win. Me and my mates were stood in the doorway going... Never seen this before in my life. I didn't even know this was a thing. Where have how have all these boomers met up? And why have they decided to do this on my birthday? It's meant to be my 18th. I'm not meant to spend it with old people betting on 1970s horse races. That was not in the plan, man. That was not in the plan. So, and the thing was, when you walked in the room... Like, I think, like, I don't know if it was like a club that met up once in a while or something, but you kind of got the impression like we shouldn't be here. Like, they don't want us here. They don't like us. Because we walked in and straight away they all went and looked over in our direction. But we'd already walked in the room, so we didn't feel like we could leave. So we had to go and get a drink. So we walked past all the old people as they were betting, trying not to disturb anything. We just ordered like a drink at the bar, and we just sat there at the bar having... Oh, God. Do you know, the more I think about it, it's awful, isn't it? It's awful. It's how I spent my 18th. You can tell why I don't go out. I mean, that's what's out there in the world. Who knew? Who knew that was a thing that happened? Who knew that was something that people did? So, yeah, we felt uncomfortable leaving, so we had to walk through. We went to the bar and we just sat there with a drink quietly, just sort of like not trying to disturb anything. Just having like a bit of a drink as like the old folk were betting their pennies on the race. Where should we go after here? Should we go somewhere after here? Yeah, we probably should. Okay. We'll drink up. Okay. Oh, it was awful. I can't even remember where we went after that. I mean, really, how do you recover from that? How do you recover after that? So I hope you have a better 18th than what I had. I doubt, I mean, I think you'll struggle to find something more random, in all fairness, than what I went through. But Bembo Sports, I appreciate the support, and I hope you have a better, a better day than I did. Charles said, Days, I live in Philadelphia, so I'll start looking for your heads. Thank you, Charles. I would imagine that it's probably being used to advertise, I don't know, some sort of high fashion. I would imagine there's probably a big fashion store there that's got like all the latest gear, and I'd imagine they've got it and gone, do you know what, this is perfect for our mannequin. This is exactly how we're going to bring in the young demo. You know, that 18 to 49 demo that all the wrestling companies are desperate for? I reckon that there's probably a high-end fashion store that's found my head and gone, this'll do it. So you might want to start there. Versace, Louis Vuitton, Gucci. I would look in those kinds of stores. I think you'll probably find it there. Failing that, try the bins round the back of the Wells Fargo. if it turns out my head is not in Gucci or Louis Vuitton, try the bins round the back of the Wells Fargo Center. It's probably a good chance it's in there, being eaten by rats. So it's one or the other. You know, there is no middle ground with me. It's either one or the other. I'm either dining with kings, or I'm in back alley eating pork and beans. Charles said, I just saw your head walking by. Oh my God. Oh my God. That'll probably be one of those ugly people in Philadelphia wanting to live a lie. Wanting to pretend that they're actually attractive. Ashley said, it's called a race night. They've been popular for years. I love going to... Oh, Ashley's a boomer. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Ashley was probably in the room. Ashley, are you 85? How old are you, Ashley? If you was any younger than 85, then you weren't in the room I walked into. I can tell you that. It's called a race night. They've been popular for years. I love going to them. They're usually for charity. Nah, this was just to give old people something to do. They brought their pennies. There was just a mountain of pennies in front of them all, and they were just putting them in the middle as they were like... Honestly. It probably would be fun if I knew I was going to it, and it was, do you know what, a bit more maybe young and hip, you know? And maybe we weren't playing for pennies or something, you know? I don't know. It was just not what I was looking for on my 18th. The one Mark said, WWE has posted about the side plates being changed on Damien's and Cody's belts. Very good. Did you see he hit the club? Damien was in the club with the belt. There's footage. It was in Unseen. Him in the club dancing away after WrestleMania. I don't know what club. I don't know if he went out in Philly or if it was like the after party. Apparently after WrestleMania finished, Triple H went, just go and have some effing fun. He said to people, go and have some effing fun. So there really might be some sore heads today. There really might be some superstars that have felt the effects. I mean, like, if you wrestled on the Saturday and you weren't wrestling on the Sunday and you didn't have any media obligations, you'd probably go out on the Saturday night, wouldn't you? You'd probably go out on the Saturday night. You don't really think about that, but there is a lot of partying and after-show parties and stuff. There's a lot of people like Cody that can't, because, I mean, he won late on Sunday night and late on Saturday, and he was on the Today Show, wasn't he, earlier today? And he's going to play a big part here. So, I mean, I'm sure that Cody had a drink, but I don't think he really could afford to do much more than that. So, yeah, it's that kind of party, and it'd be interesting to know what goes down at those parties. That'd be a fun question. If someone had been with WWE for a long time, maybe like, you know, Mike Chioda or someone that had been with WWE ages, you could go, is there any good after-show party stories that people don't know? Because I bet there are. I bet there's some really good after-show party stories. So, GM Haunts said you should get the old people into betting pennies on wrestling. I could do that, couldn't I? I could do that in my spare time that I don't have. I could go to pubs and put on old wrestling matches and get the old folks bet their pennies on. That could be a money earner for me. That could be a money earner. I'll just. Oh. Is there any way of playing matches that they wouldn't be able to predict the winner, so I get to win all the money? Is there any matches that have had like really crazy endings, and I'll just keep playing them and just raking up all the old folks' money? Yeah, let's go. Is there any matches where someone won and they weren't even in the match? What about Brock? Do you remember when Brock, didn't he come down and win Money in the Bank and he wasn't there at the start? I could play that. I'd be like, get your bets in. Get your bets in. So we're trying to figure out which of these gentlemen is going to win Money in the Bank. Get your bets in. Put your pennies in. This is the one to go big on, ladies and gentlemen. This is the one. And then they'll put all their money in. They're like, oh, I think it'll be that man there. I think it'll be that man there. They'll put their pennies in. And then Brock comes down during the match, wins the match, and I'll be like, it's mine now. Yes, look at this. I've won £10.82 in pennies. Do you know what? I think we've stumbled across something here. I don't need this YouTube game. I've got a new racket that I'm going to exploit. Watch out, old folk. Charles said, alert, the Days Head just got on a plane to Florida. Oh, that'll be good. I can take over the baton then. Do you know, if I go to Florida in, I think it's a week on Wednesday, it's pretty scary, isn't it? It's pretty scary when I think I've done nothing for it. Nothing. I mean, there will be some very good questions that you've probably got, like, oh, are we still doing streams? My answer would be, yes, I'm definitely still doing streams. I don't know how I'm doing them, right? Because I won't have my PC or I won't have this nice microphone, and I might have this camera, but I won't probably take this microphone, although maybe I could. But I will have to do it through my laptop, and I haven't even begun looking at that. It's not even all set up or anything, so there's a headache for me. And obviously I don't know what the Wi-Fi is going to be like over there, and I'm going to be on a different time zone and going out in the days doing toy hunts, and I haven't even begun to start looking into all of that stuff. So I purposely made sure it was after WrestleMania. So yeah, I've got all of that coming up. So yeah, the craziness won't end. I mean, we've got Raw after WrestleMania. Tomorrow we've got NXT, the fallout from Stand and Deliver. Wednesday we've got they're going to release that footage on Dynamite, right? We're obviously doing unseens all along. I'm going to have less than a week to like find clothes. I don't have I just have an endless amount of black t-shirts. I don't know that I can take them, really. I might have to do all my clothes shopping in Walmart when I get there. I'm going to be one of those people that goes and gets all of my fashion from Walmart and Target, which might not be bad. I don't know. But I normally shop high-end, to be honest. You know, no disrespect, but, you know, this is Versace. Yeah. I mean, it's not, but I'd like to make people think it is. So, yeah, I might have to go with a pretty empty suitcase and just buy everything when I get over there. You do have stuff, don't you, in America? We have clothes over here and stuff like that. I mean, I'm guessing you have those things. So, I might have to just see what I can find when I get there. Jim said, in a bar, Vince got LOD to do the Tower of Doom on him. That's true, isn't it? So, there is a story about LOD and the Hearts. So, I remember Bret Hart telling that story. He saw Legion of Doom do, I think it was the Doomsday device, and to Vince, and Vince was like, "Oh, do your finisher on me. I'll take your finisher." And so they were in a bar. Hawk and Animal were a bit like, "Oh, it's the boss," like, you know. So apparently they did it, jumped off and they did the move to Vince in this bar, and Brett tells the story that they were quite soft. They didn't, it was Vince. They didn't want to do much, and Brett thought to himself, if he asks me to do like a move on him, I'm gonna mess him up. I ain't gonna go soft on him. So Brett then, I think he does. He's like, he's feeling all macho, and so he asks, like, I think that Brett was with the Hart Foundation at the time. I think it was him and Jim the Anvil. So you're going back like late 80s, early 90s, and I don't know what move they ended up doing. I don't know what move, but apparently he absolutely walloped Vince in this bar with whatever move it was he did. Brett, no half measures with Brett. He absolutely threw it in. So yeah, Jim, it's a great story, that is. There must be more, though. There must be more stories. There must have been like loads of bad decisions that people have made when they've had a few drinks at these after. Do you know what I mean? I'd love to know some. The Horror King Mayhem said, Days, if the rumors are true, how do you debut Jacob Fatu? Does he go to NXT or straight to the main roster? I personally don't think he should be part of the Bloodline. Depends what you want to do. I mean, if I was to debut him, I would put him in the Bloodline. The reason why I would is because I think we're going to build up 2 bloodlines, or I think that's what I would do. I would have Roman and his bloodline, and I would have Rock and his bloodline. Because that's something we haven't really done. I mean, if Rock turns face, then automatically he can have Jay. Yeah? So straight away there's Rock and Jay against Jimmy and Solo and Roman. So you only need one person to deal with Solo, and that could be Jacob Fatu. So you could have Jay, Jacob, and Rock taking on Roman, Solo, and Jimmy. And that sort of bloodline war could be very, very interesting. So I think it's hard to know how you debut Jacob. I don't know if you put Jacob Fatu down in NXT for a little bit until we're ready for that, because we don't need to wait for that. I mean, you could, though. You could. He's good. He knows what he's doing in the ring. So you could just be working with him at the PC, kind of going through, this is the time cues, this is where you get your information. You could be working with him. But yeah, I think I would have a bloodline for Rock. I'd have a bloodline for Roman. I would then have them engage in warfare. And I think the final battle would probably just be Rock Roman at WrestleMania 41. That would be the final battle, if you will. But I think having him involved in that story is what I would look for. But whether he goes to NXT and does a little bit there until we're ready, or whether you just keep him in the background, it would be a decision that would need to be made. I wouldn't worry about him debuting on the main roster without people knowing who he is, because I think that you can get away with doing that, like, once in a while. Like, we did it with Braun. Like, Braun Strowman was the black sheep of the Wyatt family. No one knew who he was. We really hadn't seen him in NXT. But when he debuted, he was just a big monster of a man with a black sheep's mask on. When he took off the black sheep's mask, people didn't go, oh, it's Braun? Right? I'm sure some did, because some will have known who he was. But the majority of people were like, who's that? And it was just this monstrous mystery guy that had just arrived, So I think with Jacob, you could debut him on the main roster, and you would have loads of people going, who's that? But they would soon find out. You'd soon be able to, as soon as they know that this is, and, The Rock could even introduce him as, the family member that they fear the most. You might have Solo, but I've gone and got, a bulldozer or whatever. And like, Roman could be like, no, you haven't. No, like, Roman's reaction of being, no. And even Solo, like, what? Like, what do you mean? He's gone and got the balls up. What do you mean? And like, he's looking around and like, you know, Roman's like looking like, no, you haven't. That alone would send messages of like, who is this guy? And then when you bring him out, he looks amazing. You bring him out, he's got a good size to him. He knows how to be a monster as well. I mean, he's not tall, he's not brawn, but he's just got a bit of girth, a bit of size. And he can carry himself as a wrecking machine, you know? So you bring him out and he will play the part. I suppose in a way he's very Bronson Reed-esque. He's very Bronson Reed, big Bronson Reed, if you want a comparison. I find that Solo is on the smaller side, actually. We tried to present him as this wrecking machine, but he's just a slightly bigger Uso. He's got a bit more about him than an Uso, but I don't know that he's quite an Ivar or a Bronson Reed, but Jacob Fatu is a bit bigger. So I think, like, you know, you lay the foundations, you bring him out, people will be like, who's this guy? But they'll know that he's a problem because of Roman's reaction and whatever. So that's what I'd be thinking if I was to try and book it. But again, you know, we just don't know. He might pop up tonight. He might just come out tonight. We're only half an hour away from finding out what they've got in store. Kian said, my 3 favorite WWE moments that I would like to revisit would be watching Ambrose cash in and the 2016 Raw versus SmackDown and 2017 when Cena became a 16-time world champion. Jeremy said, Jacob Fatu has family in MLW tag team. Juicy Oos, one of the tag team members. Yeah, James told me about Juicy. I think it's James Juicy, isn't it? He's huge, isn't he? There's the one guy that's, I mean, can we find a picture of him? Because when you see him, you'll be like, oh my God. Is he called Juicy? Juicy Wrestler? Juicy Wrestler? I don't know that I wanted to search that, but I have searched for it. Juicy, he's finished as well, isn't he? Finau. I don't know much about this guy, but what I know is he looks incredible. Look at this dude. Oh my God. I love this picture. There's a picture that I... Can I find a sharper image of it, though? Oh, God. Look at this dude. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Look at this monster. Look, I feel like that's me there on the outside of the ring, just looking up at this Look at this guy. I mean, really strong, like, Samoa Joe vibes. He looks very Samoa Joe in the face, doesn't he? But, what a monster. This isn't Jacob. This is, this Juicy guy. Juicy Finau, or whatever, Finu. Hashtag new era. Wow. Do you know what? In 2020, can I show you it so that you know I'm not lying? Here, look at this. Juicy Finau. Look, new era Savage. That's what he's called. The new era Savage. And we're in a new era. This is the new era. Well, it might be the Triple H era or the Paul Levesque era. But look at that. Hashtag new era Savage. Wow. That works. That fits. Look at this guy, man. Look at this monster. I don't know how tall he is, but I mean, if we go here, look, you can see some other pictures of him. I mean, there's a picture of him up here with, is that maybe Lance Anoa'i at the top? Is that him with? Oh, who are these? The South. Look at these guys. Look at these. The South Pacific Warriors. That's Lance Anoa'i, isn't it? Lance Anoa'i with this Juicy guy. Look at the size of him there. Amazing. I mean, there are... We need to find a picture of Jacob, don't we? Because I haven't heard anything about Juicy. I haven't heard anything about him, but Jacob Jacob is the one that apparently is saying he has signed. Can we find a good picture of Jacob at all? That's Jacob. At least you know what he looks like. But he is a MLW champion, and he does know how to be a monster. He carries himself really well. Really well. There he is on the edge of the ring. So yeah, I'm very excited to see. Well, first of all, if he's coming in. I mean, word on the street is that he is. Have we got? Let me go to Fightful Select because they might have the article on it. So if we go down on Fightful Select, we should be able to find some information on Jacob. Oh hello. If you can't tell, this is a new era. The company hammered this home. Fightful reported that there is optimism within WWE that this is the first WrestleMania with truly no influence from Vince McMahon. So they're saying that spoke to someone in WWE that told me that the promotion is deliberately moving away from sports entertainment. Don't want to use it anymore. There's dirty words. Pro wrestling is no longer a dirty word. Few dirty words anymore. Vagina. One of those dirty words is Vince McMahon, though, who is not to be referenced by name. WWE has got no plans to disassociate with Stephanie, though. She visited backstage at Survivor Series. She hasn't had an official role in the company, but she has been welcomed back. Fightful said hesitation to utilize Stephanie. Those that we spoke to said they've not heard of how Stephanie has addressed the allegations against her dad. One source said the situation is complicated for Steph. They personally believe her appearance was her firmly picking a side. Wow. So someone backstage thinks that her standing with Triple H and calling this the Paul Levesque era is her picking a side. TKO sources said they are supporting Steph in this situation. Oh, God, that's interesting. That is interesting. So there's a whole little breakdown here on Fightful Selects about like coming out of WrestleMania, where what the vibe is about this post-Vince world. So that dropped about 5 hours ago. Nothing, doesn't look like there's anything massive in there though. I wanted to know about Jacob though, and that was, here we go. This is the Jacob one. Jacob tweeted a picture of his father and Haku, who is Tama Tonga's father. There was word that a pitch might have been to put him with Tama Tonga, and they may be a team in WWE. We reached out to Fatu, who wouldn't confirm it. However, he was in town and backstage at WrestleMania. Fatu is the cousin of the Usos, Solo Sikoa, Roman Reigns, with a possible WWE debut speculated by fans on the independent scene. So he was pulled from a scheduled GCW appearance on Saturday, and apparently he was going around telling people that he had signed with WWE as of last Wednesday. So, you know, this person here said he's good on so many levels. Seeing him be The Rock's tough guy would be fun. So, yeah, could they put him with Tama Tonga? Could that be a way forward? Could he be in a new bloodline? Could he be put with Roman? Could he show up tonight? I don't know. I don't know. We're going to wait and see. We're going to find out. Do you think we will get Triple H opening the show and unveiling a new title? I think Triple H opened night 1 of WrestleMania. Steph opened night 2. I didn't even know we'd have someone open night 2, to be honest. I thought Triple H opened night 1 and that might be it. Like, WrestleMania is open, right? But we got Steph, so I'm guessing that's something that we do now. We open both days by doing an announcement. Tonight, I don't know. I don't know that Triple H comes out. I mean, he might want to once again hammer home this is a new era. I mean, it seems like they are really desperate to get that message across. This is a new era. Please do not think that this is the same as what you've seen before. Like, this is new, this is different, this is fresh, it's an exciting time. They've really leaned into that. So he may come out and just hammer that home again. He absolutely may. Or we may open with Cody, you know. It may be that we get Cody coming out and kicking off the show. I don't know which way they'll go on that, to be honest. If I was a betting man, right? If I was sat with the old folk with my pennies, I would say Cody opens the show. And in regards to I can't remember what the other talking point was. Does Cody open the show, or does Triple H open the show? And I can't remember the other part of that question. I will say yes to the other part of the question, whatever it was. Yes. Right, Arborus, shout out to you, my friends. Arborus said, incredible WrestleMania. Roman Reigns has reached that icon level in 10 to 15 years. When you hear the bass note and choir sing, the crowd will pop like they did for Cena, The Rock, and Taker last night. Completely agree. He is now one of them. He is in that upper echelon. He is... I don't know that he's on the Mount Rushmore. I don't know that he's one of the four faces you would chisel as greatest WWE superstars. I don't think he is, right? I think that we are at the start of an era, right? I think that this is a start of an era. He has helped us get to this era, but I don't know that you know, he's got us here. He's helped get us here. He will always be remembered for that. But I think there will be a superstar that will define this era, and I don't know that that person is Roman Reigns. It may be Cody. It may be Roman. It may be Bron Breakker, right? It might be Trick Williams. Who knows? It might be a woman. It might be Roxanne Perez. Who knows? But I think that, or Jade or Bianca. I think that, yeah, he is in that upper echelon. I mean, the way I would put it is, if you think about those ranking lines, you know, and you've got S tier and you've got A, B, C, blah, Roman is S tier. If you do Mount Rushmore, he might not make it. If you do S tier, A tier, blah, 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 he is S tier. He's top tier. He's in that same level as Stone Cold, Rock, Cena. I mean, the guy's main evented WrestleMania 9 times. He's main evented WrestleMania 9 times. He's got, like, you know, one of the greatest title runs we've ever seen. I mean, what he did with that title run, I know people were down on the lack of title defenses, but there are some really quality title defenses in there. And every time he was on SmackDown, it felt huge, it felt significant, it felt unmissable, and it still will. If he gets announced for SmackDown on Friday, it will be exciting, and it will be unmissable, and we will want to know what he's got to say. What does Roman look like now that he doesn't have the belt? How is he going to carry himself? What's he going to say? How desperate is he going to be? Is he going to be more vengeful? Is he going to be more out of control? Is he going to be more frustrated? Is he going to snap more? How does he react to not having the belt now? So there's big questions, and, you know, we're going to work our way through the answers, aren't we? So we're going to have to see what they've got for us tonight. I'm very excited to see how we follow up that ending. I mean, wow. That ending was so huge. How do you follow it up? You know, you could have Cody come out at the start of the show, and you could have a legend like Cena or Undertaker, or I doubt Undertaker, but you could have a legend come out and basically just, you know, have a few words with Cody and let him know this is your time. This is your time. It's, you know, finishing the story. Your dad would be so proud. What if Heyman came out? Imagine that. Imagine Cody talks and Heyman comes out. That would be sick, man. That would be so good. Because you're not getting Roman, so you're not seeing Roman, so that gets saved. Because we want to see Roman, but you're getting a glimpse into how Roman is feeling, right? Heyman can tell you, give you a little glimpse as to what it's like on the island of relevancy. But not only that, Heyman obviously has got a history with Dusty and a history with Cody, and it would be very interesting. I would love to know what the wise man would say to Cody right now. What would the wise man say to Cody right now? Would he say, well done? Would he say, well done? Would he say, you deserve it? Would he say, you earned it? Or would he come with a threat that Cody has now started something that he can't finish? Like, I don't know how the wise man would carry himself. I would love to find out. I'd love to know what Paul Heyman would say to Cody right now if he was in the ring one-on-one. I'd book that. I'd have Cody come out, start the show. I'd have Heyman interrupt. Because Heyman can talk, he's amazing, and we know that they had some incredible moments last year. Just the Cody Heyman. Do you remember when Heyman got upset? Heyman started crying because Cody thanked him for helping his father. He said, like, when no one would, like, be there for my dad, you was. And, like, you could see what that meant to Heyman. So there's a history there. And I'd love to explore what Heyman would say to him now. And I'd love to know, just get a little tiny insight into what it's like inside the inner sanctity of the bloodline at the moment. Is it all panic? You know? Is it all despair? Are they already plotting on their revenge? Or is there frustration? Is there, what is it? I'd love an insight into that. So there's a few things you could do. You could have a legend come out and tell Cody, like, it's your time. You are the man. Or do you bring out Heyman? Or do you bring out the next challenger? Is it just time to go to the next challenger and we just bring out, whoever that is? Does Solo come out and interrupt? Don't know. I think the one that excites me the most would be Heyman. That would be the one that would excite me more than any other. But I completely agree with you. He is in that top tier Roman Reigns. There's no surprise about that. I would even think no real debate about that. And he will be someone that will pop up at WrestleMania in future that will get a pop like, oh my God, Roman's here. Oh my God, the tribal chief. Oh my God. You're in trouble now, Carmelo. The tribal chief is coming down. Like, he will provide moments for us in the future. But he's not done. He's just going to go away for a little bit. It would make the most sense for Roman to be mad and blame his defeat on interference and demand a rematch, said the Beach Kevin. Maka said, do you think Samantha Irvin is a better announcer than Lillian Garcia? It's tricky. I think, for me personally, yes. But I think that there is a line, and we're fine, but we are walking a little bit of a line. What I mean by that is, my favorite ring announcer is Howard Finkel, right? The Howard Finkel's number one, right? Borderline untouchable. The tone of his voice, yeah? He was born for that job. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Howard Finkel, untouchable. So for me, we would argue, we're arguing about who's second, right? We're arguing about, is it Brandy? Is it Lillian? Is it, Samantha Irvin? Like, for me, I've got a little problem, just tiny. I've got a little problem with the emotion or clip that's doing the rounds, right? Because I didn't hear her announce Cody in the moment, okay? I didn't hear her announce him as the winner because we were talking and we were focused on other stuff, so I didn't hear the announcement. But I went back and heard it, and it sounds like her voice is giving out because she's so emotional, right? But you don't know that she's emotional as you're watching the show. I don't know that she's emotional. It just comes across like her voice is giving out, right? you sort of need to know that she's emotional. I think Corey Graves on commentary says, oh, Samantha Irvin, he covers for her, basically. He says she's emotional, and I think the commentary team, like, we all are, you know? So they kind of let the viewers at home know she's not doing a bad job, right? It might not sound like what you would expect it to sound. She's not doing a bad job. She's emotional right now, right? But I think, like, for me, I would want the ring announcer to really, with gusto, announce him as the world champ. And she does. She gives it a good go, but she is emotional, right? It's not until you see the video of her doing it that you get, like, a better perspective, a better understanding. I mean, she is sat there and she's all, like, crying and she's all upset and all this kind of stuff. And she's really involved in it as a fan, right? But it does affect her job. It does affect what she's there to do. She can't do what she's meant to do because she's so invested. So it's one of those where loads of people will look at it and go, no, it's brilliant. I'm pleased she's invested. I'm pleased she's a fan. She's communicating what we're all feeling. I suppose my point is I don't need her to do that. I don't need her to communicate what I'm feeling. I know what I'm feeling. I know what I'm feeling. I know what you was feeling. And I don't need her to communicate that. She is getting invested because she's invested and she is a fan. And I think really you run the risk. I think that was fine, right? But you run the risk of her like getting, like, having bad calls. You run the risk of her distracting from moments because she's not cool in the way that you would expect it to be called. I mean, if she's got upset about Cody, she'll probably get upset about other things. And so some people will say it adds to the moment, but then other people will say, well, she's not doing the job. The job in that moment is to, with gusto, announce, ladies and gentlemen, the new undisputed. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's the job. That's what she's there to do. With gusto, announce this is the winner and make that announcement. So it sounds like I'm being really down on her, and I'm not. I'm saying it was fine. I'm just saying that there is a line, and I do worry that, like, we're kind of doing some stuff that we've not done before. You know, there's been emotional moments before, but the ring announcer has still been able to call it. Yeah, we haven't really had examples where the ring, you know, Howard Finkel weren't breaking down in tears. He was still able to call the moment because that's the job. That's the job. So I kind of feel like you can forgive her for that, and a lot of people feel warmth towards her because, you know, she was reflecting what we were feeling. And again, I have to stress, I don't have a problem with it. I'm just saying that, will it become a problem if this keeps happening? Because at what point is she not doing the job that she's meant to be doing, you know? So just food for thought. That's all I'm going to say. But, you know, is she a better announcer than Lillian Garcia? Well, I can't remember Lillian Garcia doing that either, to be honest. I could be wrong. Someone could find an example, but I can't think of one where she struggled to make the call, you know? So maybe it's just a sign of the times, you know? Maybe times are just changing a bit, you know? Back in the day, you used to have announcers that called it as it was, referees that called it as it was. I mean, we see Aubrey Edwards now, don't we? Aubrey Edwards has done stuff that referees don't do. You know, we've got all this sort of stuff going on. All of that, you know? And that divides opinion. So I feel like, you know, times are changing and people are looking for, you know, different things. I'm old school, though. I'm so used to, you know, the ring announcer being, ladies and gentlemen, you know, professional and calling it as it is. Rather than getting so invested. But I think for that moment with Cody, it was an emotional moment. It was a massive moment. It was an emotional, it was emotional. So it's one of them, innit? I mean, I'm not down on it. I sound down on it, but the more I'm saying I'm not down on it, the more I sound down on it. I'm trapped in this endless loop. So I don't know. If I was to pick out of Lillian Garcia or Samantha Irvin, I would take Samantha Irvin. So I think that's my answer. If I had to pick between Lillian Garcia and Samantha Irvin, I would take Samantha Irvin. But there would just be that slight concern. I don't mind the entry. I like the entry. The Chelsea Green. I like that. I don't mind that. It's fine. Ludwig Kaiser. I think they're good. I wouldn't mind her expanding those out, actually. So change is fine, because that's something we've not done before, and I think it's better. So I would do more of those. But yeah, the emotional thing, I was like, I get it. It was emotional. She knows these people. She's invested. She used to be a fan. And that's, that is maybe a little bit of a problem. Got fine this time, but I don't know. That might be something that becomes an issue. So there we go. That was a long answer, wasn't it? Right, let's go down. Days, I've got a theory. What if Roman goes away and comes back as a babyface, but remains tribal chief type character, but isn't a bad guy? He's still with Paul. Rock remains heel. Thoughts? So you would turn Rock, you'd keep Rock heel, you would turn Roman face. You can do that. That's fine. I don't have a big issue with it. The only thing I'd say is I would do the other thing, and I did say that earlier, right? I would do the other thing because I would have Roman stay heel, and I would have Rock turn face. And the reason for that is because The Rock is so cool. He's so electrifying. He's so charismatic. It is very difficult to not support The Rock. I mean, even during this period, there's been plenty of Rock fans, right? Rock has overshadowed everything because he is so good at what he does. He is so charismatic. It's very hard for him to be a heel and to have a face go up against him and make that face be the person that the crowd support. Now, with Cody, it worked because people love Cody, but also he won the Rumble and people felt like something that was his had been ripped away from him, right? So there's a way of doing it. You just have to make the babyface seem like they're being cheated, make it seem like they're being really wronged. And the fans will probably side with the babyface then because they can sympathize with that. They don't like people pushing their weight around. So if The Rock was going to push around the fact that he's on the TKO board, there's things that you can do. I just think that it will be easier to have him as a face because he is The Rock, he is cool, he is charismatic, he can still cut his promos, and I think that Roman has worked better as a heel. Roman as a face didn't really work. It wasn't quite right. It's only when he got that little bit of attitude that it really clicked. And I think they've found something that works for Roman. And I would just be nervous of moving too far away from it. So I get that he can still be tribal chief. I get that you can still have Paul Heyman. I get that you can still present him largely as he is with the music and all of that kind of stuff. Just have him smile a bit more and interact with the crowd a bit more and be more pleasant. Like, I get that you can just tweak it a little bit. But it feels to me like I would have The Rock be the face. I would have Roman stay as the heel. I think The Rock does a lot of good charity work on social media. I mean, he's singing to kids, like, you're welcome. Like Kids for Make-A-Wish. He sang to a kid at WWE World that asked if he'd be his best friend. So he got him up on stage and he was singing to him, the dude got his tattoo with The Rock's name on, and so on social media The Rock was like, your daughter, I'm going to pay for you to come to WrestleMania. I do find it's not a problem, but like on social media The Rock will come out with these scathing promos talking about Cody, talking about like Mama Rhodes and getting her tears and all this stuff. And then the next post is, right, I've got a kid here who would love for me to sing Moana, so we're just going to do that now. Or here's my new line, Papa Tui. come on down. You can get it from Target, guys. I'll be at this store. You'll be able to meet me. You know, you've got all these lovely posts, real positive sort of lovely things. Oh, it's lovely meeting you. I love that tattoo. I'm going to pay for you and your daughter to come to WrestleMania. You know, or guys, don't forget the new football thing starting now, the new football league thing. So you've got all these positive, and then dropped in there is like Mama Rhodes. It just feels like it would be cleaner if The Rock was the face, Roman stayed as the heel, and we kind of built the feud up that way. But honestly, I mean, you could make it work the other way. You could make it work the other way. But it's just not the direction I would go. Right. Let's go. Let's get ready because it is time for Monday Night Raw. We started 3 hours ago. 3 hours ago. And we've had a good conversation about... lots of different things, but the time for talking is pretty much done. Now it's time to find out how are they going to follow up that absolutely epic WrestleMania. What do we do? How do we open the show? First hour, apparently commercial free. First hour commercial free. Favor, shout out to you. LS Dub, shout out to you. JD, shout out to you. Zoe Killer, hello. Maggie, hello. Wisp, hello. PS3 Legend, hello. As we start with Triple H. Oh, I would have lost my pennies. So, Triple H opening the show. We were debating, would it be Triple H? Would it be Cody? I said, I think they'll go Cody. Although Triple H may want to bang the drum for the new era. He's a mark for himself, isn't he? He loves it. I bet Liv Morgan would love TV, as much TV time as Triple H has had over this weekend. The Triple H era. Michael Cole is desperate to get that Triple H era over, isn't he? Love the setup for this, by the way. Triple H is going to introduce Cody. Those new graphics of fight, the then, now, forever together, does look good, doesn't it? Triple H looking out. Brilliant. Look at that shot. Just people dripping from the rafters. Triple H said that they're looking to use smaller entrances where possible so they can get in as many people as possible. They want as many people in these arenas as possible. So Triple H is in the ring and he's looking all around the arena. Look at some of these aerial shots. You play it. It's all about people absolutely buzzing off WrestleMania 40. Cody Crybaby celebration has arrived, said Favor. I hope Cody gets the new winged eagle. I think... I'm not going to say anything. Okay, I keep being wrong. Will it open with Triple H? Nah, I think they'll start with Cody. My feeling is, Cody said that he wants to try and get the winged eagle, which sort of suggests they haven't got it sorted. He's not saying, I think I've got something you guys are going to like. He's not teasing that they've got a new belt. He's sort of saying, like, I'll see if I can get sorted, you know. So I'm thinking no. But you watch, they'll have one now. US 45, shout out to you. Crowds here about to blow. Ready for days to start the show. Yeah, this is pretty much our community. Hey, look, Trinidad flag guy is in the front row. Where was he? Where was the spiritual leader? Thank you, Hunter Chant. I never saw Trinidad flag guy. Wow, he's going to really love that, isn't he? He's going to really love that. Thank you, Hunter. That's got to be a pretty damn good feeling, isn't it? I mean, that. I came out here to thank you. Oh, man, what a great start. Thank you, Hunter Chance. Thank you, Hunter. That's a great moment. That loud thank you, Hunter chant. So, Triple H said, I can now really tell you that was the greatest WrestleMania of all time. It was the biggest WrestleMania ever. Carl, shout out to you, buds. Shall we ask that question? What do you think? Do you think it was the best ever WrestleMania? On Saturday night, the privilege of welcoming everybody. Now, I have. He said, I've got the privilege to welcome you to Monday Night Raw. I said, welcome to a new time. Welcome to a new era. Right now. I wanna... Here we go. Please welcome the brand new, undisputed WWE champion. That's what he's just said. Undisputed WWE champion. Is that going to be what it's called going forward? The undisputed WWE championship. Please welcome the undisputed WWE champion. What does the graphic say? Cody making his way out. He's got the belt over his shoulder. It's got the undisputed... Oh, what? That says undisputed WWE Universal Champion. Oh my God, what's the belt called? How can we not even know what the belt's called? And the other day it was Undisputed Universal Heavyweight Championship. And then he's just said Undisputed WWE Championship. The graphic says Undisputed Universal. Oh my God. Just call the thing the WWE Championship, and can we all get on the same page? I am going to write a very angry letter. I am fuming. So he's making his way down to the ring then. Cody Rhodes. Oh, hello, little too sweet there. It's the Enigma tie. It's a belt that can be anything you want it to be. Ooh. They've said they want to just make it the WWE Championship, which they absolutely should. It might just take a little while to get, like, the graphics team and get everyone on the same commentary and everybody on the same page, you know? If I was Triple H, I'd be like, everyone, marketing department, commentators, WWE Universe, fans, everyone listening, people in the back. This is the WWE Championship now. Can we all make sure that it's referred to that way? Thank you. That's all. I'm just going to use this moment to get us all on the same page. So, Cody is in the ring. He says thank you to Triple... What if Triple H smacks him in the face now? Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Let's go. So, look at that. Cody holds up the belt. Triple H holds up Cody's other arm. It's a celebration as Cody Rhodes is in the ring. Where can I watch? It's not on Watch Wrestling, said Jay. Well, in the UK, it's on TNT Sports. It is a party atmosphere. Crowd are holding up American Nightmare signs. Cody, Cody, Cody. Okay, Triple H is still in the ring, you know. You deserve it, Chan. You deserve it, Chan. You deserve it. Loud, you deserve it, Chan. The crowd is a Raw after WrestleMania crowds. Before I leave, I just wanted to say congratulations. You do deserve it. Congratulations for bringing to an end. He calls it the greatest WrestleMania. Over 20,000 in there. The largest gates. What does that mean? I've had bigger crowds than that. Does he mean for Raw? Okay. We made something special. Can you share it? So they made something for Cody, and Triple H said, I ain't just going to show Cody. I'm going to show everyone. Oh, hello. We've had to put up some monitors for people. Okay, so a video has been made. So apparently they made this just for Cody, you know, for lols. Maybe they did. But it's a video package. It's that's a great moment. Him into the Rumble. Coming for you, Roman Reigns. I'm coming for you. And then The Rock was like, don't think so. Hold my beer. Off to the side you go, mate. It's a montage. It's a montage, just like Rocky. That's what she said. Said Cody's going to cry. Oh, yeah, he probably will. JD said he's going to show him some gates. I don't really get that. The largest gate here tonight. He didn't say in Raw. He said in WWE history. It must, I think he means Raw. He must mean just Raw. I mean, I'm sure I saw more people at WrestleMania yesterday than here tonight. And I'm pretty sure that made more money as well. He must mean in Raw history. We should be thanking Roman, says Wisp. What a great champion. And what he did for the company and the fans should appreciate, says Wisp. Who's Roman? Who's Roman? Is that a new wrestler? Seeing Cody. This gift is a compilation video of stuff we've already seen, said Alchemounts. Yeah, it's a rubbish gift. Take it back, get a refund. Boring. Should have gone and got, like, Kendrick Lamar and Sexy Reds and Ice Spice to, like, send in some messages. That would have been cool. Don't need to see this. I lived it. That's what I'd be thinking. I'd be like, I don't need to see this. I lived it. This is a little cringe, says ChatGPT. This is the new era. This is the cringe era. The cringe era. Ah! No, it's lovely. It's lovely. We're just all bitter, you know. We're bitter virgins. That's what we are. We're bitter virgin wrestling fans. If we actually had hearts, we'd love this. Redemption said it's cringe for sure. Welcome to the Paul Levesque special cringe era. That's landing in it. Right. Oh, and Dusty holding up the belt. And then there's Cody holding up the belt. He is crying. Oh, there we go. That's our champion. Cody, Cody, Cody. I mean, he should cry in all fairness because he did achieve his life goal, you know? If I had a life goal and I achieved it, I'd probably cry as well. But I don't. I lack ambition. What can I say? Triple H saying something else to Cody. Blame Dariah said a happy Triple H makes me nervous. Yeah, I know, yeah, I agree. Imagine if Triple H ends up screwing Cody, just like Vince did in '97 with Brett. It would be good if we were planting the seeds now that these two are super close and they're super great friends because we're going to build to a screw job. Oh, that would be good. That would be good. Let's do that. Book it. Cody puts the belt in the ring. He's on his knees. And he gives the belt a kiss. It's all a bit sexy, isn't it? So Triple H leaves. So. Raw after WrestleMania. What do you want to talk about? Oh, and he's that's nice though, isn't it? He says it, and as he says it, Cody, Cody, Cody. What do you want to talk about? What do you want to... I think we don't need to do anything really. You finish your story, have the day off. That's all I think. Have the day off, mate. Go and enjoy yourself. We'll tell some other stories. Oh, he's going to talk about the Samantha thing. He's going to say that she was unprofessional. He goes over to Samantha. I'm sure you know what I'm going to ask. Yeah, can you do it properly? Can you do it properly this time? Yeah. So Samantha. She said undisputed WWE champion, you know. It's only the graphic that said Universal. She's just announced him as undisputed WWE champion. God, imagine her trying to announce Ricochet as the new undisputed WWE. She'd be on the floor. It would just be noises. Right. Here we go. Where are we going? His dream became a reality. You and I. Cody says he's heard that they're 39 feet above sea level, but right now we're all standing on the top of the mountain. Tribal Chief gets a mention. He should just be WWE champion. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Gel Lazarus. I think he will be. I think he will be. But they might keep undisputed. Maybe they think it sounds bigger. So he's talking about Roman. He says acknowledge. I certainly acknowledge. Perhaps he's the most important superstar of our generation. Thank you, Roman chants. Thank you, Roman. God, we're thanking everyone. Thank you, Cody. Thank you, Hunter. Thank you, Roman. I was the man that was destined to defeat him. Thank you. Lots of acknowledging in the chat. Look at this. What is your why? Why are you doing this? I'd like to show you one of my whys. What's... Oh, is that his daughter? Is that Liberty? Is her name Liberty? She said, Popper, finish the story. I wanted to know that when Papa goes to work, he doesn't just go to work, he goes to work in the main event. He's fighting as champion. Okay, it's interesting. I've always stood in the line, but now the line is for me. My name is Cody Rhodes. Once undesirable, became undeniable. And now undisputed. He said Universal. Oh, I can't cope. He said Universal. Oh my God, it's a mess. It's a mess. The Rock. The Rock. The Rock's here. Boom. Wow. Let's go. Let's go. The Rock is coming out. He's got the real belt. Rock Cody confirmed. Final boss. Final boss. Final boss just stepped out. Oh my God, this is good. He's got the People's Championship over his shoulder. That's the undisputed Universal People's Championship. Are we wasting commercial-free hour on Cody? It seems that way. The WWE Dude Wipes Prime Energy and Wingtop Champion. Don't give him ideas, JJ, because if they can get sponsors' names on anything, they'll do it. We were joking earlier that they'll probably sell the naming rights to this era. So, here is The Rock making his way down to the ring. This is going to be fascinating. What is The Rock going to say here? What is The Rock going to say? Everything he says actually might feel like people will read into it like, oh, is that a dig? I would imagine after this, people will be like, do you reckon that was a dig at Roman? I wonder if there'll be like little, not Easter eggs, but ooh, what do you think he meant by that? What do you think he meant by this? He's made his way down to the ring, and we're going to see what The Rock has got to say. So he holds up that championship. The People's Championship. He walks past Cody. He goes over to the other side. Rock is going to order him to fight, and when. All right, that's true. He is on the board, isn't he? Awesome Stark said R-Truth to come out and cash in, thinking he won Money in the Bank. Did you see him at the Slammers and he thought he was at the Academy Awards? Did you see the little red carpet he brought as well? He brought like a doormat that was like a red carpet. He put it down and he stood on that. And he was like, I'm coming to you from the red carpet. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, he's in the ring. He's getting a microphone. Rocky chants. I think they're Rocky chant. There is a final boss sign in the crowd as well. Crowd booing as well as the Rock circles. Little Cody looks great in the suit as well. He always looks great. But it's a great looking suit. I'd love to see these two go at it. I don't feel like these two have sorted their differences. Undertaker chant. Undertaker chant. Oh. Undertaker chant. That's great. Undertaker chant. Okay, so stand in. Few boos. Boos. Crowd plays hard. Yeah, that was a great chant. That was a great chant. The final boss, the Croc, just went to the bathroom and you should smell what the Rock is cooking, said Curtis. Rocky sucks. Rocky sucks. Rocky sucks. They were chanting for him just. I feel like this crowd just want to chant things. Goes to talk and the crowd start booing. So Rock lifts up the microphone and the crowd start booing. And again, smile on the face of the Rock. Again, he tries to talk, but they boo all over him. Boo. He looks out at the crowd. Crowd are booing away. Shut the... Yeah, man. This ain't a normal crowd. This is a shut the F up chant. Only I'm censoring it and they're not. How on earth is Days Gave there? Here we go. Now The Rock says, loud boos. Loud boos. The Rock is a lot of things, but sucks isn't one of them. Philadelphia disagrees. Philadelphia disagrees. I wonder if this does affect sales of Papa Tui. A-hole chant! A-hole chant! A-hole chant! Listen, he's the one that's been cussing. This is his fault. Again, he goes to talk again. Already half an hour gone. Already half an hour gone. This is like Roman after Mania 33. Your face was in the... Oh, is that Wrestle with Andy again? It's not the big face. He lost that. Yeah, that's our friend Wrestle with Andy in our community. Oh. He came out to deliver flowers. Philadelphia broke another records of the biggest gathering of trailer park trash. So they broke another record of the biggest gathering of trailer park trash. He's really going off with them now. He's got them all kinds of fired up. He's got them all kinds of fired up. He's got them right where he wants them. He's got them all. Honestly, I feel like if he just keeps doing what he's doing, we'll have a riot. This is the closest we've come to a riot in a while. Shut the F up, chant. I don't know how the network are going to feel about this. Cody holds up the championship. There's a big cheer. It's like Cody chant. Roman holds up the People's Championship. That does not get a great reaction. Goes over the other side. He holds up the People's Championship again. It's a lovely belt. It's a PG Rock. Rock again, looking out at the crowd. This segment is so going to overrun. Just you and The Rock. I just want to give you your flowers. Cody Rhodes. You did it. Cody Rhodes, you did it. You did it. You finished your story. And you beat Roman Reigns in the middle of that ring. So he's giving the flowers. He's giving the flowers. Think of everything you had to overcome. The Rock even made a belt. Even put a special name on that belt. Mama Rhodes. Mama Rhodes. Do you reckon he's beating her up and she's just lying in the rain outside? Oh, that'd be sick, wouldn't it? All this time of him playing with the crowd and she's been struggling in the back. Cody's been distracted. That would be dark. That would be dark. Too dark. Cody champ. USA used to have silk stocking on after Raw, blood and foul language. Cody looks just like his mother, says J-Lo. The American Dream was my hero. Cody trying to hold it together. My dad and your dad were good friends. I love that. I don't know if my dad was proud of me after everything I did to you, but I thought to myself, I don't care. You did it. You got a brand new belt. Look at that thing. It's beautiful. Look at that thing. It's beautiful. Where's this going? Lovely side plates. This belt means a lot to The Rock. This isn't a fake belt. Is there any way The Rock can hold that title? Cody's like, what? What do you mean? Is there any way The Rock can hold that title? Yeah. WWE World, buy a ticket. I'm sure you can get a photo with Cody and let her hold the belt. Probably about $300. He's got the money. I've never held that one. He's never held that. Why didn't he ask Roman? It would have been easy for him to have got it when Roman had it. Roman, can I just hold the title for a sec? You want to hold this one? I do. You can hold it for a moment. As long as I can hold yours. Okay, you hold mine, I'll hold yours. It's a bit weird, isn't it? What's this? They're going to hold each other's belts. Okay. Well, that went better than Becky and Charlotte. Do you remember that fiasco? If The Rock runs off with that belt now, it's fine. We'll just redesign the one that Cody's got, and it's a better belt. This is awkward. This is awkward. This is awkward. I love the "this is awkward" chant. We should let them know at all times how we feel. Not just boos and cheers. If something seems awkward, we'll let them know this is awkward. now they've swapped them belt. They've given them back again now. That was pointless. That was pointless. Well, he could have done that in the back, couldn't he? I've got to go away for a little while now, says The Rock. I've got to go away for a little while. It is true. The Rock doesn't want to leave either. Na 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 na. Hey hey hey. Goodbye. Na 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 na. See you later, mate. See you later, buds. Na 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 na. Blame Dariah said, what if Cody's story is Triple H's story of his arrival to the top of the company? There's always subtext to consider, said Blame Darius. Oof. That's a thinker. The Rock will come back for you. The Rock will come back for you. Cody said, I'm looking forward to it. You beat Roman Reigns. Right in the ring. However, but 24 hours before that, The Rock beat you. So The Rock beat you 24 hours before that. Your story with Roman is over. But our story has just begun. Brilliant. 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 Your story with Roman Reigns is over, but our story has just begun. Cody, 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 Cody. I believe it because you're the boss. Cody. I'm the champion. Cody says, I'm the champion. I'm their champion. Yeah, they seem on board with that. And boss. That means I'm your champion. I'm your champion. Cody chants. Crowd deserve a better segment. I like that line. Your story with Roman is over, but your story with me has just begun. You are their champion. You are the world's champion. You are my champion. You are my champion. Oh. One last thing. Oh, what's this? What's this sting gonna be? Something to give you? No fireworks. Oh, in his pocket. What is it? I've got something to give you. Oh, what's it gonna be? It's gonna be his mum's thumb. You don't even need to open your hand to know what this is. Don't you ever break my heart again? Don't you ever break my heart again? Well, it's going to be a whole... It's just like the other week. What did he whisper? What did he say? Now it's like, what did he give him? Did he give him the ring back? Do you think The Rock proposed to Cody and Cody turned him down? And so The Rock's just giving him the ring back? Don't you ever break my heart again? What would it be? That's the most awkward segment of all time, said Pook. It's felt like anime. There's Judgment Day. Well, that was 45 minutes of Raw. There's Awesome Truth. Awesome Truth. Well, listen, that is going to have got a good number, I'd imagine. There's Sami Zayn, the new Intercontinental Champion. 45 minutes of Cody is kind of crazy, said Skyby. The truth will have set you three. No, I wonder what it is. Raw is off to a great start, says Jojo. How was that segment? I thought it was captivating, engaging. I think it's a weird segment because you didn't get anything massive from it, but in a way you sort of did get some answers. I mean, I love that line of your story with Roman is over, your story with me is just beginning. I'm going away for a bit now. Love that. Love the energy of the crowds. I love the fact that we know, I mean, look, pencil it in, Cody versus Rock SummerSlam. Pencil it in. And you can't be down on that. I mean, look, the build for WrestleMania, people said, felt like it was Cody Rock, not Cody Roman. Well, if we are doing Cody Rock, we can turn all that up. So I think the build for SummerSlam, if that is where this match is going to take place, is going to be amazing, right? It's going to be amazing. It's going to be like WrestleMania season. Monster main events. I mean, you've really got something to look forward to there. Obviously, we don't know when we're getting the match. It might not be SummerSlam, but that would be where I'd be looking. So I feel like I got that from it. I feel like we got the energy of the crowd from it. We got some really fun chants out of it. We really established Triple H's relationship with Cody, which could be important further down the line, you know? We know that Triple H and Cody are rock solid. It's kind of, you know, really close. And we sort of know that The Rock, you know, he's not saying that Cody cheated or anything like this. He's just saying, is that Ilya? Ilya Dragunov? Why is the NXT champ here? Oh my god. Oh my god. Why is Ilya here? Are we doing Ilya versus Shinsuke? There will be a number of surprises. This is sick. This is sick. Oh my god, this is what we want. Well, so yeah, we were trying to break down that first segment, but forget that. Forget that. We've got the NXT champion, Ilya Dragunov. Oh, man. Oh, and he's taking on Shinsuke. Oh, my God. This is going to bang. This is going to bang. Oh, big kick to the head. Ilya goes down. There's no half measures from Ilya. Ilya just everything. He gives everything. He gives too much. But NXT chant, loud NXT chant. Ilya Dragunov, this is brilliant, said Joe. Let's go. Wasn't expecting that. Worth the wait, said Tuckgraph. Dragunov, let's go. So a number of surprises, according to Michael Cole. I mean, we've already had The Rock. Now we've got Ilya. This is going to be a good first hour. Even though I agree, the swapping of the belts was awkward. And the crowd made that very clear. And I don't know what that thing was, but we'll find that out with time. We'll find out what that was with time. Might even be revealed at the end of this show. But here's Ilya. He grabs Shinsuke and hits a German, but he keeps a hold of Shinsuke. Ilya on his feet, looking for another German, Great work so far by Ilya Dragunov. Do you think Roman will return anytime soon? Well, word was that he's taken some time off as well, so I don't know if he'll do what The Rock just did. Maybe he shows up on Friday, has a word with Cody, and then goes away after that. We might get a repeat of what we just saw, only I'd expect a different message. I don't know that Roman believes that the story is over with Cody. His dad's watch, maybe, said Hollywood Guy. Don't know. He got given that. He got given that last night, didn't he? It wasn't the exact one. Don't know. Kick coming in. Oh, look at that. Lovely. Slide in German. Day's reports are he's signed with AEW, but what if The Rock handed Cody MJF's ring, said Derek. What, the AEW... What is it? The diamond ring? Can't see it. I mean, I can't see MJF being, you know, word is he signed with AEW, say. But then to use like an AEW prize, it's a prize you win in a match, isn't it? So I like the thought. I get the thought, but I don't think it would be that. Kick to the back of the head there by Shinsuke. Ilya is down. 1, 2. Shoulder up by Ilya. It's a big opportunity, this, for Ilya. I mean, we're really getting a look. What does it look like having Ilya on Raw? How do the crowd react to him? So Ilya back up on his feet, and he grabs Shinsuke, throws in a knee. Oh, beautiful chop there by Ilya. Goes over, big back body drop. Ilya goes over, trying to get back up to his feet. Knee strike there by Shinsuke. Shinsuke backs up. Ilya with a big boot. Big boot by Ilya. Ilya looking for a power bomb, and he gets it. H-bomb, boom, connects. H-bomb lands from Ilya. Ah, the Mad Dragon. Back in the corner. Here we go. He charges over, collides into Shinsuke. Shinsuke goes down. Ilya, 1, 2, 3. Ilya wins. Ilya Dragunov has just beaten Shinsuke Nakamura on Raw. Mates. No, Wheelia. Wheelia. Right, let's go and get... let's end that... what's this? Oh, that's the poll. Was WrestleMania 40 the biggest of all time? So, right, let's get match score. Not all champions retain their titles. Get it, Ilya. Ilya win. That's a shock, man. I thought he would come up and he would lose to Shinsuke, you know, in a battling effort. But he didn't. He flipping lost. Oh, hello. We've got a little message from Drew here. So we've got a little video package, and it's all to do with Drew beating Seth. So it's all what went down. Anna said Cody wanted a new TV, and all he got was a poxy montage. That was weird, them having to wheel TVs out so that the crowd could kind of... How could they even see the TVs? I don't know. I don't know if there was maybe a monitor that they could have a look at the top or whatever, but... Yeah, very good. He wanted a TV and all he got was a poxy montage. Kappa said it was great. I love that segment. It was amazing. I think there's like a split opinion, to be honest, on that opening segment. I think like there wasn't really anything drastic in there, but we know what the future holds for Cody, and it's exciting. I kind of feel like you can do some stuff with Cody that's maybe not very exciting right now because they've told you that the feud with Rock is coming, as long as Cody keeps the belt. And I'd imagine that he will. Hey, look, World Heavyweight Championship #1 contenders match. We got a fatal 4-way #1 contenders match. There's Damien, there's Rhea, there's Judgment Day. We've got Judgment Day. They're going to be making their way to the ring. And I think we're going to our first commercial break. We're just looking at Stand and Deliver. Right, Jessica, shout out to you. Wow, really appreciate the support, my friends. Jessica, shout out to you. Jessica says, thank you for the WrestleMania weekend live stream. It was so much fun. The community here is so awesome. They are pretty cool. Not all of them, not James, but a lot of them are pretty cool. What next for Seth? Thoughts? Well, community, what do you think is next for Seth? I think he's just had a long title reign. I wouldn't be surprised if he just took a little time off just to have a recharge, just to have a breather. We know that he's been struggling with his... I think when... You remember when he was in that feud with Shinsuke and Shinsuke said, I know your secret. I know about your back. I think he genuinely does have injuries that he's been carrying. And I think he genuinely has got through to WrestleMania. So there is an outside chance that he has to take some time off. I don't know that he said he requires surgery. But if he has that surgery, like it's, you know, a long recovery. I don't know that he's going to do that. Because I don't know that he's going to want to miss loads of time. But maybe he'll just take a little bit of time off, let his body heal up. Because he has worked hard, man. I mean, he has been a workhorse champion. So there might be a bit of time. I think that he could go into a little feud. I was thinking someone like Big Bronson Reed. Because I think Bronson Reed is very credible. He needs to have a good feud with someone. And that feud with Seth would make sense. Don't know who would win the feud. I think maybe Seth would get the better of it, but, you know, it might be that they both win a match and Bronson Reed causes some big problems, but maybe Seth just gets the win in the end. But a good feud with lots of promos and, you know, twists and turns could be of benefit to Big Bronson Reed, and it would keep Seth away from the World Heavyweight Championship. The other thing I would say is that when we get to SummerSlam, Seth needs a good opponent, I really would do Cody Rock, Seth versus Roman. I would do that. I think if you look at, Roman could blame Seth for losing his title because Seth was in the ring as a distraction, dressed in Shield attire. And without Seth, there is an argument that Roman may have gone on to retain. So when Roman comes back, his first thought might not be, I want to get my belt back. It might be, I want to get back at Seth Rollins. So Roman versus Seth at SummerSlam. Rock versus Cody, and they planted the seeds for that, clearly. Don't know SummerSlam, but clearly we're getting that match at some point. But between now and then, either Seth takes some time off or we get something like Big Bronson Reed. But that's just, guesswork, of course. But Jessica, really, really appreciate the support, and I'm really pleased that you enjoy hanging out with the community. We're trying to find ways to making it even more engaging. I think we're pretty good at getting match what people think about the matches and all that kind of stuff. So I think that's been a good addition this year. But we're always looking to level up. So I'm always open to more ideas. But Jessica, shout out to you. Really appreciate it, buds. George said, WWE tweeted, breaking news as revealed by Michael Cole on Raw after Mania, the draft returns this month. That's weird because it was broken by Triple H on a show, wasn't it? He mentioned on one of the shows. I don't know if it was Impulsive or something, but he'd already mentioned that the draft was coming in about a month's time. So, yeah. Either way, they've mentioned it again. And we know that draft is on the way, and I'm sure that's going to change the landscape once again. There's a lot of landscape changing at the moment, and that'll change the landscape once again. Timothy said, just tuned in. What did The Rock and Cody? Don't know. They've not said. So we don't know. He handed it over and he said, don't break my heart again. So I don't know. When did he break his heart last time? Was it when he beat Roman? Is that when he broke his heart? We don't quite know when he last broke his heart. Maybe it was a bad date. Who knows? But yeah, no, we don't know. It's not been revealed. I think that is the mystery that kind of keeps you around for the episodes. There'll probably be a backstage interview with Cody that may reveal it. Or they might make a bigger deal out of it than that. Right, Judgment Day are in the ring. So, Finn Balor, Dominic, and JD in the ring. They're about to introduce the new World Heavyweight Champion. Crowd are booing Dominic. It's loud. Crowd are loud. Are they gonna? I think he's trying to bring out Mommy first. So Rhea Ripley gets her intro. Rhea Ripley is making her way to the ring. She feels like a massive star, doesn't she? I mean, she has for a long time, but this year in particular, I feel like she's leveled up. I think that main event at Elimination Chamber really helped. Like her and Nia closing a premium live event, And she's been on like loads of interviews and the face. So Michael Cole said Cody Rhodes might be the face of this new generation, but there's no denying Rhea Ripley is also a superstar. So Rhea making her way down with her long hair. Cleveland Brown said The Rock might get boozed, but he hasn't got that dirty Dom heat. That's true. That is true. So she's still got her hand in like a cast. Rhea steps into the ring. JD gives her a hug. Finn gives her a hug. Oh, Dirty Dom. Did you see Rhea go over to Dirty? She was like, that was shimmy over. Oh, it's all a little bit sexy. I know sexy when I see it. It was that. It was there for a moment. I didn't even watch that Chamber main event, said Scottish Nightmare. Well, I mean, it was okay. I can't say it was an amazing match. It was okay, but I think, like, for her to be in that spot and to close the show and have, like, the crowd go crazy for her, because obviously she's Australian, and we were in Australia. It was a big deal. Oh, hello. There's a couple of problems we need to deal with. But Mommy is always on top. This is a new era for the Judgment Day. Could we make any changes in the Judgment Day? Could we kick Finn Balor out? Finn could go after the mid-card title, I suppose, though. Sammy's got it. We could do a Sammy, Finn. You know, you've got Damian as the world champion. You've got Rhea as the women's champion. You could have Finn try and go after the mid-card belt. Here is the new world heavyweight champion, Damian Priest. He looks great in that suit. He looks great in that suit, doesn't he? Look at that. Red suits. All rise. No one should be kicked. Let a faction reign without tension for a while, said Kappa Owens. Finn is a bad hype man. New theme. Yeah, I think it is a new theme. I don't know it. William, shout out to you, said Days. Roman returns at SummerSlam and causes The Rock to lose against Cody and your new People's Champ, Cody Rhodes. Do you think the People's Championship could be on the line? It's got a big bull on it, though, innit? That's a bit of a problem. So, there we go. We've got... Judgment Day, all embrace him. I do like the idea of the People's Championship being defended. Rock would be livid if he lost that belt. If we keep building up how much that belt means to him, he'd be livid if he lost that belt. Clink, they're doing a bit of a clinky clinky. You deserve it, Chance. You deserve it from the crowds. He looks so good in that red suit. He looks so good. He looks like, look at all the rest of them in black and he's in red. Goes without saying. We always rise to the occasion. All rise for the Judgment Day, and the crowd do. R-Truth! Oh, mate, R-Truth. No, no. We're not doing this again. I'm here to celebrate all of us. Full circle. Our group. I think we should talk about bringing my partner, The Miz, in. So, R-Truth is seemingly back, or at least he believes is back in the Judgment Day. That was fun, though. All rise for the Judgment Day. They held up their titles, and then R-Truth just bumps in between them out of nowhere. Holding up. I don't want to be in Judgment Day, says The Miz. And I know that you don't want to be in Judgment Day. Miz grabs R-Truth, pulls him out of Judgment Day. Yes. Crowd are chanting, yes, he is. So, The Miz holds up his belt. I think it's funny that the Awesome Truth are going to have the shortest tag team reign. Are they going to put them on the line now? Put those tag team championships on the line right here. We can't. Three. Little Jimmy. It's got to be little. Are you talking about little Jimmy? Is it... We could do 6-man. Oh. The guy you can't see. John Cena? No. No. Cena chant. A 6-man tag match. And a guy we can't see. Come on. They said you're on. I want to see our partner. You will. Oh, they jump R-Truth just as he was about to introduce. Oh, this is so good. This is so good. So, I love how they've played into, is it little Jimmy you're talking about? Miz, R-Truth, thrown out the ring. I feel like they've teased it, and I feel like they've teased it too much. It's got to be. Surely. It's got to be. Anything else would be like, yeah, it's got to be Cena, said K-Dub. Yeah, it's got to be. Even the crowd were going, Cena, Cena, Cena. Man, that's enough of a tease to keep people during this commercial break, surely. Cena, let's go. It's gotta be Kane. Oh, I so want to see R-Truth and Johnson. That's his childhood hero, man. That's R-Truth's childhood hero. Stay Curious said, Days, do you think The Rock will get jumped in Philly? I don't think he's going to stick around. I think he's off, mate. I'm guessing he's done what he needs to do now. He said that he's done and he's got to go away, so he's probably jumped in a car and he's out of there. I mean, I don't know that it would be wise for him to stick around after calling them all trailer park trash. He don't give no flips, does he? So, I think, I love how he worked the crowds. You know, the slowly raising the microphone so that they boo. He was encouraging it, of course. But then that meant that, you know, he built it. And when he went off on them, like, oh, God, they were really worked up. He really got them worked up. But he came across so well on TV. I mean, that first segment, I know we keep going back to it. I think it did serve a purpose. And I think there was some stuff that was in there. I don't feel like I wasted my time watching it. It kind of moved the story on. I think what it maybe lacked for a few people is that big OMG moment, you know? But I think they've basically told you we're getting Cody Rock, which is pretty exciting, to be honest. Pretty exciting. A match that I definitely hoped that we would get. But we just don't know when we're going to get it, that's all. Right, EST said an Uncle Howdy tease on Twitter. With what? But if it's, oh, okay. Let me have a look at my notifications, and I'll see if there's anything on there. Maybe a Bo Dallas thing. So okay. Alistair McGeorge said, very interesting. Before Raw, maybe a Bo Dallas Uncle Howdy tease. Very reminiscent of early White Rabbit. So what is it? So it's a song. Does anyone know what the song is? Has anyone Spotified what the song is? Yeah, that is interesting. People saying Uncle Howdy. Yeah. Okay. I can vibe with that. Do we know what the song's called? Interesting. Interesting. Jake, thank you. The EST, thank you. Shall I? I'll do it. Unless no one else has done it. Someone will have done it. Let's go to Shazam. It's not a track that I recognise. But then I listen to gangster rap. So, and this isn't gangster rap. Right, 2-on-3 handicap match is what we've got. Oh, it's struggling. Oh, look. This is tough. No results. No result. How does it not know what it is? It's just Shazam it. I did. It said no result. It's a piano, like dung, dung, and it's got like this female voice singing over the top. It's very, like, easy listening, you know? It's not the gangster rap I usually listen. It's not the drill music that I'm so addicted to. I'm going to see. I'm going to go again. I'm going to try it again. See if it'll pick it up. Doesn't know it. Can't find it. Look, just keep saying this is tough. No results. That's a bit rubbish, isn't it? It's no rabbit. Right, Judgment Day taking on Awesome Truth. I need to get rid of this poll. It sounds similar to the voice of White Rabbit. How do you know what drill is? Mate, I invented it. Thanks. Right, let's end this. This is the poll for the Shinsuke Ilya match. Let's end that. Okay, tag being made. In comes The Miz. So, good 47, great 31, bad 6, and all-time 13. So, that first match, good 94%. Big boot there by The Miz. He goes in between the legs of Dirty Dom. Judgment Day versus Awesome Truth. Boom. Double DDT there by The Miz. He goes for the pin on Dirty Dom. Daze, are you ready to call Cody a heel for telling The Rock he's your champion like Liv did? I mean, Cody turned heel when he needed Cena to help him win last night, but still, hang on, let's unpack this. Heel for telling The Rock he's your champion. Well, he proved my point, didn't he? I said I didn't like Liv saying I'm your women's champion because it came across as like a heelish thing to say. And he did that to The Rock to wind The Rock up. So he did exactly to The Rock the point I was making. You know, just so you know, Rock, I'm your champion. He did that to wind up The Rock, yes. Just as when Liv did it to me, it wound me up. So he proved my point. Let me read the rest of it. Cody turned heel when he needed Cena to help him. Dude. He'd just been Samoan spiked by Solo Sikoa. Yeah. And didn't Jimmy super kick him as well? So if we're going to tally up the things that the Bloodline did to Cody, right, that drastically outweighs the 1 AA that Roman suffered, right? So let's not make out that he turned heel or anything like this. He clearly did not. And you're only doing it because you're bitter. You're a Roman crybaby. That's what you are. A Roman crybaby. And what's the last bit? Help him win. Oh, that was it. How does it feel to write 4 sentences, or 4 sentences in total, and all of it is gibberish? All of it is nonsense. How does that feel, Austin? How does that feel? Huh? Shots fired. Shots fired. Roman is a heel. He gets away with it. Yeah, but Cody didn't ask John Cena to come down and hit that AA, did he? Cena did it to try and level the playing field because Cody was being outnumbered. So Cena came down to try and level the playing fields. It's funny you mention it, though, all joking aside, because I did see people making that point. I did see people saying that that was a heel thing to do. But saying that, there's a lot of Roman fans that were very disappointed that he had lost the title. So they were kind of clutching at straws, I thought. You're better than that, Austin. You're better than that. Anna said a strange tease was played to the crowd during the ad break. Erase Your Minder sent it to you. Could be Howdy or Alexa. Thank you, Anna. I can't work out what the song is because I don't know it. Because, as we said, I only know gangster drill music. But, and Shazam won't work it out. So, don't know. But yeah, it seems very reminiscent of when we were playing White Rabbit. I've tagged you in the song. Okay, let's have a look. Let's have a look. Do we know? It's called Nightbird, is it? This was the song. Nightbird. It's a lovely piece, you know. It's a sentimental journey. Oh, you did well to find that. So it's called Nightbird. Nightbird. Yeah, I like that. Weird music. There's lots of different angles of this piece being played. Well, it's certainly a talking point. People don't know what to make of it. What was on the screen? Was the screen just flickering, was it? Looks like the screen just flickered. I don't know that anything was displayed. I'm just looking at the screen. Okay, Miz is being attacked. R-Truth is being attacked. Are we going to get the third person? Judgment Day posing away. Miz down. Here he is. Here he is. John Cena's music hits. It is John Cena to the rescue. John Cena comes down. He chucks the t-shirt out. Oh, I wondered what he was doing, but he's waiting for the tag. The tag's made by The Miz. Cena's in against the ropes. Here we go. JD goes down. He's going to pick him up. Boom! Plants him down, looking for a... Oh, hello. R-Truth has come in. Oh, is R-Truth and Cena going to do 5 knuckle shuffles together? Boom. Here we go. We've got Miz, Cena, R-Truth standing over Judgment Day. I think we're going to have a trio. Yeah, they're all doing You Can't See Me against the ropes. Boom. 5 knuckle shuffles into AAs. Miz, Cena, R-Truth. Boom. 1, 2, 3. And it's a win. It's a win for the Awesome Truth and John Cena. Yeah, look, John Cena. Oh. Look at that. R-Truth. Holding up the arms of his childhood hero. That was cool. That was fun, wasn't it? What year is this, said K-Dub. Right, let's go over here. Let's get a... I don't know how you score that. How are you going to score that? Match score. What are your thoughts when Cody and The Rock switched belts? I'm not quite understanding why they did that. I think it was just to kind of show that that is a belt that's... It's a belt that The Rock quite fancies having. But Cody didn't trust that The Rock wouldn't give it back, so he took the People's Championship as, you know, for safety. Because he knows that he likes that People's Championship, so The Rock's not going to run away with the belt or anything. So I think it was, for me, I just read it that they were planting a seed that The Rock quite fancies having that bout. How does it look on me? Kind of looks... Yeah, I could get used to this kind of a thing. Okay. As the People Championship back. I mean, I don't think it was necessary, to be honest. I don't think it was a necessary moment. The crowd were chanting, "This is awkward," and I sort of agree. Did the crowd chant that was awkward when they were about to exchange the belts? I think they did it when they had exchanged it. Is Big Bronson. This has been fun. We've had the Rock. We've had Elia. Oh, did you get a flicker? I just got a flicker on screen, but it might have just been a problem. See, it's got me looking at all that now. Ugh. The screen. Yes. Screen flickered. Yeah, I had a screen flicker. The screen glitched behind Bronson Reed. Me too. Screen flicker. Thoughts. The Rock handed Cody a box of matches. He set the bus on fire. He said breaking his heart for taking WrestleMania 40 main event and said, "Can you smell what The Rock is cooking?" Oh, I love that theory. CJ, I love that theory. That's great. There was not a picture. Do you know what? There was not a picture of the bus that had been burnt. So I'm not saying that it didn't happen, because it very well could have happened. But equally, they could have planted a seed for a story that's coming. Oh, I think you've nailed it. I think you've absolutely nailed that. I'm actually going to write down, CJ, that you've nailed that. Imagine if he tried to burn the bus down because he was so angry at being replaced in the main event. That is... do you know what? I'll go as far as to say, if that's not what they've done, that's what they should have done. I love that. That's brilliant. That's a good theory, said Brony. The TV didn't flicker. WWE is about to shut the show because Roman isn't on, said Austin. The screen glitched behind Bronson Reed. Well, it looks like it's happening. It looks like it's happening. Looks like the Matt Hardy has said karma is real. See if we can see the Bronson Reed thing. There was a message / glitch during Bronson Reed's promo. Is this a message? Wouldn't say that's a message. I would say it's a glitch. Did it say hello in the corner? Did it say hello in the corner? Or is that... What's that? Why does it say hello in the corner? Hello? Is that you, Uncle Howdy? Hello? You alright, mate? I don't know if that is what I'm thinking it could be. What else we got? I searched for... There's Bronson. Big meaty Bronson. Future champion. Uncle Howdy. What we got? Where are we? Where are you? Let's be having you. No one else is really talking about it. That picture's very interesting, but I need to go back. I can't go back though, it's flipping live. Bronson Reed. Wait, what? Did my feed glitch? Or did WWE glitch? Camera static on Bronson Reed. Yeah, but it might be more than that. It might have had the word hello on it. It might be Lionel Richie that's trying to get through. Hello. What if it's Adele? What if it's Adele? What if it's not Uncle Howdy, but it's flipping Adele? Should we ask people and see if they know? Why does it say hello in the corner? Someone will probably go, because that's the channel it's on, you douche. I'll be like, okay. I knew that, actually. Hello, we're backstage with Rhea. God, I've got to keep an eye out for now. Is there any puppets? Is there any puppets? Is there any old boomers knocking around? Oh, hello, Liv. Liv chucks a chair at Rhea. Now we've got Liv and Rhea going at it backstage. Big boot there by Liv. My God, Liv is battering Mommy. Mommy's getting battered. Get out of here. I love how Dominic said, get out of here, and the cameraman just sort of ran off. The cameraman's gone, all right then. And off we've gone into the arena. And we've gone to ringsides. Well, Indy Hartwell is in the ring. What are your thoughts on Damien becoming world champion? Well, I think it's a bit strange. Is this Roxanne? Now we've got Roxanne. Oh my God. Oh my God. We brought back Raw after WrestleMania. So Indy Hartwell is going to be taking on Roxanne Perez. Mate, there's no time to stop. There is no time to stop. Roxanne Perez. I thought it was going to be Maxine. That camera transition. This is out of control. It's awesome, isn't it? This is what we wanted. This is what we dreamed. How long have we... we're past halfway. Oh my God. We might have to do halftime scores. 43... 37... 16... 2. So, did people class that as great? They did? Wow. Great 59%. Right. They've got to make NXT just as important as the other shows. Right, Indy Hartwell in the corner with Roxanne Perez. Down goes Roxanne. Against the ropes goes Indy. Elbow drop. Roxanne moves out the way. Great talent, Roxanne. Throwing in some shots. You never deserved my title. Roxanne comes over. Indy tries to pick up Roxanne. Oof. Lovely Russian leg sweep. 1, 2. I love the trash talking of Roxanne to the ref. She's like, are you serious? You never deserved my title. Again, another kick coming in. She is very aggressive. I love what Roxanne's doing. Love what Roxanne's doing. Kick coming in there by Indy. Howdy is another word for hello. That's a good call. Oh. Reckon there'll be like lots of different greetings going forwards. Bonjour. That's all I know, to be honest. Hello, howdy, and bonjour. Mitchell said, it's the new era. WWE brings back Vengeance Day. AJ Styles beats Cody and Priest on the same night. Boom. Back elbow by Roxanne. You want AJ to be champ, do you, buds? Candice getting involved. When you get a chance, listen to the lyric. But thank you. Pop rocks 2, 3, and it's a win for Roxanne. It's a win for Roxanne. So she wins it with pop rocks. We need to go back and do a. We need to do a poll. Let's get a poll up for that match. Match score. Candice is small. Oh, hello. Just looking at WrestleMania and the press coverage that it received. Did you like the Hall of Fame? Watch, did you like? I like the Hall of Fame, yeah. Well, Heyman was the best, wasn't he? But I loved Bull Nakano's. They were all good, actually. Thunderbolt Patterson was... you didn't know what we was watching. I was watching Thunderbolt Patterson and I was like, at what point will someone like come on stage and say, we need to wrap this up now? You know, I wonder, how do you control that? You know, it's been a problem before when, I think, wasn't it Ric Flair? Triple H had to go on stage during Ric Flair's and whisper in his ear, like, we need to wrap this up. Because they do get lost in the moment. They get lost in the, this is my big induction, and they just talk and share stories, and, you know, they sort of lose track of themselves. So it's always interesting seeing how they control that. There is the new IC champ. There's Jey Uso. I'm proud of you. I was watching, said Sammy. So Sammy is back there with Jey. Yeets. Yeets. So Sammy and Jey backstage. Someone call out Mr. T. I think it was Kane. Geordie said, I'm watching on the network. Took it back to Bronson. It definitely does say hello. You're watching on the network, are you? Why are you doing that? What country is that, buds? What did you make of my ring? I think you've shown it before. Have you not? I'm sure you've shown it us before. Aries said, be sneaky. Triple H goes on stage to shake hands and whispers in the guy's ear during the handshake. BB Yipsy said, my favorite speech from the WWE Hall of Fame was Bobby Heenan. Yeah. When he said, just one thing missing, I wish Gorilla was here, which kind of broke my heart. Maggie said, when Punk was fun, we all have fun. Chad asking Sammy for his favor. Yeah, that would be good. I'd like to see that match. Would you like to see them bring back SmackDown versus Raw? How would that show itself? If it's just like competing for ratings and whatever, then, you know, in two separate teams and whatever, wouldn't mind. The problem I've got though with that, you know, the whole SmackDown versus Raw thing, is it doesn't quite work because we watch both. I don't ever root for a side, you know, like I don't care because I watch Raw and SmackDown. So that for me was always the problem. That was the problem with like Survivor Series when you did Raw versus SmackDown. Like, who are you meant to root for? I watch both. They're both WWE. I watch both. I just end up rooting for the wrestler that I would rather win. But how is that any different to any other show? You know, I watched the main event of WrestleMania. I wanted Cody to win. You know, I watched Bayley EO. I was rooting for Bayley. So for me, Raw versus SmackDown doesn't really work because, I'm not Team Raw. I don't know that I've ever met anyone that's like Team Raw or Team SmackDown. That like, you know, this is my brand. I'm gonna fight to the death for it. Don't we all just watch both? I mean, the ratings would say we don't. You know, SmackDown gets like 2.2, Raw gets 1.7. So there is a healthy amount of people that only seeming to watch SmackDown. But I don't know. I don't really get it. I don't really understand. I don't. Doesn't really work. It's not really the same, is it, as like say WWE versus AEW? Like that's very tribal, and there's lots of passionate opinions on that, but you don't see like people. You don't see Raw stands and SmackDown stands and whatever. So don't know. It's a weird one because part of me is like I kind of like the GMs being at each other. I like to watch the GMs kind of not getting along, and I don't mind like a Team Raw versus Team SmackDown match at Survivor Series, but beyond that, don't know. I enjoy both shows, so it doesn't really work for me. So I think I'm saying no. I'm like, nah, I'm quite happy with what we're doing at the moment. But I think it is quite exciting if you make big changes like that, you know? If you sort of change the landscape. You know, it's always exciting when you're like, we're going to bring in a GM. You know, we're going to bring in like commissioners and a GM, and this is a whole new era. Then you're like, oh man, changes are happening. This is quite exciting. So I can understand why people would like to see it, but for me, the end result is I just don't care who wins. Right, we're backstage with Roxanne. Here is Natalya. You'll see me tomorrow on my show. There we go. Right, Sami Zayn. So Natalya says to Roxanne, I'll see you tomorrow night. Here is Sami Zayn. This has been a brilliant show. It really has been great. We have had surprises. This has been, you know, Cena, Rock, a couple of NXT people, which I don't know that they're call-ups, but we've had them. And we've still got an hour and 10 minutes to go. It's been really fun. Did you see the mystery hello text in the Bronson segment? I did, yes. Jeremy said NXT should be future threats to main roster. It's not about the NXT titles, but the real prizes in WWE. Longest stories ever built in. Did you see Cena said he's filming till Christmas, and then after he's going to tell Hollywood to hit the brakes and let him have one more big run in WWE. So is. So thoughts and the 17 chance. Maybe he does get 17, you know? I'm sure WWE would like that moment, in all fairness. I'm sure that that's a very marketable moment. I think 17 could be on the cards, yeah. Could be on the cards. Right, here is Sammy then. Sammy's in the ring. So, Sammy, I need to change this. It still says Judgment Day from about 2 years ago. Right, this could be an interesting segment. This could be a really interesting segment. Because where do we go from here? What's he going to say? Is Chad going to come out? Sammy, 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 Sammy. You deserve it is the chance. You deserve it. Crowd are chanting, you deserve it. I can't tell you how much that means to me. I've done some pretty historic things. He says, I wanted to do something historic, and I think that I did. WWE have declared that Ilya Dragunov is eligible for the 2024 WWE Draft. Even though he's the NXT champion. $666 days. So he says Gunther is the best IC champion of all time. But I beat him. I beat him. Crowd chanting, you deserve a mid-card title. Ignore that, ignore that. They should chant, you deserve it, but you also deserve a little better as well. I'd love a long chant that you have to really pay attention to. So, he said, there's times I didn't believe in myself, and you helped me with that. New WrestleMania match. Bring on the live WWE stream, said BBFC. Who's gonna come out? Is someone coming out? Who is this? Is this Imperium? Imperium! Here's Imperium. I feel like tag match. Sammy and Chad versus these two, maybe. 666 doesn't always mean what you think it might mean, said Dort Knight. How long will Cody be champ for? Who will he lose it to? Well, I think he'll get all the way to SummerSlam where he faces The Rock. I think he gets past The Rock, but honestly, The Rock might get that title, mightn't he? He could get the belt off Cody. That'll build up even more heat on The Rock. So is Ludwig challenging for the title? You look just like all these peasants in Philadelphia. Your new Intercontinental Champion looks like a bum. Rock should squash Cody in 7 seconds, said Brony. Mitchell said, I don't care if Cody loses it tonight. I'm just happy we got that moment as fans. We're here to make this right. So we're here to make this right. Come on, Chad. Okay, so Imperium on the edge of the ring. Shoosh. Here's Chad. So Chad comes running down. Shoosh. They're shooshing. It does sound like they're booing. But they're shooshing. Thank you! So, well, commercial break. I'm thinking that there's a match that's coming up there. I'm thinking that we're building towards a tag match. Right, so Imperium have made their way down. Chad's in the ring. Sammy is in the ring. And we are heading towards the final hour. Jake said, I've tagged you in some lyrics from the song. Darwin said, I've sent you a picture on your X. It looks scary. Okay. Let's have a look then, shall we? So Jake has tagged me in some... Let's have a look. There's a lot of chatter around this Nightbird thing. Definitely feels like that's going to need to be a video as we pull all of this stuff together. Here's some lyrics, look. The nightbird calls and shadows creep into my mind, into my sleep. I do not know if I shall rise or open up these weary eyes. The withered trees, how they creak and they moan. Beneath the moon, how the demons groan. They come to me and pull me down, down into the swamp without a sound. Happy birthday! Why are you crying? God, couldn't you have just put Merry Christmas? Did you have to write all that? Sorry, I got carried away. You know me. When I get flowing with my lyrics. God, Merry Christmas, have a lovely day would have done. So, there we go. Very powerful. Very powerful. What else was there another one? Is this it? Howdy is an informal way of saying hello. Hello. If this is not Adele, I am going to be absolutely livid. I'm going to be absolutely livid. Did I get to it? Hello. What the hell's this? Why is he meeting Bornacano? Are those her side plates? Oh, that's nice. Bornacano side plates. Darwin, I don't know if you did tag me. Oh, I'm guessing you did, but I can't see. Look at this. My whole feed is just people tagging me in like howdy stuff. You'd think that I've searched Uncle Howdy on Twitter. I haven't. I haven't searched Uncle Howdy. It's just my feed from the past 29 minutes. Here we go. Look, Nando. Thank you. Thanks, mate. Feeling like it needs to be a bit bigger, actually. It's a bit small, isn't it? What she says. Elia, eligible. Here's the song. The draft is coming. There's Nightbird. Nightbird. Very interesting. Look at this. It's all anyone cares about, isn't it? That and maybe the odd little draft. Look at this. Mental. Elia as well. There's that. There's that. What did The Rock just give Cody Rhodes? Another one. Another one. Breaking the draft. The draft. Another one. So, I think we know what people are interested in. I have received the message of what people are interested in. They're not too fussed about Cena being on the show or what Rock was doing too much. They're very interested in the in that tease. You already liked it. My name is Del, but oh well, I can't decode things like that, can I, Delwyn? So, Delwyn, shout out to you. William said, I found a wrestling promo. We need this back. Okay. Whoa, the Bushwhackers and Andre the Giant. I will have to go back to that one day. We are back to the action. It does give me flashbacks to White Rabbit. Yes. It's not Howdy, it's Bo, said WWE fan. Sheamus is coming back. See, oh, I've missed that now. Okay, so Sheamus is coming back. Did they say when? So, Sheamus, this really is not a Raw that you can take your eyes off. Sheamus returning. And it is a tag match. It is Imperium against Sammy and Chad. There we go. Sheamus returning. Mark Firefly, shout out to you, man. Mark Firefly was so... I mean, like, to say generous is an understatement. I hope you had a really great weekend, dude. I hope you really enjoyed WrestleMania. Mark says, Days, everyone, I just want to say I hope you all enjoyed WrestleMania, and I hope you're enjoying Raw tonight. I won't be here for a while. Are you The Rock? Are you The Rock? Are you joining our streams and secretly you're The Rock? Drop in big donations and now all of a sudden you're not going to be around for a while. How do you feel about Papa Tui? Do you rate it? Do you like it? How do you feel about the film Moana? How do you feel about the film Tough Fairy? Is that your favourite film? I won't be here for a while. Had a family loose, so I'm going to take some time off. Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that you're going through some hard times, my friend. But, yeah, you know, whenever you're back around, we will be here, but we will be here. You go deal with what you need to go deal with. But we'll be here if when you're ready to return, but... And, yeah, I loved it. I enjoyed WrestleMania. I've loved tonight's Raw. I mean, wow, we've been spoiled. This has been one of those great Raw after WrestleManias. It's probably just missing the big, true OMG moment, you know, the iconic OMG moment. Like, if we were to get one of those in the final hour, this would be brilliant. I mean, this would be one of the all-time greats. I'm thinking, like, you know, the cash-in moment, the Paige stepping up to AJ Lee moment, you know? I don't know that we're going to get anything like that, but this is, honestly, without even having to go back and look, this is easily the best Raw after WrestleMania since at least 2019, and I'd have to double check what happened then, because it might be even further back than that. To have NXT talent and to have some really fun moments all dotted throughout. It's one of those where you just can't take your eyes off it, to be honest. I'm trying to, like, you know, look into other little bits and bobs and have conversations and throw some theories around, but you just can't really afford to take your eyes off the show, because when I did, I missed that Sheamus was coming. And I still don't know when he's coming, actually. So, Mark, shout out to you, buds. Shout out to you. Carry the love of the community with you, my friend. I would search... Oh, I can search Sheamus. I'll search Sheamus. Sheamus video package. Sheamus is coming back. So it doesn't look like there was any date or anything. It just says that he's returning, so... I love this picture from Ken. That would look great next to the one that It's Bryn Again had of me. That is the Sheamus version of the It's Bryn Again picture of me. I've tagged you in something huge on Twitter, says Ronnie. Okay, well, I'm going to look live, Ronnie. I'm looking live. Jim, how it started, how it's going. Elia, he's coming. Please do some digging like White Rabbit. I don't know that there's much digging to be done, to be honest. What a night for NXT champions, said Vic Joseph. I might be tripping, but someone was wearing your face in during Sammy's entrance. That's going to be Wrestle with Andy, isn't it? That'll be Wrestle with Andy. Well, at least I hope it'll be Wrestle with Andy. Hello, is me you're looking for? Boom. Right, Nando said Sammy got cut off before thanking Chad. Turn soon. Sammy got cut off before thanking Chad. Turn soon. Maybe. Maybe. Someone found it. Oh my god, could you imagine if it wasn't Wrestle with Andy that had that one and someone had found my face? Oh god. Another White Rabbit situation. Yeah. Do you know, the thing with White Rabbit, loved it. I really did. And you know I did. And we really invested in it. But you will also remember that I had a slight criticism. And my slight criticism is it really distracts from the show. Like, I wish they would do it at the end of an episode or something. Because when it happens during an episode, it's all anyone wants to talk about. And then, like, how are you meant to focus on the show? So, I found that to be a problem during White Rabbit. You know, people were off with QR codes trying to work out stuff. And, like, the show was going on still. So, all the things that were happening on the show, people was... You know, a good chunk of people were missing as they were trying to work out White Rabbit. There's nothing to really work out here. I mean, you've got a song. We know what the song's called. It's got some interesting lyrics, which apparently someone has said kind of correlate to some words that Bo was saying in the documentary. I mean, it ain't going to take a genius to figure out this is Howdy or it's Alexa or it's something connected to that world. So I feel like all this is a bit of a... It's happening. Yeah, it's a tease. Just like when they played White Rabbit in The Thing. There's not really much to look into. It's a song that lets you know that something's happening. And I would imagine this is a campaign that's going to keep growing, so... But it's going to be distracting, and it's going to be a bit of a problem, I think. But it's also awesome. It's also a lot of fun. So, let's see how it all plays out, shall we? Big Dog and Fiend and Uncle Howdy mask in the screen flicker. There was Big Dog and Uncle Howdy masks in the screen flicker. Did you send me that? Boo, 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 boo. Boo, 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 boo. I can't see that. What has Brady sent me? Last week, Fightful had reported that Bo Dallas was planned to do a comeback. Ahead of Raw tapings, there was a quick tease of music when the lights went off. Then, during Bronson Reed's Raw promo, there was a static pattern and hello down in the bottom right corner. We can't speak to what version of character Bo Dallas will return under. He's been under WWE contract since 2022, but he's not appeared in live programming in over a year. So that is from Fightful Select. So, Brady, thank you. Okay, Chad is going up top. How long have we got? 50 minutes. Oh, the headbutt, the flying headbutt by Chad. 2. And kick out. So Chad looking for the pin. Lovely swinging net breaker there by Chad. Here's another picture that I've been sent. Looks like something looming over his shoulder. Looks like a snowman. Guys, there's an evil snowman coming. Oh my god. Oh my god. Is that summer or is it just a pattern? I can see a beard. I can see a beard. It looks like Fidel Castro. I think Fidel Castro is going to make his debut. Do you know, I'm really tempted. I'm really tempted to get a picture of that and put it next to... can I find Fidel Castro? Nice German suplex. German suplexes. And again. So Sammy and Chad are very much in control. It's like Frosty the Coke Man. Frosty the Coke Man has a very shiny nose. Right now, Sammy grabbing the leg of Giovanni Vinci. Giovanni Vinci. Ankle lock applied by Sammy. Chad is been pulled off the ring there by Ludwig. Sammy goes down. Uncle Frosty is coming for Big Bronson Reed. I saw Heat and Snow Messiah in the picture. Is Matt Hardy back? Oh, God, could you imagine if all of this is just to bring back Matt Hardy? That would be awful. Lovely exploder suplex. Do, 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 do. I've got Frosty the Snowman in my head now. Do, 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 do. Haluva kick. Haluva kick. Chad rolls up. Oh. 1, 2, 3. And they get the pin and the win. Here are your winners. Not the delete stuff again. Jeff Hardy as Willow would be good, said Callum. Delete, said Alka Meltzer. What if Bo comes back with Matt Hardy? Oh, no, thank you. Bump. Looks like Chuck E. Cheese. Right, we're just seeing what went down at WrestleMania. We've got 45 minutes to go. Is everyone forgetting that Bubba Ray, maybe it's him? Maybe it's Bubba Ray. Super kick there by Jimmy. Yeet. So here's Jay. Oh yeah, forgot we got the Fatal 4-Way for the World Heavyweight Championship. Yeet. So, #1 contender for the World Heavyweight Championship, Ricochet, Jey Uso, Big Bronson Reed, and Drew McIntyre. This is my tweet that I just put up. That's Fidel Castro, and then that's what I saw. I thought I better put laughing faces, otherwise people will think I'm serious. I don't, for the record, I don't think it is Fidel Castro, but that's what I saw. Let's keep this civil. Okay, we've got Ava, we've got Adam. Oh, Chelsea Green. Chelsea Green. Biggest WrestleMania. I wasn't in it. We saw the emails. We saw the texts. We saw the DMs. A special match. I want my moment. Who's she gonna face? Who's she gonna face? Legend. Could we bring back another female legend? Man, could you imagine if it was AJ Lee? Imagine if we bring out AJ Lee. That would be the moment, wouldn't it? That would be the moment. And then we do the heavyweight championship match. It won't be, but oh man. It might be Nia or something. Alexa, AJ, Mickey James would be great. Mickey James would be great. Please, AJ Lee, Jade. Yeah. Let it up. Mate, that place would go. That would be unglued. That would be the moment. That would be the moment. Ava Rain's eyes. Jade Cargill. Might be Jade's. Could be Jade's. Might be Julia. Oh, imagine if it was Julia. We just don't give a flip. Doesn't matter if you don't know who she is. You will. Jade is on SmackDown though. Brandy, let's go. Bull Nakano. Yes. Stephanie McMahon said A. Jobson. She is back in the folds. In all fairness, she is back in the folds. Chelsea versus Linda McMahon said Mitchell. It's a great shout. It's a great shout. Kitson said creepy music played during Raw. Nando said Sammy got cut off before thanking Chad. Turn soon. Well, they all seem to be on the same page, didn't they? So I think they're okay. Let's get rid of this poll. Who do we think? Mama Rhodes. Oh, excellent. Mama Rhodes. Mama Rhodes. Imagine if it is Mama Rhodes. Let's go. Let's go. I would love Ricochet to win this. I'm not going to lie, said Edward. Don't lie. Brandy is going to make her in-ring return. Piper Niven? That's an interesting shout. That wouldn't really be the exciting name that people are hoping for, but that is Chelsea's former tag partner or even current tag partner. I wonder if it could be Mickie James, because Mickie James is Nick Aldis's wife. She does keep complaining to Adam Pearce and Nick Aldis. I think if it was Mickie James, they might build to it a different way. I could see Chelsea getting right in the face of Nick Aldis, going, you know, you can't do anything to me, blah, 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 blah. And he could say something like, I can't do anything to you, but I certainly know a woman that can. And then Mickie James comes out. That would be pretty cool. So I'm going to say not Mickie James. It's going to be Trish or Lita. Trish or Lita. Sheamus! Yeah, Sheamus! It's going to be Sheamus. What if it's Charlotte and she's just back, baby? She's just back. She's just ahead of schedule by months. She's been putting the work in. I don't think it will be. Oh, who's it going to be? I'm so excited. I bet this is going to be a horrific letdown. I am so ready to be disappointed. Let's go. How did we forget about Lyra? Oh, it could be Lyra. It might be Lyra Valkyria. Yeah, I feel like we haven't had female legend though. Have we? You're right. Lyra's a great shout. It could be Lyra. It very much could be Lyra, but Julia Hart. I think we have to file that under unlikely. Jade Cargill. It's going to be Roman. 14 consecutive. 15 consecutive. 16 consecutive. 17 consecutive televised sold out dates on the road to WrestleMania. Hungry? Maybe you just need a Snickers. WrestleMania 5 event attendance 201,924. So that'll be SmackDown, WrestleMania Night 1, WrestleMania Night 2, Raw, and Stand and Deliver. Over 200,000 people have attended those. A lot of them people will probably be the same people, of course. I'd imagine there's a fair few that did all 5. So, here's Chelsea. Mandy Rose. Mandy Rose. Here's Chelsea. Chelsea Green. We've got 38 minutes to go. Nice fake numbers, said James. That's true. It's actually higher. They're being modest. Chelsea Green. This woman is so full of herself. They love putting her in situations like this, though, don't they? Where, like... she's so good. I don't know why we ever got rid of Billie Kay, because Billie Kay used to, like, be good. But Chelsea's excellent, though. You can't fault Chelsea. Blowing kisses out to the crowds. Here we go. Come on. Someone good. Someone good. Someone good. Someone good. Undertaker. Undertaker. It could be Michelle McCool. Could be Vanessa Hudgens, because she was all over WrestleMania weekend. Here we go. Who are you? Show you. Oh, lights out. Oh, it's going to be Jade's. It's going to be Jade's. So we're going to do Jade's first singles match. Jade's. Yeah. It's pretty cool. I'm all right with that. I mean, it's not AJ Lee, but I'll take a Jade Cargill singles match debut. I prefer this setup for a stage, you know. I prefer this setup. I am not missing the giant screen. So, Jade making her way down to the ring. Jade Cargill, let's see how she is going to do. Good luck, Chelsea. Good luck, Chelsea. So, Jade in the ring. She grew her hair overnight, said Tom. I love the small stage. More pull, so a better crowd, said K-Dub. This is going to be a squash, said Jade. This is going to be a squash. AIR said, Billie Kay, we miss you. I loved Billie Kay. She was awesome. We should bring her back. We could have Chelsea on Raw. We could have Billie Kay. And then, like, they could both meet each other and just, like, sort of hate each other. But then, actually, they get along. This is my moment, says Chelsea. This is my moment. I didn't agree to this. It's not happening. She turns around. Big boot there by Jade. Jade picks up Chelsea. No! She gets planted, turned over. 1, 2, 3. Jade Cargill wins. Right, guys, get your thoughts in. What did you think about the singles debut of Jade Cargill? Match score. I liked the start. I think they lost me a little bit in the middle. They definitely brought it back. I loved the emotion of the story. It was a powerful ending. I think they did manage to take us on a journey. And I loved how they interacted with the fans and they worked the crowd, and they did something that's actually very difficult to do. They were able to keep the crowd engaged throughout the entirety of the match. You know? That's a hard thing to do, in all fairness, because you can lose the crowd at times. But they did an excellent job of keeping the crowd involved, keeping the energy levels high. And they saw that straight away through the whole contest. So I think there's a lot to admire from that. So there we go. Get in your scores. Is it all time? Oh, it's hard to say, isn't it? It's hard to say. Brian said, I missed the Riot Squads. Anna said 10 out of 10 seconds. Theodore said, it's a top 5 match of the year. Bravo. Dro said, it's the best match in Raw history. Right, here we are backstage with Sammy. And he's bumped into Alpha Academy. Bumped into Alpha Academy. I appreciate the help. I'm kidding. I know what you want. You deserve a chance at this. More than anyone. It'd be my honor to defend it against you. Montreal. Ooh. It's going to be in Montreal. When's that, though? So when is the Montreal show? When's Montreal? When are we going to Montreal? Right, main event. Is Raw after Mania where Punk? Why haven't we seen him yet? Don't know. Maybe he'll pop up at some point in this match. Next week. Thank you. Montreal next week. Oh, IC title match next week. I'll take that. Screw job incoming. Dun-na. Howdy was in the background, said Nick. Oh, God, was he? Oh, God. Oh, he's angry. He's angry. Five minutes and 46 seconds. Yeah, no, sorry. No. It's 5 minutes longer than most of you last in bed. I might not like you, but I respect you. Thank you. We shared a moment only warriors know about. Bondage Undertaker. Bondage Undertaker. Bondage Undertaker, Damian Priest. You're nothing but a transitional champion. You stole that from me, Priest. Prick, he calls him a prick. Was that prick CM Punk? CM Punk chants. CM Punk chants. CM Punk chants. I told you I would do everything I did. You made jokes. You did nothing. I'm loving this from Drew. This is so good from Drew. Okay, we can't ignore Bondage Undertaker, though, can we? We can't ignore that. I know you'll disappear for months. So, Drew is ranting away. He said, I'm just going to go for your weakest part. It turns out your whole body is your weakest part. And we've hit the music and Jey Uso has come out. Tonight on Raw, it's kind of ironic considering it's in Philadelphia where Bray returns. Uncle Howdy has come in. It's full circle, said Canadian Kids. TJ said, Days, WrestleMania was off the hook. Thank you for the streams. Do we get Howdy tonight? I don't think we get Howdy tonight. I think we've started the campaign, which honestly might result in SummerSlam. I'd imagine this is going to be a long road. I don't think this is a short road. I mean, what big show are you going to bring him into? I mean, our next... I don't think you just bring him in a random Raw or SmackDown. So, I mean, we do have a Madison Square Garden SmackDown. That would be big enough. I think MSG would be big enough. But I don't think you do it at Clash. I don't think you do it at Backlash. Don't think you do it at... Well, do you do it at King and Queen of the Ring? Do we build up to that? But that's only about, what, 4 weeks away or so? Is that our next show, actually? What's our next show? I don't even know what our next show is. 38-4K to Boy said Drew McIntyre wins Money in the Bank and cashes in on Priest as revenge. Oof. That's pretty fun. That's pretty fun. Although I would like Sammy. I would like Sammy to win it, ideally. Sammy could lose the IC title next week, but then if he does that, I will ask the question, why didn't we just have Chad be the one? Why did we do Sammy? If he loses it to Chad next week, why didn't we just have Chad do it? That'll be the question I think most people will be asking. But I would kind of, if I could handpick someone, I would like Sammy to get that briefcase. But maybe it is going to be Drew. Maybe it is going to be Drew. George Vlog said this match should have main evented WrestleMania. I was going to have a look at something, wasn't I? I was going to have a little look at something. I can't remember what I was going to have a little look at. More news on the teases now on Fightful Select. I think that's been... I think Brady sent me that through. There's some fun memes and stuff. Right, there was a Bo Dallas tease for the show. It was a Bray Wyatt White Rabbit thing, said Stephanie. Sheamus or Uncle Howdy return, said Turbo. Well, they've already announced that Sheamus is coming. I think that this is going to be a long road. And that's what I was looking for. I was going to look to see what the next premium live event was for WWE. WWE Premium Live Event 2024. What is it that we're playing with? What are we dealing with? We have got schedule of events. We've got WrestleMania. So coming up next is Backlash. So that is May 4th. So the next one is France. I can't see him showing up there. Can't see him showing up there. And then we've got King and Queen of the Ring in Saudi Arabia. Is that a little bit more likely? Might be a bit more likely. They pay a lot of money, Saudi Arabia do. You know, we've put on some big Saudi Arabian shows. So could that be where Uncle Howdy finally arrives? That would be the 25th of May. So that gives us a good, not 2 months, but like month and a half-ish sort of a build. I don't think it would be Clash at the Castle in Scotland on June 15th. Money in the Bank on July 6th. And then SummerSlam on August 3rd. So I can't say there's loads of options jumping out. I mean, look, this is a new era. Maybe they'll go massive with Backlash. I mean, look, you only need to look at the notifications that I showed you. This is the talking point today. It's not Jade Cargill. It's not John Cena. It's none of that. It is this White Rabbit thing that's starting up. Did everyone get a new entrance song now? Said Defcon Prime. Yep. We did as well. I don't know that I've heard any great recent new entrance musics. What is this? One of the most unappreciated... unprecedented WrestleManias. I thought it said underappreciated. So it's a whole documentary about the build to WrestleMania 40. As this all changes, we call an audible because it's all happening in real time. An exclusive look behind the scenes. I love this. It's amazing, isn't it? This is amazing. Imagine if they did this for all of the WrestleManias. WrestleMania 40, behind the curtain, coming this Wednesday. Mates. Mate, that looks awesome. That looks awesome. That looks awesome. Right, when will the Judgment Day break up? Don't know. Things seem quite strong, don't they, at the moment? AF Chris said, if AJ Lee was in my dreams, it would be a much different kind of dream. Big Adam said, do you think Reigns will be on SmackDown or do you think he's gone? Well, it's an interesting one because I think Cody's on SmackDown. Cody's on SmackDown, so who's going to step up to Cody? If I was Triple H, I would want him to have one like segment with Roman after getting Roman's title, you know? Ideally, I would like that. But I don't know, he might be done. He might be done. He might have gone away now. It's going to be interesting. We'll have to wait and see. If I'm a betting man, I'll say no. If I'm a betting man, I'll say no. But hopefully, I mean, Raw after WrestleMania is very special. It would be great if they made the SmackDown after WrestleMania special as well, you know? I know that not everything can be special. If everything is special, then nothing is special. So we've got to be, you know, we've got to be understanding, but I would like the SmackDown to kind of have the same sort of feeling. I think the reason why it never does is because people buy tickets to go to WrestleMania and then they go home. A lot of people fly back home. So you're just left with like the normal crowd. A lot of these people are, you know, having the time of their lives. They've saved up. This is their dream. This is WrestleMania. This is what they've looked forward to. They've spent a lot of money. They're away from home. They're in holiday mode. It's a different crowd. A normal crowd, they're just out for the evening. This crowd's, it's a lot bigger than that. And so they're here to have a good time. So you don't quite get the same sort of crowd on Friday as you do now. This is what makes this such a or one of the reasons why this is such a special show. Right, 18 minutes to go, and we are underway. I can tell you that it is goods 79. Good 79. Jake said, we really don't need to do White Rabbit again. Don't know, to be honest. I think people love it. I think there is a lot of people that loved White Rabbit. I really enjoyed White Rabbit, but my concern is that it just so distracts from the shows. You know, you play that track before, it's all anyone's going to be speaking about. And you put the little flicker on screen that says hello. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's all anyone is going to be focused on. And it does take away from the show. The show does suffer as a result, you know. But people love it. People love it. No Seth tonight. That's strange, said Eric. AF Chris said, is this one pinfall or elimination? I'd imagine it's just one pinfall. Jake said, I love investigating the White Rabbit stuff. Michael said, did White Rabbit come back? Well, we don't quite know what this one is called, to be honest. I don't know that it's called White Rabbit, this one. This one might be, what's the name of the song? Nightbird or something. This might be the Nightbird campaign. We might have already had White Rabbit. It's only a distraction if you let it distract you, says James. Well, true, but when people are popping into the chat saying, oh, have you seen the lyrics? Oh, have you seen the flicker? Oh, have you seen the hello in the corner? Oh, did you see the thing before? Do you know what I mean? Maybe it's just the position that we're in. Perhaps if you're at home and you're watching and you just leave it and then investigate it yourself afterwards, then it's fine. But there's a lot of people that like to talk about it and investigate it in real time, which I can understand. But there is a show that's kind of going on at the same time as well. KC said, why is Drew even having to contend to be a #1 contender? Shouldn't he have a rematch clause? Well, they said that they'd got rid of rematch clauses, a lot of rematches if a champ lost. And they did kind of make an announcement that they wouldn't do immediate rematches anymore. So those days kind of died a few years ago. I mean, it's one of those where if he went up to management and said, I want a rematch, management might turn around and, you know, they could say, yeah, you deserve it. Or they might already have another idea of what they want to do. So it's not too unusual, to be honest. It's maybe a bit harsh, you know. You could say it's maybe a bit harsh, but it's just part of the game, isn't it, really? He had to know that someone could cash in on him. You know, it's one thing to be physically able to be a champion, but mentally you've got to be a champion as well. He made a bad decision. He could have walked away and he would still be champion now. But instead he went and provoked CM Punk, ended up getting knocked down and then cashed in on. You know, it was kind of his own fault. I know he blames Punk, but it was sort of his own fault as well. He has to take responsibility for that. He could have just walked away. So in the eyes of the management, they might be thinking, well, you know, yeah, you could argue for a rematch, but we'd much rather make sure that you are the right person for that opportunity. So I don't really have a problem with it, to be honest. There's probably a chance that he wins this anyway. There's a table set up in the corner, and we are underway with 14 minutes to go. So, Jey Uso versus Bronson versus Drew versus Ricochet. Days here for each stream. Did my first watch along with you yesterday. Cody did it, said David. David, shout out to you. Shout out to you. Tom said, I've enjoyed this Raw. We had Roxanne, Elia, Sheamus returning, Rock appearing, and Cena. Jade having a match, Liv attacking Rhea. I mean, when we watch Raw, what I look for are talking points. And I feel like this show has been non-stop talking points. So it's really, really been a lot of fun. It's a hard one to score because I feel like we haven't really had OMG moments. It was nice Cena coming out. That was nice. But was it OMG? Rock coming out was really cool at the start, you know? I feel like that was a pretty sizable segment at the start. I think, it's a hard one to score. What would you score it out of 10 at the moment? We didn't do halftime scores. I'm thinking an 8. That's what I'm thinking, but because I think there's enough here to get into the 8s. But I'm just debating, is it higher than an 8? I think I'm at an 8. I think I'm at an 8. But yeah, I don't know. What do you lot think? Did Zoe and Shayna beat Katana and Kaden on main events? I don't know. We didn't see main event. I'm thinking 7. ML Flash said 7.5. So Big Adam said 7. Leo said 7.75. Tingeling said 8.5. Brony said 6.5. Devon said 8.25. Joshua thinks 4.5. User said 6.5. Mitchell said, I'm honestly going 7. It's sort of dropped. Austin said 7. WW fan said 7.76. I'm with you on an 8, said Alan. It hasn't been that great. I think it's missing that big, oh my god moment, you know? And I know that's a lot to ask for, but that we have had that. We have had Brock Lesnar returning on the Raw after WrestleMania. We have had the NXT Women's Champion showing up randomly and then winning the women's title, right? Paige doing that to AJ Lee. We have had Dolph Ziggler cashing in, you know? There is a healthy list of big, oh my god moments, you know? And we just have not... But we have had some great moments. Cena, that's a great moment. Him with R-Truth, that's a great moment. The Rock, I wasn't expecting The Rock. I mean, we got The Rock. We take The Rock for granted now. You know, if The Rock had walked out last year on a Raw last year, we wouldn't be debating if this was an 8 or not. If The Rock had walked out on a show last year, it'd be like, we got The Rock. I mean, look, merely just getting people doesn't guarantee a number. It's what, you know, what do you do with them? But yeah, I'm thinking 8. Chris thinks 8. Denise thinks 9. Carter Time thinks 7.25. Puko said, I don't think it's been that good. Brody said it is better than last year, but it's not been amazing. The NXT appearances are cool. Cena segment was, it lasted 2 minutes. I didn't enjoy the opening segment. The Uncle Howdy teaser song is called Nightbird by Marty Amado. Very interesting lyrics, said Canadian Kids. Thank you, buds. I agree it's better than last year. Dark Knight said Jay could take a loss to Priest. 4 of Heart Solution said show's not over. Maybe OMG comes at the end. Yeah, maybe. I feel like Yvette Goods. When I watch a show, I want talking points. I want like, oh, what do you think that's going? What do you think they're doing there? You know, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? The worst shows for me are the ones where you just have matches and you just don't care about them and it's all boring and it's all bland. And, you know, we know that we're getting Sammy and Chad. Jade made her singles debut for whatever it was worth. Chelsea Green was pretty fun in that segment, if nothing else. The Rock and Cody bit, you know, Triple H starting the show. There was loads of talking points. But it's just, yeah, it's just like that big. But you're right. I mean, who knows? We've still got a good 8 minutes. This match could end. We could get something. So I feel like we've had a really good cake. And I feel like there's a little bit of icing that's been put on, but nothing crazy. But it's just hard to put that into a number. How does a really good cake with some nice icing on, how does that translate out of 10? Is it a 7.5? Is it a 7.75? Is it an 8? I'm sort of around that ballpark. But I feel I've really enjoyed the show, so I'm feeling quite positive. I'm thinking an 8. But let's see. 8 more minutes to go. Let's see what they've got for us. So, Ricochet. Ricochet just got hurled over Drew, out the ring. Drew is on his knees. Drew is on his knees. He gets up, towers over Big Bronson Reed. Chop coming in there by Drew. Shot coming in there by Big Bronson Reed. So these exchanging shots back and forth. Over in the corner goes Drew. Big Bronson Reed collides in the corner. He gets picked up, slammed down. Woof. Beautiful. A driver. Jay makes the save. So Michinoku driver by Drew. That's not a move that I tend to associate with him. Drew going over. Jay. Boom. Big kick. This show has been good. We've had many talking points. We've had Bronson and Ricochet in the main event picture and a draft announced, said Tom. Gotta tell you, I mean, I've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed the whole weekend. You know, and the biggest talking point of all, which I think you can count it as being on the show, is this White Rabbit thing. You know, I know it happened before, but we did get the hello thing, so I mean, that's got to be part of it. I mean, maybe that is the OMG thing. Maybe that is the what I'm talking about. It's all, I mean, honestly, I've got my Twitter thing open and it's all anyone wants to talk about. So, spear there by Jay. Big Adam said, I'm so sad that Roman lost the championship. I've been a massive fan since coming to WWE. I hope he wins the championship when he comes back. And even it's probably a 50-50. Eric said, Drew on his knees didn't sound right. Listen, I'm just telling you what I'm seeing. Yeah, I'm just telling you what I'm seeing. If it goes any further, I will tell you that as well. But thankfully, he's over in the corner, up top, looking for a superplex. But he's got Jay. It's worth mentioning that Jay is all bandaged up as well. He's all bandaged up. Headbutt there by Jay. Drew comes down. He's on that top rope. Headbutt by Jay. Drew is upside down in the corner. Ricochet is up top. Headbutt there by Jay. Ricochet goes down. Drew is in a tree of woe, but he pops up and he hurls Jay. And boom! Drop kick by Ricochet. Bronson is powerbombing Ricochet into Drew. Right now. Oh! 1, 2. Oh, kick out by Ricochet. I thought that was going to be it, man. Big Bronson Reed planting Ricochet. Jake said, get Uncle Howdy on the thumbnail. Oh, yeah. It's a good idea, that is, mate. I could have... I'll put hello in the corner. Keep your eyes out. I'll put hello in the corner. Shoulder tackle there by Big Bronson Reed. It says it ends at 4:15. No. Well, I'm not aware of an overrun. It's not usual for Raw to overrun, so don't think so. William said, White Rabbit was awesome. I still enjoyed matches whilst listening to us searching on the White Rabbit stuff. Brony said, The Rock needs to learn how to hit his cues. Once again, his segment went over time. Paul Heyman and Cole screaming about Lesnar makes my pee-pee stand up, said Travis. Thank you for the update, Travis. Please give us more updates as to the current condition of your pee-pee. I mean, I'm joking. I definitely don't want that. Austin does, though. You can send it over to Austin. He would be interesting. Okay, we got Ricochet. He goes up and he goes down onto Big Bronson Reed. Boom. Mitchell said, justice for the Spanish announce table. So he gets planted through the announce table. Eric said, Jay probably needs to take some time off after this. Look at that. Big splash. Bronson Reed through the announce table. He's hurt himself, said Chris. This is awesome, is the chant. This is awesome. Boom. Big shot there by Jey Uso. Double underhooks. Oh. Future shock DDT. Kip up there by Drew. Drew is back in the corner. He's going to look to charge over, but CM Punk! CM Punk! CM Punk! Punk grabs the leg! Oh! Spear by Jey! CM Punk grabbed Drew's leg. Big splash there by Jey! 2, 3, Jey Uso wins! Jey Uso wins! Oh, cheeky. Cheeky. CM Punk costs Drew McIntyre. Look at this on the table, doing it. Yeah. Oh, mates. Yeets. Yeets. Amazing. Stephanie, shout out to you. Appreciate it. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Let's go over and get the thing set up for the show scores. Yeets! Good job. Pinned him. The show still sucked. Well, you can go over. You can go over to Wrestling Days Clips. That's where we do the voting. The second night of WrestleMania got 85% all time, 470 votes. So you can still vote on the previous polls. I haven't actually added WrestleMania yet to the spreadsheet, so you can still vote and share your thoughts if you haven't already. You can still vote and influence the WrestleMania score. What did you score WWE Raw? What's the date? 4/9/24. Let's do a pause there. Great. Goods. I need to get the poll in the chat as well, don't I? Honestly, I would have preferred Ricochet, said Lemden. Yeah, Jey Uso is so over, though. I mean, his merch is absolutely flying, and the whole yeet thing is doing so well that, I mean, I thought Drew would be favourite. I thought that it was just going to be a way of getting Drew back in, but, you know, CM Punk's come and a little swerve, and he's cost him, and, oh, God, so good. So good. Really enjoyed that. Right. So you can go over to the Wrestling Days Clips channel. Let's go down here. Okay, and let's get a poll up. So, match scores. What did you score that match? What did you score that match? All time. I also will get your thoughts. I will put the post up on Twitter, and we'll get your opinions and your thoughts for this week's episode. So, if you can obviously keep sharing your thoughts in the chat, but we do separate videos on them for Raw and SmackDown. We did an opinions video for WrestleMania. It was quite hard to squeeze it in, but we did manage to squeeze one in. So there's a video that goes for like 50 odd minutes that's got all your thoughts and whatnot in. So we've already done that. That went on the channel just as this stream started, actually. Then we'll do an opinions video for this Raw. I'll ask for your feedback on Twitter, and I'll do a video there. I'll read a few thoughts here. Ray said, glad that Ricochet and Bronson Reed got to compete with guys like Drew and Jay in the main event for the #1 contender spot. Barry said, this will be the shortest women's feuds. Stephanie said, Shadows Scream Into My Mind was the lyrics I got from the Bo Dallas tease, and it stopped. Apparently it's called Nightbird, and I think the lyrics are doing the rounds. So there are lyrics that are circulating. So if anyone sees any more of those lyrics, I'll take them. Because I've had some that have sent through. Someone said that they seem to correspond to something Bo said in the documentary, so I feel like I need to look into that bit. Canadian Kid said, I've sent you the song on X. All I will say is that the song is giving obvious Howdy vibes by the connection to the lyrics, Bray, as it mentions to demons and swamps, says Canadian Kid. Canadian Kid, thank you. I am upset. Monday Night Raw is done for the night. It doesn't feel like that yet, said Johnny. Yeah, it did go fast, didn't it? It did go fast. I mean, we've just done this has been a 6-hour stream. This has been a 6-hour stream, you know. This hasn't felt like a 6-hour stream. Okay. 725, the opening segment wasn't good, but everything else was either decent or entertaining. Truth, Chelsea, and Drew were the stars of the show, said Austin. William said, did anyone else sing Total Eclipse of My Heart in their head whilst watching the eclipse? Was that today? Oh, that was the weekend, wasn't it? Mr. Meme said, after the dust has settled, what was the better moment? The ending of 30 or the ending of 40? That is difficult. I think it's the ending of 40 is better than the ending of 30. But I think it's close. I mean, WrestleMania was so big. Unless you was around during that time, or unless you've gone back and really watched the builds, it's really hard to convey how big it was. I mean, it was, everyone was yesing. There was other sports that were yesing. I mean, people were so desperate. I mean, Roman Reigns got booed when he won the 2015 Royal Rumble. People were so desperate for Daniel Bryan. And there was loud Daniel Bryan chants. And, like, I would say this... Oh, it's hard. I feel like the people were more passionately with Daniel Bryan than they were even with Cody. I think the people were with Cody as much... I just think that it was more passionate for Daniel Bryan. I mean, it really was. There was no doubt. You know, they were very, very clear. And you can say that they've been very clear for Cody as well, but it just felt, I don't know, the WrestleMania and the Yes movement, it just felt bigger, which might not be true. It might be that this is just as big, but it felt bigger for the Yes movement. Maybe it was helped by the shirts, and maybe it was helped that we called it the Yes Movement, and maybe it was helped that you could see on TV at basketball games and like football games, people yesing away. Like, it really became, a movement. It became a movement, you know? So people were desperate for Daniel to do it. I think the difference was that there wasn't much doubt that Daniel would do it. I didn't go into WrestleMania 30 doubting that he would do it. So, but with Cody, they did an excellent job of making you think, could they delay it another year? Could they? I mean, money is great. Roman's one of the longest reigning champions. Like, you could make an argument for kicking the can down the road a little bit further. So I feel like with Cody, I had that little bit of doubt that it might happen. He was a firm favourite in my mind that he would do it. But I think the fact that I thought he'd do it at 39 and he didn't, actually made 40 better. I think in retrospect now, everyone was upset with how 39 ended. I think 39 makes 40 better, without a shadow of a doubt, because they showed you, we will end a WrestleMania on a downer. We will break your heart and have you go to bed all disappointed. Like, we will sort of sacrifice a WrestleMania, if you will. We will sacrifice your happiness for the greater goods. And the greater good was, it made 40 better. 39 makes 40 better. It's a bit harsh to, compare, because, 39 obviously suffers as a result of it being a downer and Roman winning, and people wanted Cody. So it suffers, but it made 40 better. With Daniel Bryan, we didn't really have that. With Daniel Bryan, I felt really good that he was going to win, and I didn't have a great... It was like, right, he'll get past Triple H, he'll get in the main event, he'll win it. But just because it felt like, yeah, that's what's going to happen, it didn't matter. It didn't matter. You still wanted to see it, and it still mattered, and it was still important. But I don't think many people at the time would have doubted that Daniel will get there, you know? So I think that I personally had a bit more doubt for Cody this time than I had for Daniel back at 30. I do think that Daniel, the movement felt a bit bigger, but this was excellent. I mean, it's there or thereabouts. I think it's actually ended up being relatively comparable. And I think then you just come down to the differentials. And I think for me, the fact that Daniel had already won the title, had already been a world champion, but Cody hadn't. I think the fact that the story, winning it and what it meant, you know, for Daniel, he was just trying to prove that he belonged being at the top. But for Cody, it was a lot more. His dad was involved and finishing the story, and a story that, you know, I think there's just more with 40. It's an excellent question, though. Because I would have said that you couldn't top 30. I would have said, no, you can't. The Yes movement was too big. The whole Daniel Bryan thing was too big. And again, if you was there at the time, you would know how big it was. I mean, shows were getting derailed. Segments were getting derailed because all the crowd were doing was chanting for Daniel Bryan. Royal Rumble winners are getting booed out the building. We brought The Rock out. I mean, The Rock holds up Roman's hand for the 2015 Rumble. He gets, it's just boos. And The Rock's like, you're booing me. And The Rock was like, you know, The Rock. He wasn't the final boss or anything. He was The Rock. But then The Rock got booed in this Cody story, didn't he? And we had the whole We Want Cody movement. That whole weekend of We Want Cody. So I think with the dust having settled, I think we can honestly say that we did build something, I think, as big, even though it maybe didn't kind of feel like it was as big. Maybe history will show that it was as big. And I think 40 does end up beating 30, yeah, which is, I can't believe I'm saying it. As I'm saying it, I feel like part of me is like, you're an idiot. How can you say that? Daniel Bryan was so special. Yes-or-Mania was so special. But I think the truth is this was very special as well. This was very special. I think, you know, look, if you ask Triple H, he'll tell you this is the biggest WrestleMania. Triple H won't care. Triple H will tell you flat out that this was, but he would, wouldn't he? You know, he would tell you that this was bigger and this was the best. But if I'm going to put on my honest hat and really be honest about what was bigger, I think, you know, with The Undertaker getting involved, Cena coming down, I mean, it was overbooked. There was loads of people that got involved, which could have took away from the match, actually. Could have just turned it into a farce. But it was booked very well, and it was very tight, and it was actually done excellently. And it didn't take away. I saw a lot of people saying it was overbooked, but saying they still absolutely loved it, and that's how I felt as well. So yeah, I'm gonna say 40 just was bigger, and I really enjoyed it. I think that when the dust settles, it'll show that it was there or thereabouts with alongside 30, but And I keep saying it. I can't believe I'm saying it. I really didn't think anything would recapture the magic of 30. I really didn't. It's an excellent question. What time's the Wrestling Escape pod? 11, 6 Eastern, 11 UK. So, right, anyway, look, I need to go, don't I? I need to have a look into this night owl rabbit thing. But a massive thank you to everyone that joined us. I hope you enjoyed Raw. I thought it was a lot of fun. We will do an opinions thing, so if you want to leave your opinion, you can do that on Twitter, and I'll do a video on that tomorrow. Then also, if you want to vote on the show, you can go to Wrestling Days Clips. That's the second channel. It's on the community tab. You can vote over there. We will be back tomorrow on this channel for NXT. Obviously, the fallout of Stand and Deliver. There was a rumor that Trick Williams was thought to be on this show. That has clearly not come to fruition. But we did get Elia. We did get Roxanne. We did get NXT talent. But I didn't sense that we got any call-ups. I think the draft has sort of took away from that. I don't think we're going to call anyone up with a draft this close. I think they might come in through the draft. Just like we've seen that Elia is eligible to be drafted. So, I don't know what that means. I mean, how can you draft the NXT champion? Is he just going to have to forfeit the belt or something? I don't know. I hope they know. But, right, we're done. Thank you for joining us. I really appreciate the support. And don't forget, we will be back tomorrow for another live stream as we enjoy the fallout of NXT Stand and Deliver. Have a good evening. Bye for now.